Kirk Enterprise, 5 to beam up.
Hello, friends, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We have an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators who give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show like this out there that offers everything like we do here at TopstepTV. Education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call, and he's Burger, I'm Fries, and we have an exciting, informative educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you success is getting what you want. Happiness is wanting what you get. There you have it. So let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, game plan ready?
Check.
Checklist checked with a check.
Checked and rechecked.
How's that journal doing today?
Empty so far. Haven't done anything. No journal yet.
Okay. Burger, rare, medium, or well done?
Medium rare.
Medium rare. Okay, there you have it. And I'd like to say good morning to that handsome fellow right next to me, John Hoagland. Johnny, how are you today?
Good morning. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm doing okay. Blessings to you, Eddie. Blessings to everybody. Happy Thursday. Well, as always, we'll be focusing on context, risk management, and patience today. It looks like it's going to be a fun trading day. I like the way RIPS put it. It's the afterglow of the NVIDIA release yesterday. So we'll take a look and see what we're seeing here.
Yeah, speaking of NVIDIA, if you weren't with us here, you're probably seeing it now, obviously, here. NVIDIA rocketed, the revenue rocketed above Wall Street projections in the fourth quarter, sending that artificial intelligence chip maker soaring to the extended trading hours. Elsewhere, the Fed yesterday, Fed's January meeting showed that officials and the U.S. Central Bank are weary about cutting rates too soon. Mentioned the NVIDIA record high here. The chipmaker clocked stronger than the expected fourth quarter revenue. Chief Executive Jensen Huang, weighing in the boom of the artificial intelligence, has fueled the surge in the company's value point over the past 12 months, saying that the technology is at its tipping point. So we did see stock futures point positive today with NVIDIA hailing a 265% spike in revenue, the bullish look for the AI demand. Futures contract, NASDAQ jumped 317, Dow 114, and the S&P gained a Mike Singletary 50 points. Along with the so-called Magnificent Seven, group of mega cap stocks that climbed to an account more than 60% in the S&P 500. Total return in 2023, NVIDIA obviously was the big boom. Now, I mentioned the Fed officials yesterday. Fed policymakers signaled that they were worried about slashing interest rates too soon, saying they needed further confidence that price pressure could continue. And according to the minutes in the Federal Reserve January policy meeting released yesterday, it did show that what they did say, they did not expect that it would be appropriate to reduce the target range, and the Fed's rates are going to be held until greater confidence. Yes, greater confidence that inflation was cooling back down to its 2% target. And Johnny, what do you got for us today?
All right. As far as economic releases, at 7:30 this morning, the jobless claims came out as usual on Thursdays. The initial jobless claims dropped to 201,000. They were expecting 217,000. Initial jobless claims continue to trend lower. Continuing jobless claims also lower. They were looking for 1,885,000. It came out 1,802,000. So jobless claims looking like the job market is holding up very well. At 8:45, we're looking at the PMI composite flash. 9 o'clock, we've got existing home sales, and one of the talking feds, Jefferson, is going to be speaking. 9:30, the nat gas release due out. 10 o'clock, the EIA petroleum status report due out again on Thursday because of the holiday on Monday. We have Talking Fed Bowman speaking. We've got at 2:15. We've got another Talking Fed Harker speaking, and we've got a few Talking Fed speaking after the close today. Kashkari, Cook, and Wall are all due to speak after the close today. As far as earnings are concerned, who cares after Intuit, right? Nestle.
Gives a damn.
Right. Nestle missing on earnings and Intuit after the close today. It's a pretty long list of earnings today, but after yesterday, who cares, right?
Right.
If I may be so blunt, who gives a shit?
Yeah, we don't. We had our party yesterday. Speaking of Jefferson coming in to talk, is that George or Wheezy? Which Jefferson are we going to have there? I'm not sure.
Wheezy.
Wheezy will be speaking today. All right. For you youngsters out there, never mind. Oil, dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to tell you, oil prices ticked higher in the European trade today as bets on the tightening global supplies due to disruptions in the Middle East were offset by signs of another outsized build in U.S. inventories. Crude prices had seen a wild swing this week as markets grapple. Yes, they grapple with fears of worsening demand, potentially the supply disruption from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. We did see Brent jump 0.2 and WTI 0.3. Johnny, we went to that Bulls game with plus 500. That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
That was a lot of fun. That was very nice.
That was a lot of fun. Great guys over there. Very, very happy that we went, met them, and so forth. But basketball, you hear about this new basketball with no air in it? Well, there is air technically, but it's not pumped in. It's a basketball filled with holes. It's a 3D printed basketball that's covered with hundreds of hexagonal holes, meaning that the air passes through it rather than being pumped full with air. This has just hit the market. They have sold out. They're going for, can check this out. Each basketball is going for $2,500.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
a lot. That's a lot. About 10 times the price of the cost of an official NBA basketball. The company says that the airless Gen 1 nearly aligns with regulation basketball criteria. It comes to a weight, size, and bounce. And they did say that there were fewer, about 200 were sold. They sold out right away. So get yourself a basketball filled with nothing. Have fun with that. $2,500.
For that, it should find the bucket on its own.
It should, with your eyes closed. It should come with a pair of shoes. Maybe maybe some gym shoes or something. But anyway, James, we got our tip of the week, Topstep's tip of the week. What do we got? Yes, educate yourself. Okay. Well, you know what? Sometimes education can be long, can be very tireless and very boring, but traders should employ various strategies to capitalize on market opportunities, such as day trading, swing trading, and trend following. Now, education in trading strategies helps traders identify the approach that best suits their risk tolerance. So find something that works for you and don't grab the first one you see. Test a few. Education is so important in this career, and we highly recommend it. Johnny, anything to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's always good education opportunities out there. Speaking of which, last night we had the test or the debut of slow markets with Dakota last night. I checked it out. It was a great opportunity to just kind of sit back, relax, and think about what Dakota's looking for. Dakota's been trading very well. It's a wonderful opportunity to educate yourself, and there's going to be opportunities all day long here to educate yourself as well. But yes, you do want to educate yourself in market knowledge as well as self-knowledge. So take that and keep learning.
Keep learning. All right. Right now. Yes, right now. We're going to switch over to our charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, we always start with the daily and the S&Ps. And looky what we did last night. We've got a new all-time high in the overnight session last night. We ticked above the previous all-time high just by a couple of ticks. We have new information that has ticked the market to the highs here, but without any continuation above there, the market is looking to me on the daily chart here more like it's a little bit range bound. So last week's high, the all-time high, is going to be a pivotal level for us today. What did the open interest do yesterday? Even after the NVIDIA announcement came out, we lost open interest, and I don't think volume was all that great either. Now, whatever that means, things can certainly change today. So that all-time high, that purple line here, that all-time high for 50.66 half, it's going to be somewhat pivotal. I've got the weekly kickoff high just above that, which is certainly in the neighborhood. But until we get some sort of substantial breakout above that all-time high in the regular trading hour session, remember, the market doesn't like to leave all-time highs in the overnight session. So I'm thinking we're going to at least take a look up there in the regular trading hour session, and we'll see if we have new information or new participation coming into the market up there. I was a little surprised to see a loss in open interest yesterday, thinking maybe there would be a whole lot of new longs barreling into the S&Ps and even the NASDAQ after the NVIDIA release yesterday. Doesn't seem to be the case, at least in the S&Ps. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here on the S&Ps now. Let's get this scaled. So there's our all-time high right there. It occurred in regular trading hours. We peaked above it in the extended trading hours last night. Do we have any overnight inventory? Obviously, the settlement was here. The market continued to move higher and moved higher and higher all night long. So we've got some overnight longs in the market. That's going to be weaker hands. It's probably not going to be our longer time frame traders pushing price up to these levels. We're going to see what those longer time frame traders have to think about these levels today. One thing about it is, again, that all-time high in the extended trading hours, it's probably not going to hold that there. We're going to probably take a look above there in the regular trading hours, and we'll see if we bring in any new business up there. As far as the profile is concerned from yesterday in the S&Ps, it was a kind of a normal variation day, but we did put in the late spike at the end of the day. Well, the late spike rules state if we open flat out above a late spike at the end of the day, that is a high probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Okay, that's all well and good. There is a huge gap from the close, from the range from yesterday's session to where we're going to open today. A lot of overnight longs here. For this market to continue to move higher, we're going to need some volume. We're going to need some participation from multiple time frames of traders. It's going to be a very interesting trading day today. The market is opening out of balance in the short time frame, at the extreme of balance in the medium time frame. There's going to be opportunity today, and we're going to see if we can't find some of that during fast markets. The base of the late spike in the S&P is 49.87 quarter, 49.87 quarter. So price could feasibly pull all the way back down to that level and still remain accepting of higher pricing. These are sometimes easy plays, sometimes difficult plays. We're going to see how this plays out today during fast markets. I'm going to move on to the NASDAQ now, because the NASDAQ, as usual, is telling a slightly different story. The NVIDIA earnings, I think, pulled the NASDAQ away from a potential market state break to the downside. That's good. What it didn't do was bring us to new all-time highs. It brought us to new all-time highs in the S&Ps. The S&Ps have been holding up better, I think, than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was at risk of changing a market state last night, and it got pulled out of that by the NVIDIA earnings. Back into range. Somewhat range-bound activity going on here, and we're pretty centrally located inside the middle of that range. Now, we've got 3 points of contact off these highs here. Our overnight high took us right to that trend line. That is, to me, going to be something I'll be viewing today as if I were to be trading the NASDAQ. I can't trade the NASDAQ, it gives me heart palpitations. But the pullback from the jaws of death yesterday, we did add 2,400 in open interest. But look at the volume. The volume, I don't think, was all that tremendous after that release came out. It was pretty low volume. Well, of course, it happened after hours. So a lot of traders were probably done. They were just waiting to see what was going to happen, and they're going to get back into the markets today. So the volume doesn't scare me. We did add 2,400 in open interest, which is good. I mean, that indicates that we did bring in some buyers yesterday off those lows. But is it good? Is it that good? 2,400, it's a decent number for the NASDAQ. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So there's that all-time high right up there. Did it in regular trading hours. Here's that trend we're just looking at on the daily chart. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. All right. What does it mean? Well, I mean, really, we're range bound. Still in that range anyway. Relatively centrally located inside of that range. Overnight inventory is extremely long. If they don't get what they're looking for right away, that could bring us to a pullback, that could bring us better trade locations if you are looking for longs. The profile yesterday did a small late spike at the end of the day yesterday. And again, spike rules flat out above a late spike. It's the highest ability of acceptance of higher pricing. That doesn't mean that you can close your eyes and buy. There's a lot of overnight longs in this market. Those overnight longs, if they don't see buyers coming into this market right away, they can unravel. They can liquidate those positions, pushing price to better trade locations for potential longs. And again, if we can come all the way back down to that weekly kickoff low, and the base of the late spike in the S&P is 17,526, and still show acceptance of price at higher levels. So, the information, the nuance that we have from the late spike is going to be, I think, is a little bit more challenging because of the fact that we are so far away from the range from yesterday. We've got a huge gap and a lot of overnight longs in this market. It might give us the opportunity to look for better trade locations if you were in the mind of looking for longs. Take a look now at the crude oil. Boy, crude gave us a nice look yesterday at weekly kickoff low, but that was prior to the open. Now, originally I had this trend line against this top here. It was only 2 points of contact. Now we've put in 1, 2, 3 points of contact. I've moved the trend line, so I think we're still largely in this triangle formation and largely range bound. What do we do with this? Well, we've got the 3 points of contact. Weekly kickoff was supportive yesterday, that weekly kickoff low, when a couple ticks below it before the open. Unfortunately, if you were trading a regular trading hour session, you didn't have the opportunity to participate there. A couple of things. We did add 3,300 in open interest yesterday on this pullback off of that weekly kickoff low. That indicates, possible buyers. When you look at this daily chart, we're pretty range bound. We put in the low of this week yesterday on the weekly kickoff low. We've tested to the last week's high. Now we've got another trend line here. I'm going to be trying to trade, I think, range bound rules, which is we'll let the market open, establish extremes, and then work those extremes for your opportunities. The 30-minute chart here, really no overnight inventory, at least when I started here. We're maybe getting a little bit short here. Okay, there's that trend line. We got 1, 2, 3 points of contact on that trend line. There's our test to weekly kickoff low yesterday before the open. So really, we're kind of in the middle of this area of balance. So that tells me, again, I probably want to really be patient and wait for the market to open, establish the initial balance. We know we've got the EIA petroleum status report today. Be careful. The market opened basically in range, in value, in the center of the range from yesterday. Pretty decent profile yesterday. Normal variation, extreme, kind of a trending day to the upside, testing to that trend line now and coming back. So there was an excess low on the profile yesterday, and it had a relatively weak high on the profile yesterday. So it makes sense that the market looked higher yesterday, but now showing some reacceptance inside of value from yesterday. So be patient today. Remember, it is the EIA Petroleum Status Report day today. So take a look quickly here at gold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure what to make of gold.
Me
I can make
either.
jewelry. I can make jewelry. I can make a coin. I can make an idol or whatever, but I wouldn't do that. Price
Who's your
keeps testing
messiah
this
now?
trend line. So, pardon me?
Who's your messiah now? Right?
Yeah, right. Right. So we did break out last Tuesday from this triangle formation, but the market has come back and continues to test this lower trend line. It tests above it and rejects, tests above it and rejects, tests above it and rejects. What I want to point out is on this pullback off these lows, we started losing open interest. The last two sessions, yesterday and the day before, there was virtually no change in open interest. It seems like everybody is standing around waiting for something to happen to this market, for something to change, to really make some sort of decision as far as positioning is concerned. We got weekly kickoff high in the neighborhood. If we, show acceptance back above this trend line, that could bring us back to the upper trend line. But you got to keep, I think, your eye on the dollar, of course, that the dollar is going to be moving. Yeah. It's going to move gold. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So that pullback off that low, losing open interest, is typical of a bear flag, but that bear flag broke out here and keeps testing this trend line from that triangle formation. Every time it gets up there, it seems to be rejected. It's either going to reject in a bigger way, or it's going to accept, and then it's gonna kind of probably run higher. But where are we now? Overnight inventory flat. In range, yes. In value, yes. Stay patient. Patience, patience, patience. It is a virtue. So that's my look at these things this morning, folks. And make sure you take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please don't forget to pray for peace every day, all day. We need all the prayers we can get. Have a great trading day. Looking forward to spending some time with you.
Thank you, Johnny. I'm looking forward to spending some time with you, my friend. Hey, as I mentioned earlier today, All-Star Cast. Yes, on the menu, on the All-Star Topstep TV menu, we're going to have Anne-Marie join us for Fast Markets. We'll also have the Hoag, MP, and Andre. Shoulder tap, Mick and Hoag. We've got Coach Jay for Power Players. Love that guy here. He's going to be with Robert and myself. Vanessa is going to join, is going to be in for TopQuiz. We do have group coaching with Robert and JD. We'll be having recaps with RIPS. RIPS is going to join us from 1 o'clock all the way to the close. We'll have Hoag, Andre, RIPS, and Dolby's going to join us in Power Hour. So there is our menu, our All-Star Topstep TV menu for today. We're going to take a slight break here. We've got some time. Johnny, burger and fries? I got time. I'll make you some breakfast, huh?
Yeah. I'll take a patty melt.
Patty melt, coming right up. All right, we're going to take a break here. Don't go away. Big show today. Big. And like I said, we'll be right back. Welcome to Fast Markets. Let's get our ponies in the gates. And we're going to be opening up here any second. Andre, good morning.
Here we go. There's the bell.
Lost Andre. Where's Andre?
Oh, my God.
Andre, where'd you go?
Throw my life.
He was here. He was here. What's up, guys? What's up, Baiynd? What's up, Hoag? What's up, Eddie? What's up,
Good
Chad?
morning.
Good
Buckle up
morning.
the seatbelt, Roy.
That's
Please
exactly
buckle up the
right.
seat. Yeah, tell us why, Ann. Tell us why.
Well, we've got ourselves a huge algorithmic move, right? Because, like John was saying in the prep this morning, there's not a ton of volume that's run this chart up. And so we have a little bit of a zombie rally. I'll borrow that word. And so there are two people on the edge of the tug of war rope. The ones that want to step on the necks of the shorts and make them run for the hills, and the ones that are just saying, oh my gosh, let's just go after it and see how high we can go. And so those are the two things. The double topping event, going to have the shorts run in at the first. The buy the dippers on that quick morning formation where all the pre-market guys are long and they're going, hey, this is holding my first 30 seconds. I'm continuing to buy. And those two guys are going to punch in the middle of the ring and somebody's going to win. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a blow off top that collapses or just a complete collapse. So we can have nice run-ups at the break of the double top or just to give back. But today is going to be a big, big, big day. We're not sitting around. It's big day.
I'm short the opening range right now.
Beauty.
Boom.
Single prints I'm seeing at 17. Ooh, a bunch of them just came in. 17,848. That's also where the VWAP is.
John, what'd you say you're short for where?
Short 50, 56 quarter in the S&Ps. It's a pretty big opening range. It's a $10 opening range. We knew it was going to be a big opening range.
Yeah.
But it broke out the downside, so I'm taking the short just to give it a try here. I mean, we know the risk is limited, so we're in it.
So you're just going to hang on?
Pardon?
You're just going to hang on?
Yeah, I mean, right now the risk is up to the other side of the opening range, so I'll put a stop in at 64 quarter.
Got you.
And we'll see what happens.
Yes.
The opening range in the S&P and the NASDAQ are both a high. This is not something I'm thinking of falling in love in. All I'm thinking is that if all those overnight longs that you just mentioned, Anne Marie, are going to get nervous, they're gonna get out of those positions and possibly bring better trade locations for longs as the day goes on.
Exactly.
I don't know. Have longs ever been nervous in the last 3 months?
No reason to be.
Yeah, right.
No.
All-time highs.
Only the short time frame longs at the absolute all-time high.
Yeah, and I think
you're getting a bit of something. 68% of folks in the NASDAQ with an open position.
Hey, Eddie, if you're there.
Are short.
We lost Andre again. He froze up. There he is.
Yeah, Andre's having issues.
I'm having issues, huh? Let me try to. I've heard that before. Let me try to restart this. Let me try.
By the by, just a heads up here. We've got a global U.S. manufacturing PMI coming up here in about 10 minutes. I'm watching the wire. We got lots of numbers today. In 25 minutes, existing home sales. We do have Jefferson speaking in 25 minutes. Also, nat gas in about an hour. And then we'll continue from there. Don't forget crude oil inventories, 10 o'clock Central.
All right.
Got an 1,100 contract offer in the S&Ps here at 50.55.
I see that.
I'm going to get in front of it, John. I'm going to get in front of it with a 10 lot. Here we go.
Is that the one that's long from 49.75?
Hey, maybe.
Nice little trade. That's a nice little
No
trade.
kidding. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
holy moly.
yeah. I think the first target on the short is going to be the VWAP here for certainly the ES. We've got a value area that's got a value area low at 50.51, and that sort of jams right into that very lovely VWAP. And because it's got so much pressure to the upside, we're probably going to find a little bit of battle at 50.48. It might blow through that VWAP and then come into heavy congestion. And then, but I do expect a little bit of a buy the dip first before the charts collapse, because of course, when we're all getting rewarded for the buy the dip event. And so as traders, we're really simpletons. We do what works until it doesn't. And then we change our minds and we look for something else that works.
Right.
Damn it.
You get filled?
Damn it. No.
What happened?
Went right to it, though. Went right to it. Like, literally went right to it.
How many are you working?
10 lot.
Okay. No partials? Right?
Just with a stop right behind it.
I got you. Good trade.
This is called the lean, guys. It's called the lean. You can see how tight it is right now. Why am I doing this, Michael? That's stupid. Well, I'm leaning on the 1100 lot that is offered at 55 even. And if you're trading from a chart, you would never see this. There's a level of understanding the dome. Yes, you probably want to pay the $35 for the data feed on level 2. If you're a dome ladder, whatever you call it, trader, you see the depth of the market. Here all it is. Here's all the offers. Here's all the bids. And it goes forever. A lot of platforms don't have that.
So
this VWAP's
Michael,
got me nervous on this short.
Michael, would you tell us what it means to lean on an order?
Yeah, I'm right in front of it at 54.75. Now, the 1100 lot, which is a big order, you can see all the orders, all the volume, what's working on the offer and bid. And it's like 100 up. We call it 100 up. Guys, there's another lingo. Whatever's on the bid and whatever on the offer. Right now, it's about 50 up, 70 up. 70 means 70 on the bid, 70 on the offer. Ish. So when you go to the market and say, hey, what's the trade? Well, it's trading 53.75. It's about 100 up. So right now, it's 1100 lot. And it's going to come up. There it goes. Hit it. There you go. I just got stopped out. Okay. That was
1,000 lot. Yeah, it traded.
He just bought it. You think
I think I saw it.
I
saw it traded. I saw 870 lot trade.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it traded out.
Another big one.
Unreal.
I will take a $250 risk any day long on a 10 lot, leaning against a 1,000 lot. And the guy's 1,000 lot's a big lot. And you're like, well, it just ripped through it. Yeah, it did. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. 500 lot at 569 now. 563 total sitting there.
Oh, yeah, 69 even. That's on the highs. Johnny, you talking about the VWAP. Did it just touch the VWAP? What's the VWAP?
It traded just about to it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this thing.
Yeah.
VWAP,
what you know what to do? If you don't know what to do, all the reasons why you got into it still there?
That's right.
Yeah, the opening range is still the high, but it's a pretty high risk opening range.
Well, get out of it.
And we stopped at that VWAP. All roads lead to VWAP. I'm out.
Says George, not says us. Says George.
Well, here's the thing about if you're trading the VWAP and you're listening to the offers and everything, the big thing to look at is what's the slope of that stinking line. Right. If that thing looks like a lovely ride down a ski slope, you can say, all right, if that's got nice steep slope, buyers are going to come in. They're just algorithmically going to come in. If it flattens out, then it changes, right? There's a lot more battle about who thinks it's going up, who thinks it's going down. But if it's all moving up, They are going to come in. And we have pre-market congestion at around Europe's open, looks like about 4:30 Eastern. And we sat there for a fair pocket, and it literally just came into that heavy congestion and bought it. So this is the first dip that I'm thinking that we're going to see that could take us back into the opening and then through that initial balance range.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
5
Andre,
minutes remaining.
Talking about ski slope, I mean, yours are a little more gradual, right? Like bunny slope style. Like,
I am in Illinois, and yeah, Wisconsin ski slopes are nothing to write home about for sure. Hey, what was that price? 1,000? Was it 55? Was that the price, Michael? What'd you puke or what'd you buy back?
I'm looking at it right now. Let me see the stuff.
Yeah, it was 55, I think.
Was it 55? Okay, I just like to write it down. That guy was.
I sold
come back. That's a good idea.
I sold 54.75. 54.75. We bought back 55 quarters. So right now, if I was like, oh, I'm not going to put a stop on here. I'd be already 5 handles out of the money.
Yeah, we've
nothing's coming up until.
Nope. We have 400 lots sitting on 50, 58 quarter, 400 lots sitting there as we come into a number.
Was that you guys or me about an order filled?
I heard that too.
Oh, that might be me. You guys heard that? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hold that. Oh, yeah, it's Topstep X talking to me.
Oh, yeah.
Order filled. Pretty much everybody out there is going, wait, what was that?
I know.
What did I get filled on?
I know.
Everyone's looking at their screen. Sorry.
So weird. Okay, there we go.
Coops, are you quietly trading as well? You should be. Focused on your trading. Coop, focus on your trading, buddy.
Trying to.
Everybody's got to focus on their own.
Yeah, we're pretty rangy here in the Qs in the NAS, and John talked about that also this morning.
Here's George
talking about the range.
George says, "What about T-shirt?" The launch that says "All roads lead to view up." We'll see what we can do about that.
Right.
That's actually a good T-shirt.
We'll see what we can do about that.
Oh yeah, there's that T-shirt. There's another T-shirt that we're working on. We have a swag channel in Topstep Slack, and I tossed those ideas in there. I wonder if Abby, come up.
Backpacks and hoodies and T-shirts and hats.
Oh yeah,
you
want
a
me
T-shirt
to
that
show you
says,
some of this stuff? I can show you it.
"Keep your hands on your butt."
Keep your hands on your butt.
There's a T-shirt for you.
That's a good one too. All right, so now here we are at the open. Let's see if what I thought was going to happen happens. We're still inside of the value area that got
built.
Comes the
400 lot
pre-market
and half filled.
So far, the
you got the number.
Number 2, Eddie.
Yep.
It's coming up here. I got about 2 minutes here.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to do anything right now.
And then existing home sales again at 9.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Fed speakers auditioning for their next jobs today. We've had just, I got a ton of them talking, right? Like
very well put.
That's all they're doing. It's just ridiculous. They're looking for their next role on Wall Street. So, I think that might make things a little clippy, but
Dome is a little thin today.
yeah, I think people are nervous. I mean, if you come in, right, let's say you're an investor, right? And you're waiting on NVIDIA and, you've talked to X, Y, or Z and they're telling you, hey, listen, the bond market, the 30-year is, still moving down. That means rates are still going to be up. You're thinking about all those kinds of things and you likely run a business on top of being an investor. Then you're going to be thinking, wait, this has got to shake out. And so if I'm big money, I just got my arms folded. I mean, what's the point of taking a position right now? The Fed, we've got on March the 18th, we've got the 10-year bond auction. And that thing is going to, look at the move.
Yes.
Look at the thinness
we've
of the
got
market.
coming out here right now. We've got our S&P PMI flash coming at 51.3. They were looking at 52.3. Also, the PMI flash here, manufacturing, coming out at 51.5. So there you have it.
Perfect.
Isaac Rivera, what levels are you? Ladder's thin. I like how you call it ladder, Isaac. We're calling this ladder, guys. You can take your doms and your cons and whatever you guys call that.
We sound old.
I know.
We sound old, Mike.
Yeah. They used to deliver milk to my front door.
Wow.
And did they ever for you?
What?
We had to go milk our cow in Nebraska, and I had
Actually, I drink raw milk. I get raw milk, and it's actually delivered to me still. So
yeah,
that's that fancy milk, Michael.
All right, we're on our highs. We're on our highs, and it's 73% longs in the Nasdaq, only 61% in the S&P. Is there any levels up here? And I know you watch the tilt.
So this is the great thing. Mm-hmm. It's doing exactly what I thought it would.
Yeah, it is.
Break out of the top. Now it's running the shorts, right, to the top of the edge. I have a number that's like 970 something or 960 something. I can't open up my Thinkorswim or my IB platform on here, or else I crash because I don't have enough bandwidth. So let me open it up on another thing and see.
Gotta get all the kids off TikTok.
Wow. Wow.
Man, luckily I'm only sharing the bandwidth with my husband today. So, yeah, I think that we are looking at this top that's going to exhaust. So I know a Fibonacci number or prior heavy congestion area, or maybe a region of excess. John, do you see a region of excess that in the past there that we might be just ticking into and then leaving?
I'm stuck here. Hang on a second. I'm trying. There we go. And
oh yeah, we're coming right into the, those round numbers.
These prices are crazy.
I know.
You know that trend line that I was showing on the daily here. We're peaking up above it. So this is the daily chart. We got 1, 2, 3 points of contact from last night's high. Here's what it looks like on the 30-minute chart. So, we're peaking above it. So there's either going to be a continuation or a failure and a move back to the other side. Right now it's looking at the dome like there's some interest up here. So I'm looking more towards a continuation.
Yeah, 55 to 70 is the number that I'm seeing. 55 to 70, and maybe that's where it exhausts. But it's definitely along. And see, notice the force that it came out just off of that double top where you would think, it's still toppy, looks kind of la. But there are so many trapped shorts in this market because they can see what's happening in the components of the indices. And it's the options market where it's the tail wagging the dog. And it's just running and slamming into these numbers. And it's the reason I'm smiley this morning is because you can just absolutely see what these traders are doing in this space when they're trying to mechanize their motions, and they're using the indices to pad all their other holdings, right? Because the indices are going up no matter what, right? And so this is exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing all the shorts that said, hey, listen, this is my area to short. and then the pressure being so strong from that upward VWAP, you know that buy the dip is totally in force right down into the area. And so now we're looking at, I think I have a daily chart that says 17,955 to 17,970 for the regions before the volume starts thinning out. And let's see. And of course, I'm in the NQs because
right.
we're
up another 20 handles. Sorry. Like, we're up another 20 handles from that short we just took.
I know. I'm still in it.
Are you? That's not true. I wasn't going to say anything.
Hell no, I'm not in it. That was a lean, bruh.
Look at that.
All right, here's that 70. It just clipped that 70. Now I'm going to come down into a 1 minute chart and watch for the volatility expansion to begin to collapse. Because that 70 is the guys who are waiting that are the big scalpers. They're going to take that in size. And it's going to drop down.
Are you
at
looking
the first
for,
pass.
and you're
Yes,
talking about 17,970s in the NASDAQ. You're looking for what around here? Continuation of the upside or just to get exhausted?
I'm looking for a collapse because I've got a daily chart sitting up and I'm looking at heavy congestion. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candlesticks at or close to that zone. And so if I were trading by myself where I have to keep my little horse blinders on, I would immediately go short off of that 17,970 edge. Now, it only hit 50, but I'm going to take the automatic rejection of that area simply because it's heavy congestion to the south, and I'm at the 2.5 area on my standard deviation band. Look at this.
Yeah, we are.
It's coming
that's
right into
that's
the
a
top.
pullback.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And that is textbook price action to look at simply, and it's a snap trade. It's not a hold the short because
you didn't take
it.
You didn't take, guys. That was a great call by Ann. She talked about exhaustion. She talked about 70s. She talked about that. It was really important. She was talking about watching the
buying the VWAP
workflow
right there on that base.
Yep.
Buying the VWAP of congestion. Take a look. Boom. And it stopped just shy of the VWAP. Now because see, a lot of times, this is a big thing. When you're studying and you're looking at static markets, here's what you have to remember about technical indicators that get drawn. When a technical indicator is drawn, it's continually moving in motion. And so when you go, oh my gosh, that just rejected my 20 EMA. I wish I could have taken that trade. Why didn't I take that trade back then? And the big thing that's happening is when you look at a chart that's static at the end of the day, that 20 EMA has moved from where you saw it. And so you have to think about things in live motion relative to price first. It's price first. And then you go, did I see, was there any other thing? Listen, I would take this VWAP trade for 2 reasons. 1, congestion to the past at this 4 a.m. price action event. And 2, steep upward motion on the VWAP. Yep. I know it's going to collapse. And so I go directly to my prior highs and I go, all right, there's my trade. So now I've moved to 1 standard deviation and I'm inside of my opening range. So I'm going to cover. This would absolutely be where I would cover.
To the tick, Anne-Marie.
So literally this was a textbook motion of using VWAP strategy. Absolute textbook. Absolute textbook.
Look at that.
So now the question is, who's coming out to play?
Exactly.
We know that now buyers of the new highs are like, crap, that shouldn't have happened. And sellers are like, well, it shouldn't have gone all the way to 970. So now there's going to be a slosh, I believe, where they're sort of sizing up, wait a second, what's my trade? I'm seeing lower lows and higher highs. So I'm in a megaphone, but my trend is significantly upward. I'm holding overnight range balance. I'm going to sit back. So for me, that would be my trade done. Now I'm sitting back to go, all right, let's see who's in control. And for that level of control, what I want to see is a 30-minute close over the opening range or a 30-minute close under the opening range. And that's going to tell me, all right, they're leaking a little. It's going to give back. I'm going to do a new setup.
That was amazing.
5 minutes
Great stuff,
remaining.
Henry. Great stuff.
Thanks.
Chat was loving that. Yeah, that was really good.
Ian,
to the tick.
While you were talking, I bought evens. No, I bought 99s, and I sold
You did?
sold 11s. Yeah, I'm scratched now. So lean, stay patient. One lot, back to even.
Buying the dip, baby.
Now I gotta keep staying patient.
Yeah.
And watch my size.
So, Anne-Marie, I'm still trying to figure out where you came up with that 70 level.
Okay, if you go to the date of February the 15th and you look at the high of that candle, it's 17,968 and a quarter.
968.
And my thought, anytime something like that happens, I go, maybe they'll go after the round number. And so I'll put it there as the ceiling.
And they do.
Wow. That was pretty good.
That was good.
Also,
that was really good.
On time.
It did.
And I need you to make those calls for the house account. I need your help. I need your help.
Negotiation doors have opened.
Okay, I see.
Oh. I like where your head's at, Anne-Marie.
I like
options
in life, having options in life, having options, doors open, keeping doors open. It's good.
Well played.
I love you, man. You're great. All right, so S&P's firming back up pretty swiftly.
Yeah.
NASDAQ not so much, right? Am I reading this right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Tilt's not sure. Wait, what was tilt, Michael, when you got long? Or when Anne-Marie called the 70s and NASDAQ? Did anyone recall what tilt was at?
The tilt was very high. Yeah, it was in
very
the
high.
high 70s. Yeah.
Okay.
High
70s.
Okay.
So remember,
Smith.
It started cresting to the 70s when we were just over 945. So this is the squishy area when you look at the tilt. Once it starts rising, the first thing you have to do is go, wait a second, where did everybody else turn around? And you have to zoom out and look left. And for me, we have old highs because the Qs are not at the old highs. So I can zoom out and look left. Otherwise, I do Fibonacci expansion and I look for a round number.
All right.
Because if we had gotten in right when it said high 70s, we would have taken a lot of heat.
Oh, yeah.
On the tilt, right?
Yes.
Yes. We had to. You have to sometimes wait for a level and then
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because sometimes those will push you to the level.
Yes.
And then you get. I mean, these are retail traders, and lower time frame was what kind of I mean.
Yep.
And maybe they're helping push it there. You know, there's lots of people around the world that are probably thinking roughly the same thing as my thought process because the tilt is telling you what a large sample size here at Topstep's doing, and then that's then figure out your game after that without saying exactly what it does or doesn't do. You need to understand what your indicators are telling you. You may see it different than we do.
Exactly. And also, I read a very interesting article this week. It said that as long as you do not have to report to the SEC, I think it's $600 million under management. You're retail. You're classified as retail.
That's sweet.
If you have
Really?
600 million or less under management.
A lot of wiggle room there. A lot of wiggle room there.
We've just had U.S. existing home sales coming out at 4 million. They were looking at 3.9. U.S. home sales change 3.1. Wow. And Jefferson is starting to speak here. That's Jefferson, half an hour net. Yes. And of course, 10 o'clock here at Central, EIA oil inventories.
Yeah.
How much of the world cares about Jefferson's talking right now? People care?
Algos do. Algos do.
Okay.
So they'll be listening and then trading those spaces. What I think is super interesting that we're going to see in the housing market is that, and because I have a couple of kids at the space, they've been saving for a few years. They've got about 20% sitting in there. And they're, we just told them, listen, don't wait for the rates to go down. Buy a house you can afford. And if the rates go down, refinance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people are coming to that space that can't afford homes, right? There are a lot of people that can't afford homes, but I suspect that that's going to be a little bit of a shift there in those housing numbers, because literally we've got a bifurcated land right now. It's the land of the haves and the have-nots. And, most of us sitting here are the haves, and we just have to take it as it is. It's not fair. It is what it is. And just not let our political mindsets or our feelings about what's right and what's wrong interfere with how we're trading the market. We just have to look at price and follow. Truly.
What do we say, Michael? Don't trade the politics, trade the economics?
Well, 100%. Not even that. And look, but here's the thing. The economics are completely divided.
Well,
the top 7% of money earners, which we're all likely sitting in that pile, that group of us sitting there, we have control over 65 to 75% of all the resources, and everybody else is sharing the rest. And so economics are split depending on where you go. And so when we sit and think about that, at the end of the day, the populace is going to rear its head. That's how we have revolution. But until then, we play the game of musical chairs here, get what we can, do what we can, and then have the best of it. And I hate to be like, Debbie Downer, but
I love it.
We're here in a Cheer Up Charlie event simply because we're here to play the game and take what we can out of the market and go off and do the best we can for the people around us and the people that we love. And that's all we have control over. We don't have control over anything else. So grab that bull by the horns and just forge ahead to where you are, which is what makes Topstep so great. It's that door that lets you step in and go, you know what? In any other world, in any other space, I wouldn't have that. If I wanted to open up a store, if I wanted to open up another kind of business, whatever it is, I would need all kinds of capital. And Topstep says, hey, come in here, learn the game. I know a lot of people get offended by that. I'm sorry. I'm not changing. You just learn how it works. And just play it. Get good at playing it. Take your money and go do what you want to do.
Have fun. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Well, if you're miserable, this is probably not the right business for you, because there are some people that can't handle it. But if you're looking to get somewhere and believe in all the things that Ann said. Here's the foundation for you. Now, Ann, you did say one of the best things about Topstep is that I would say you're wrong because you're one of the best things. You're a variable of one of the best things of Topstep. There's my props to you. Yes, guys, I know.
Oh, look at her.
I know.
No, that makes
my wife
me
says
happy.
my wife says I don't compliment people enough. So I am working on that.
You don't.
Maybe it's just her. I don't know. What do you mean you don't?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, real
my
quick,
gosh, that's
I'll come
hilarious.
back to you. Hey, hold that thought, Michael. Hold that thought. Eddie, we have some headlines coming out of the Fed right now. Fed's Jefferson has been speaking the last few minutes. What do you got, Eddie?
Yes. Jefferson has been speaking, and he is saying that he expects slower growth in spending and output in 2024. Also, continuing strength in spending and upside risk to the forecast. Some of the highlighted ones here, he is also talking about Fed staff estimates that the PCE price index rose 2.4% over the 12-month ending in January, and labor markets are cooling to his expectations. And he says the core service inflation will continue to moderate. He is cautiously optimistic about inflation progress. Cautiously optimistic. They've been saying that for decades.
Yes, they have. Yes, they
Yeah.
have.
Cautiously optimistic.
It's
Transitory.
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. Yes, transitory, John. They have some nice catchphrases for. It's always in CYA mode, pretty much, but cautiously
Yes.
optimistic. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. Let's just buy the dip, right? When in doubt, just
Of
buy the
course.
dip. Yep.
Of course.
Yep. I don't know why my first trade was getting short. I guess the second trade worked, but the first
Well,
one, like,
it did show weakness into that VWAP. So not unreasonable. Quick strikes really are
Quick strikes.
the name of the game right now. Quick strikes. Yep. And this sideways, now we're over the top of the range, at least in the NQ. Let's see where the ES is.
Hoop. Look,
Oh yeah,
transitory
we're
one.
well
Yeah.
over that. We're well
Oh
over
yeah.
that.
S&Ps are they're strong.
Rip roaring.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Will we
wondering
see
if that-
6,000? Or sorry, 5,100s. Will we see 5,100s by either today or tomorrow?
Oh my word.
5,100s, Dan.
Poll. Put a poll out there. Let's find out. What do you
Yeah. Will we see 5,100s by maybe end of day? It's only 25 points. We could do that.
We have
sure,
600 at
I
that
hear ya.
550.88, 601 on the
Nice job, Jitesh.
the depth of market.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if we're going to see continuation above that trend line in the NASDAQ, or if we're going to see that excess on the high be that blow off top you were talking about, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it looks like the buyers have control right now. And so
They sure do.
shorting would be a dangerous game. Maybe we see a double topping event, but again, remember, not everybody, a lot of people are looking at this market in sheer disbelief because they know what's happening underneath.
I'm one of them. Yep.
Yeah, you look at it, sheer disbelief. So you go, you know what? I'm going to short it when it gets back up there to 970 or 969. I mean, surely. And there are a lot of folks doing that. And so if there are a lot of folks doing that, as soon as it breaks up over the top, all the shorts start covering. And then that gives us another squeeze higher. And so, does the NAS like the round numbers like the ES does? I think so. But for right now, I mean, literally, if we were looking at a 30-minute chart, we would go, wait a second. Here's a prior high. There's a break above that high. And now we're trying it again. So the first 30-minute bar closed right at the top of that opening range. And so literally it's all long after 921, 922. And so they're running right back into that space. Yeah.
What do you have for VWAP right now? I want to make sure what do you have for VWAP level right now?
I have 1782.
Same.
82.
No,
And that's
17,872. Excuse me.
872. Same.
17,872.
That's
yeah.
fair. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So interestingly,
I have mine anchored. I have mine anchored on VWAP, guys. You can anchor yours on VWAP. I think it's working. We are custom. We are doing something with VWAP. We'll announce it here shortly.
How cool is that
anchored
feature?
on the 5 o'clock open last night?
Sorry.
I
that's where it should be anchored.
Yeah, it's the session.
Right,
Yeah,
anchored
it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because trade
The slope of VWAP.
Trading View has got it at 17,877 right now.
Yeah, and TOS has it at 17,868. And let me open up my Interactive Brokers account here.
IB.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit around the. Yeah, it seems to maybe everybody's got like a 4 or 5 point little hedge around that area. Yeah, yeah. Which
electronic
that's why you
is
never exactly, and you don't ever want to lean into that exact space. Remember, there are tens of thousands of us making decisions, as well as computers and algos making those decisions. So it gets a little squishy, right? There's no exact. It's all a little
artistic,
squishy.
John, we'll get a second here. John, can you give us a Delta update real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. 8,500 positive in the S&Ps and 3,600 positive in the NASDAQ. Congruent.
Okay. Congruent with direction. Yep. All the shorts have finally been exhausted. Finally.
Yeah.
They've given up the good fight, man. Oh, my goodness. You were saying
that's what the equities have been doing for 40 years. Get everybody short and run it up. Get everybody short and run it up.
Yeah. I was going to go back to John's statement to you when you asked about the Delta. Could you say again? I know I sound like a numbskull because I'm always asking this question. No. When you tell me again, when price runs and Delta is following price, how should it look?
Well, that means there's no what's the word? Diversion.
Divergence.
So when the Delta and price are moving together, it means that it's either shorter time frame traders pushing price at that level or more than one time frame trader pushing price at that level.
Yeah.
But we know that the longer time frame traders, the funds and retirement funds and banks and all that, they don't like to use market orders. They just want to use the speculators to help them accumulate or liquidate their positions. So when we have all time frames working in concert in Delta, do not fight that. Don't fight it. Right. And are we seeing that now? Maybe to a degree, but it's the divergence. Let's say price was moving higher and higher over time, and Delta was increasing in negativity. That's when we can say, all right, there's probably a presence in the market that is using ICE orders or just placing bids, letting the short time frame market order hitters hit them until they won't anymore, and then they move those bids up. So right now, we're not seeing any divergence like that. So there's really not much we can do with Delta in that regard. Now, that can change throughout the day, of course. Mm-hmm. And, even if you do sense that there's a longer time frame in the market, Elvis might leave the building at noon and they may be done. And then your divergence kind of loses some of its power. But, Andre, for the last 2 days, we saw Delta divergence. Well, it wasn't even Delta divergence. It was pretty deep negative Delta that at the end of the day, the market popped at the end of the day. It did it yesterday and it did it the day before. Sure
yeah, that's crazy.
If those, kind of indicating short time frame sellers, retail sellers, shorter time frame pea shooters like me are trying to push the market down. They're selling, but they're not getting what they want. And at the end of the day, pop, they all go the other way. They got to flatten up by the end of the day. everybody wanted to flatten up if you're a short time frame trader yesterday before NVIDIA came out. And that's why we got that pop at the end of the day. Now, it happened really early yesterday. I was looking for it to happen later. Usually it's like a 2:30 and after event.
Yes.
Excuse me, but they did do it a little bit early yesterday.
Yes, it did. That trade, that strategy, that play it's 2 for 2 this week. It's a power hour play. So make sure you stay tuned for power hour. But yes, we caught the shorts snoozing a little bit, and we squeezed them and caught it running to the upside. I got a question before we have our 9:15 news come out. John, when you guys were in the pits, how much of it was looking to see what the other side of the pit, if they were, net long or net short, and looking to kind of beat them to the punch? How much of what was your trade strategy incorporated around something like that? Essentially, just trying to squeeze the shorts. It was huge, right?
Huge. Yeah, everybody wanted to know if the pit was long or short, even off the floor traders. As a filling broker, one of the most common questions was, hey, is the pit long or short? Is the pit long or short? They want to know what the local position is. And sometimes there's nothing. Go ahead.
That's why we brought the tilt in here, because we know that. So when people are like roll their eyes because we talk about the tilt, it's what we always did in the pits, and like nobody does that. People are but here's what you didn't do in the pit. You didn't hear. I never heard it. People are like, hey, there's a double top here, or there's a trend line here. I didn't hear technical analysis in the pit. Ever did I say, oh, it's coming up to levels. Now people would share levels.
Yeah.
And things like that, and they'd give it a star rating. JS Services, remember those JS Services?
Yeah, they sold levels, right?
They sold levels, and they were just bomber levels. Yeah, and I was just like, everybody would have them in their thing. Nobody talked technical. They talked levels, price action, what's here, what has the market been respecting level wise, and then what is everybody leaning towards? Pit's been long all day.
Yep.
Now the pit's been short. Pit's called these guys over there are caught short. And just like it's to me it's really good information, because it's actually people with positions rather than technical analysis. Technical analysis is great, but it's like it's the past, it's the history, it's what happened.
Exactly.
And I don't know. I mean, people's thoughts and opinions are the future.
Yes,
we
what we're doing.
We have Coach Vince, who was had an order desk off the floor, and when he would call in his orders, he'd say, what is the pit long or short? Everybody always wanted to know that.
Yeah,
that's essentially what we're doing too.
Tommy, how do I know people roll their eyes? I don't know. I'm making a bet that one person did it.
There's one person out there. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. You'd be surprised what Michael can see. So watch out. He has eyes everywhere.
Well, as we continue to make new all-time highs in the S&Ps, and it looks like, not NASDAQ, but S&Ps for sure. Let's throw it to JD real quick for a news break. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? JD here, filling in as the voice of Jack for the day. How's everyone doing?
Oh.
All right, let's lighten things up a bit.
Nice.
Good one, Eddie. All right, everyone. Well, starting off, if you are short on social engagements, if your name is Ryan, and if you're into rodeo and you want to meet other people named Ryan who are also into rodeo, get your ass down to Texas this weekend. According to UPI, an organization that caters strictly to people named Ryan aims to break the Guinness World Record for the largest same-name gathering.
Well, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever.
Brian's need not apply. The name of the venue really slayed me, too.
Oh, my God.
Michael, what do we think about that, dude? What's going on?
I mean, we have Ryan's here. Ryan C-Man. Can't say your last. I'm not going to say your last. But you the man. You've been with us. We have lots of Ryan. If there was all a bunch of mics going down there, I mean, that's even dumber.
You should go.
I don't know.
Let's all start our own.
Yeah. And then who goes, hey, honey, I'm gonna be out this weekend. Where are you going? Oh, there's a Mike concert. Well, what's that? What new rapper is that? Well, I don't know. It's not. It's just a bunch of guys named Mike that go down there.
I love it.
We're at a rodeo. What?
At least you won't forget anybody's name.
Yeah.
John.
Well, you know what they say. It's Austin. They just stay weird.
Keep it weird. Keep Austin weird.
There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fits with their brand.
The actual The actual meetup record
do
was set
too.
in 2017 in Bosnia when 2,325 people named Ivan all got together. Just in case you're interested.
Michael.
Oh man.
I got Michael.
All right, moving on to a little more
Who's the,
serious news.
Who's the event? I want to go like dig deep. Who's the event planner? Who's like?
Better be Ryan.
Let's start working on it. I mean, it's like they started this project a year ago. Like you don't start this like last week. You start this like, all right, here we go. We're gonna have it at Austin's rodeo. We got this reserved, and I mean, who's the Mike on the team? Is there hold on? Who's the Ryan on the team? There's got to be Ryan's on the team, right? That's doing the event planning. I don't know. It's just kind of funny how stuff like that. People spend the time and energy. I mean, I don't know. It's different.
Everyone needs a hobby, right? All right, let's move on to something a little more serious. This could be affecting you today. Many tens of thousands of AT&T customers are reporting service outages this morning. The outage is affecting emergency service lines, fire alarms, and retail point-of-sale systems across the country. Apparently, Verizon and T-Mobile customers appear to not be affected by these outages. AT&T is aware of the issue, so if you're still having problems, just hang in there. They are working on it.
Yeah.
And we've got one more piece of... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, our buddy just messaged us in this chat.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, because he can't get a hold of us. He's flying in to go skiing with us. Yeah, it's because he said his AT&T service is down.
Yeah.
Nationwide. It's a big deal. All right, on another lighter note, if your bucket list includes a trip to Japan for the famed Naked Man Festival, you're out of luck.
No!
This is truly the end of an era, folks. After more than 1,000 years, the Somansai Festival, commonly known as the Naked Man Festival, where a group of men in Oshu, I believe, wrestle each other for ownership of a bag of talismans, blessed by the temple's chief, is coming to an end. The decision to end the festival... The decision to end the festival is credited to aging participants and a shortage of successors in the area. They're running out of people over there.
Yeah. Young people don't want to do that shit anymore? No way. Come on.
Oh, my God. That's so funny. Maybe that event planning company goes, man, we just lost our Naked Band Festival. Who do we
Let's get all the Ryans over to Japan.
Now we need a Naked Ryan rodeo.
Yeah, Naked Ryan rodeo. Get a lot of chaps going there.
Oh, God.
Rodeo. Everybody wears chaps in the rodeo. My kids wear chaps. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a nice little news pack. Thanks for that, JD.
You got it. Checking out for a little bit.
Yeah. We're going to need a breather after that one.
Somebody did ask if we could interview somebody for the Rhine Fest. JD, what's the possibility of getting somebody that's running the Rhine Fest to get on the show?
Hey, Jody, are you listening?
Hey, we got like 4,000 people that tune in a day, about 30,000 views. We really want to help you guys out. Can you get on here and explain what the Rhine Fest is? It could be fun.
I'll dig a little deeper into this. I'll have some answers in a minute.
Thank you, JD.
That's hilarious.
We get to the bottom of the tough stuff around here.
The rooster's name is Ryan. Ryan, go to the Ryan Rodeo. Tell us how it is.
That would be cool. If somebody's down there and they went there and they did like a selfie walk around and explain what the experience is, we would post that. We'd have to review it first, but yeah. Ryan Fest.
Yep.
Albertsky, every piece of clothing I own is black. It's very slimming.
It's also very easy.
Just about everything.
Steve Jobs nailed it.
That's exactly right.
Yes, he did.
Jughead. Who remembers Jughead? Jughead from Archie.
Archie's.
Yeah.
Archie. That's right.
He always wore the same clothes, Jughead.
Eddie, you collected those, didn't you, Archies? I used to read them.
Not really. Wasn't a big fan of Archie, Veronica, and Jughead, and yeah, it was more or less Marvel or DC.
I see.
That's what you do.
Comics.
Wait, Eddie, you're a Marvel and DC collector?
Yes, ma'am. Is that
I
okay?
am I am a Marvel junkie, actually.
Wow.
I have like 3 Marvel encyclopedias. A huge Marvel junkie. Very
It
good.
is fun.
Yeah.
So guys, while we were talking about all that stuff, the reason why we're talking about because the markets, if you look at the 5-minute, it's sideways action.
They've exhausted.
That's why it's important for us all to tune in and work together. Because if markets aren't moving, if you're sitting at home, you're not listening. You could be over trading. You could be thinking this is the next breakout. This is the next blah blah blah. So hopefully you guys are not over trading. This little fun information keeps you away from your mouse.
Yeah, and just like what Mick says when he does, shoulder tap or, what do they call the other side of the shoulder tap? It's not a shoulder tap. It's It's when you've done really well. He says, I don't know, what's the opposite of having a shoulder
Johnny,
tap?
you're on with him.
Getting called up?
No. Wow, I can't. It's
Call
sort of like
out.
a hat tip. What? Call
out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
call out
call
versus
out.
shoulder tap.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out. There we go. Shout out or shoulder tap. So I'm always thinking about the shoulder taps because every time he talks about things, I go, "Oh gosh, I do have that as a bad habit. I gotta break that. I learn a lot from him." But he does talk about traders taking a tremendous amount of trades when they shouldn't. When less is more, and the stats behind inside of Topstep show that traders who trade less have better trading percentages because they're more selective with their approach. And I know that doesn't feel exciting because you want to catch every move, but it's very, very difficult to catch every move in the right direction. And I can't tell you how long it's taken me to figure that out. And then some days I still go, oh, I just got to get in because X, Y, or Z. And so get that relaxed feeling of this is my opportunity. And that's really going to make you a better trader. It's going to make you a better trader. Hey, what I will do is I'm going to take a snapshot of the NQ and I'll post it in our VWAP room in Topstep X and write the observations that led to both the entries of the long action and the close of the long action and the potential open of the short action. I'll do that so we can, step through and just see it in one big picture.
5 minutes remaining.
Okay.
Actually, 3. Now we got.
It's okay. It was effective.
Okay, thanks. Coming up here, natural gas. Looking at 58 cubic feet. We'll see what happens. The biggie, the crude oil, is at top of the hour now. We'll be watching that.
Okay. Taking a look at some of the other markets. Gold trading near its lows here. Eddie's pointing out to me in the chat. Oil is trading sideways. Same prices. We've looked at the same prices in oil for the last 2 weeks, maybe more.
Yeah.
Hey, John, if you want to take a quick peek at oil, while we got a chance before the number here, you seen anything, or it's just strictly range bound?
Well, I mean, I'm always going top down, right? So
Sure.
we've been bouncing off this trend line that goes, all the way back to October. We've really just kind of expanded that range. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact against it. Here's the 30-minute chart. And just what you were saying, Andre, look at this. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yep.
10 trading days inside this trading range. Yep. Yesterday, before the open, we tested and traded down to weekly kickoff low, rejected, expanding out a little bit now. The range from yesterday was here. Yep. We opened in range and value, suggesting trying to stay patient. We've got the number coming out here in any minute here in about 45 seconds. So we'll keep an eye and we'll watch what this market does. This trend line up here is really kind of, and the purple line, which is last week's high, kind of a no-go level. for a move possibly up to weekly kickoff high, which is 79.40. About a 90 tick move from last week's high. But we got to get through these barriers first. We used to kind of show like a stack of paper that were all sellers up here, and every time we come up here, that stack of paper gets a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner, a little bit thinner. And if we can break that stack of sellers up there, that may change their tune and have them turn buyer a little bit. So we'll see what the number comes out here.
Okay, thanks for that.
Well, we got it here. 60 billion cubic feet, a little more than the 58 they expected. Prior was 49. So just a heads up, 30 minutes from now, crude traders, get ready for the EIA. Back to you.
That's right. I was thinking the crude number was now. Visit nice. Yes. Because of the holiday on Monday, it's at 10 o'clock. So I'm getting all excited to see what happens here in crude oil. It's another half hour away.
We got a big stack of sellers up there, and we can see them in the dome between 78.40, that old resistance zone, all the way up to 79, all the way up to that 79.30-ish area that you were talking about. Just a bunch of sellers sitting up there.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but new all-time highs in the S&Ps. That number was coming out. It is this is quite the bull rally we got right now.
Yeah.
Good for everyone's 401k if you have one. So you can rest the night with that being known. But man, this rally, I mean, how do you get in? I just buy any pullback, right? Look at the slope of that VWAP.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty straight up. It's quite impressive. The thing with this is, Anne-Marie, this is like 4 or 5 companies that's doing all the heavy lifting, right? In the S&Ps. And the other 490 or whatever, just along for the ride, essentially.
Well, yeah. And, in the RTY, a lot of them aren't even making money. And so.
Yeah, a lot of them are. Yeah. If
what Jack said last week was profound.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, sure enough. Yeah. And, here's the thing. Nobody wants to. A lot of money managers, their jobs are on the line quarter after quarter. If they're not trading and getting the benchmark that the S&Ps are getting, right? So that's the benchmark. And so everybody's got to try and get in there. They've got no choice but to go in. And it's not like they can pour their money into Europe, because that's a dumpster fire. And so we really are sitting in a space where everybody's pouring their money in here, and intraday motion is just squeezing us higher and higher and higher and higher. We continue to, I'll use John's term, time frame up, right? Yeah. We had maybe 1 or 2 days of congestion, and then we just time frame up, time frame up, time frame up. And that's, you just can't fight it. Once we stop fighting it, the markets are going to start to pull back. And I honestly believe that. We just have to stop fighting the upward pressure. And then there's so much risk associated with going long. You can't just, hey, I'm coming in, I'm going long. Because you could have a 50-point fade in the ES. You could have a 200-point fade in the NQ, and it'll still turn around and get it back in a couple of days. So it's really all about precisioning that entry. And this is going to go up. I think this edge.
Look at this.
I have 50.
Look at this.
Yeah. I have 50, 80, and then 50, 86. And oh my gosh, I laughed at your 5100. But
Anne-Marie?
That is 3.5 standard deviations.
I mean, it's not crazy. It
isn't crazy. It is a little bit crazy.
It is
but it
actually,
still
yes,
looks like
it
it's
is.
going to happen.
It is crazy, but this, I mean, we were just trading. What were we trading? Yeah, we were just trading 49.75s in the S&Ps yesterday, and we are 100 points higher now.
So how do you guys ever look at the actual volume of the candles to see, because we've had diminishing volume ever since the opening tick.
What does that tell you?
Well, to me, it always tells me there's a little bit of an exhaustion event that's in progress. I just don't know where it is. And so I'm watching for it on the little time frames. I'm going to look at my 2.5 standard deviations and my volatility bands, because that's the anchor of all my trading. But I'm not going to go to the space and go, okay, well, this is where my short is going to be. I'm just going to keep buying that pullback. But I see diminishing volume on both the ES and the NQ. And so I don't think we're on a runaway train at this juncture. But do you guys use it? How does everybody use it?
Yeah, it shows conviction in the movement. Like you said, if it's fading, looks like there's buying exhaustion. But I'm not so. I think we've said that so many times. There's been buying exhaustion, and just keep going higher. It's the shorts fuel it, right? The shorts are fueling this rally. But yes, it's this is unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming up to your 60s again here. 970s in the NASDAQ. What are your thoughts on playing this this range again, or this level again, Anne-Marie?
So
is it worth another shot, or has that trade exhausted itself?
Well, what the longs did was they just started cleaning house. The longs just took profit again off of that because the tilt was up at like 67 or something, and it's dropped down to 55. But we're still in a buy the dip space. So, maybe it comes back to 40 or maybe 50 and it starts running again. So there's no sign of exhaustion yet. And so the way I look for price exhaustion is simply the following. It is Forrest Gump simple. Am I making higher highs? Am I making higher lows?
Right. Yes.
If the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
You buy the dip.
Yep.
And so you buy the dip until it stops working. And so the question is always, are you managed risk-wise to say, hey, I'm going to get in, I'm going to buy the dip here, or am I just getting whatever and then letting the wick stop me out? Really, that's the thing. Super simple. Am I making higher highs? Am I making higher lows? Yes, buy the dip. Where's the best dip? Last level of heavy congestion. Last level of heavy congestion. And really, if you trim it, so if you're looking at the NQs right here, we're on TopstepX. If we're looking at the NQs, I'm going to look at this 30-minute patch, and I'm going to move down one of my indicator lines to the breakout line, right? That's been the buy zone, 922, 923. On a 30-minute chart, if you're running 30-minute candlesticks, that's going to be your framework. If you're running a 5-minute candlestick, you're going to see something much higher in play. You're going to see that 40 / maybe 46, 47 / 50. And so you're going to wait there. And if you decide, for me, I'm looking at momentum, I'm looking at trend, that's going to make me go, yeah, you know what? I'll buy a limit there. I'm going to see how that goes. I'm going to buy it. And then if it comes back for me, great. I'm not chasing it. I'm not chasing it because I don't want my mental capital to get depleted if I'm on the wrong side of the trade. My mental capital is the thing that, and for me, my real capital is in fine shape. It's my mental capital I have to worry about every single day. Because, it can be a bucket with a hole in the bottom of it some days. And it will just deplete me, and I'll end up trading on absolutely stupid signals. It'll be like I'm some other creature stepped into my bones and started trading, and it's not being me. So that's really something I watch out for. My mental capital sitting. So that order went off just as we were talking, and you can see the buyers trying to open up that space. Literally, they're stepping into the space and they're trying to lift it. So my thought is, hey, they better lift past 961, and then I'll potentially add to this trade. If they don't, I'm just going to sit there and maybe it comes into 940 and I position there a little bit because it's noisy. Otherwise, it's really, don't overcomplicate what's going on right now. Let suspension of disbelief be a part of your natural cycle.
That's
right?
hard.
So,
That's hard.
it is. Of course it's hard. It's really, really hard. And look at that. It just broke right through.
Wow.
Making
Sure.
moves. Speaking
Yeah.
of making moves, how about a move from our community? Trustpilot. If you like what we're doing here and you're getting value out of Topstep TV, we'd ask you please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We're going to post the link here in just a second, and Robert's going to pin it. We would appreciate all of the kind words and feedback we receive here. We'll drop the link in the chat. So if you feel so inclined, please do. No pressure. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Anne Marie, that 70 level would have hit again, correct?
Yes, it would have hit again, and you could have taken the double top short, absolutely, into the moving average that's going to give you that lift, right? So for me, I'm using a stochastic here. It's got 833. If you're on Topstep X, let me show you what it looks like. It's 8K length, 3 smoothing, D smoothing is 3, and it is a beautiful signal. It tells me if this is moving in the same direction as my moving averages, I buy the dip, and I take support at the higher levels of resistance. And if it's doing the same thing on the 30-minute as it is the 5-minute, I can be comfortable buying the dip. And I'm not going to stress out. I'm going to go, okay, this picture looks just like this picture. I'm going to buy the dip, and I'm going to watch my risk. And as long as it does what it's supposed to, I'm going to be in fine shape. Really, just make it simple. And if you make it simple and look for all the pictures that match, you're going to be in great shape. It also will keep you from stepping in the wrong places. Now, for me, Robert and I are going to talk about this on Strategy Lab on Friday. I have a tendency to be early. All the time. And so when I'm sitting in an early space, it does annoy me just a little bit. Whoa, don't you dare stop out. It's coming in. It's testing everybody. It's good. It's fine. We're all right.
All right. Here's where.
Yeah, is it the pullback, Michael?
I don't know.
I
got long on the pullback around 46. I thought that was a good area. You're talking about buying dips, and we were talking about all that crap. Yeah.
I know.
Frustrating.
It's gonna be a good price here in about an hour.
She just played the 70s still, but because it also everybody got long up there.
Yeah, tilt's looking a little.
The shorts are a little high. They were at 64, 65. So they're cleaning off their short positions right there as we're watching it come in. But that's the thing about price action. Sometimes you're going to look at something and you're going to go, oh, wow, that looked pretty good. And then you can't tell what Joe on the other side is saying. Right. Hey, listen, let's jam this. I want it to come into XYZ. Here's what we know. The big picture says buy the dip. And so you wait for that big picture. Sometimes you're early. Sometimes you miss out on the space. For me, I don't like it that I have 2 contracts that are a little bit underwater, but I'm willing to add a third because we're in a buy the dip formation. Now, we're getting to the top of these spaces on the 5-minute. Well, my 30-minute says, don't worry, you're fine.
Yep.
Everything's going to be all right. Just see if you can get over that edge. And if you can't, then you get stopped out. And if you can, then you've got yourself a good trade. Other than that, it is what it is. So the only thing you have to manage is your risk exposure.
Right.
That's the only thing you have to manage.
All right.
Oh, wow.
And Marie, just wanted to point out a couple of things, and a lot of folks have been having questions about this.
Nice.
Yes.
If we'll go on my charts here,
Yes, please.
we have a potential failed auction on the highs in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
Great.
So here's the initial balance high. C period looked above and failed to maintain price above that level, bringing price back into the initial balance.
John?
That's the S&Ps.
John?
Yes.
Please say the price. I can't see your screen.
Okay. Initial balance high, 50.7675. So this little tail up here, where the market pushed higher, didn't find new buyers, sellers took over. This is a selling tail. Of course, we know that the all-time high is now 50.79.5. The beginning of the selling tail is 50.77. This is a failed auction. Now, we don't know that for sure yet. It has to remain at the high to be a true failed auction. The market could rotate lower, come back and take it out. But at least it gives us the idea or the opportunity to limit risk. If we get another opportunity up here, the market already failed an upside auction. If it continues to fail auctions in this area, then we might get a decent short, which obviously we've already got a decent short. Maybe we're a little late to this information, but here it is in the NASDAQ. Okay, here's the initial balance high. The initial balance high, 17,970. We looked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 points above it. Buyers backed off, sellers took over, and they've moved price all the way back to low of value now. So this failed auction to the upside gives us, if we get the opportunity to take another cheap trade up there, gives us that opportunity to limit risk. And just as Anne Marie was saying, that's all we can really control is how much we are willing to risk.
Oh, I like that failed auction event it really told the tale. I mean, that failed auction really told. And that double topping event, in hindsight, how do you know it's double top? Well, you don't until it's topped. But that 970 really, that 970 was a nice short. So of course I'm flat because of the risk event managed, but my formations are still telling me, listen, the buyers are going to defend this short, so you cannot chase it down. You simply cannot chase it down just yet because price action is not telling you that that's a possibility at this particular juncture.
Very good. Very good. Hey, real quick, while we're seeing a bit of a sell-off here in the NASDAQ, JD, I think we have some housekeeping to do from yesterday. Maybe not. JD, next time we get we got a chance. We still have streaks, and yesterday's the best. We got to clean up from yesterday. I just wanted to mention real quick that we are seeing about 1,500 lot on the bids from 50.66 half up to 50.67 half. Again, 66 half through 67 half. We've got about 1,500 bids stacked on those 5 prices. A little bit to the downside here in the S&Ps. It'll be interesting to see if we can get enough energy to run through all those bids. But John, I hope you see all that paper. You got me paper hunting now, John. You finally rubbed off on me. And so what kind of event would it take to if we sell through all this, would it be likely we could see more downside pressure if we can get through all those bids?
Well, I mean, absolutely. Here, let me show you this, Andre. So yesterday at the end of the day, which the range is all the way down here. I mean, look at this. We had a normal variation day and we put in a late spike at the end of the day. Okay. So the basic late spikes, the base of the late spike here is 49.87 quarter. The high for this regular trading hour session was 49.98 quarter. That's a long ways away from where we are now, but the basic late spike rules are if we open flat out above a late spike, the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. The market is attempting to accept higher pricing. Well, it's a pretty much a foregone conclusion. Of course, nothing is finite in futures trading and nothing is 100% true, but we could feasibly pull all the way back to the base of this late spike and still show higher volume, higher range, higher pricing as being accepted to the upside. So if I can't buy it up here, which, you know, in a longer time frame, it would be tough. This would be a tough place to buy it. What I'm looking for is evidence of a failed upside auction, which we have at the high here. But it doesn't mean that the market, even if the market comes all the way back, tests down to the base of the late spike, it's still a buy in the longer time frame.
Right.
Make sense?
It does. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. We're seeing all these bids stacked. Oh, all right, JD, you're there. Let's do some cleanup from yesterday. Yesterday's best and hot streaks. JD.
I am back. Can you hear me now?
Gotcha. Loud and clear.
All right. Isaac, I do not have AT&T. Actually, I'm not sure what our connection is here in the office. Maybe it is AT&T, but good joke either way. All right, let's hit the hot streaks, if we could, please, James. All right, here we go. Niaben held on to the top spot for another day, making it 22 in a row. Nice job, Niaben. We lost Salil, who was our number 2 yesterday, which moves our boy Andrew A up a notch. Wow. Andrew is our resident Discord guru. You can catch him in there pretty much all day long. Well done, Andrew, on 19 days. Loy also moved up a spot with a nice 16-day heater. And we have 2 newcomers, Wu and Glenace, both trading in the 50K XFA and putting together some pretty nice winning days. Good job, everyone.
This market.
All right. Next, yesterday's best. We're doing a little something different now. By popular demand, we're going to split this up. We're going to do a live funded trader list and an XFA list moving forward. So look at that list. A lot of familiar names on there. Isaac, we all know him. He's chiming in the chat right now. Frusti, we're going to see his name in a little bit also. Look at number 3.
Rip.
Himself. Rip.
Yeah, you know.
Jabbing.
You know, guys, come on. Go. You watch other influencers on other channels, and they hide their last digits of their account number. They tell you all this. They wear their stupid sunglasses. They do all that kind of stuff, and it's just like, well, I mean, like, thank you for the market. They're all 95% off whatever, you know, wild sales going on. Isaac is in here every day. RIPS is in here every day. Dakota's in here every day. These are the numbers that they're actually putting up. We're verifying it. We're telling you what we're seeing. We're actually paying them out on it. So, like, we're not lying. And that's transparency. So you can watch all these other people, but you got to I'm done.
Well done. We got it.
Like, I've been in the industry long enough that I'm like, you watch these other people, you're like, oh, yeah, he's really entertaining. Well, is he good? She good?
Exactly.
Are they helpful? Well, yeah, they are. They just did awesome on that one trade. That one trade, I got 20 accounts. I can put whatever I want in whatever account, show you whatever account, and then all that kind of stuff. So you just want to please call these people out, and then get them on the straight and narrow. It's a tough road to be on the straight and narrow. These guys, Isaac and Dakota and Rips, these are the ones that we're talking about because they're active in here. They'll have other ones. But guys, I mean, like, you're here. You can talk to them. And there's no smoke and mirrors. And I don't know. I mean, like, so the other ones, I don't know how you validate their work. And it's their work that they're sharing with you. It's supposed to be their work. Unless you're like, hey, I'm not a journalist, you know, like the news channels were back in, probably still. I'm an entertainer. Then fine, you go to and watch it for entertainment. But I don't know. Don't waste your time, in my opinion, for entertainment. There's other things you can be entertained on.
Yeah,
I'd rather be educated.
What's up, Michael?
I don't know. I'm down $500.
Good stuff.
So.
Is that what it is? Something triggered. I don't blame you, dude. What, did you lose money getting long?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's the worst. That's the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's the worst. We do have a 70% short bias in the NASDAQ here on this pullback, 62% short bias in the ES. Gold 60% long, 64% long in crude. Man, all you crude traders out there, yeah, stay patient. I mean, I haven't seen a 5-minute barcode like this. Hopefully, Dobie's cleaning up if he is trading crude because this is his type of market. Look at that 5
Yeah, I
minute.
think he's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, good on him because I know he likes the range bound, the crude trade, and it has most certainly been that for the last hour, last 2 hours. So, all you crude traders out there, capture those profits, play the highs, or range bound rules.
Range bound rules. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, okay, Ann, you came into the day, and I've done this 100,000 times. You come into the day, you think it's going to be big, you think it's going to be huge, and it just wah, and then you're like, bums you out. Oh, you know what I'm saying? There's a ton of day left. I'm sorry. There's a lot of day.
There is.
We can't choose that though. I mean, we just have to take what the gives us.
100%. I think that's you want to, but you kind of like see that things are building up. But I guess I don't know. You get excited about. I come in. I'm like, man, today I see it all. This could be a big day. It could be a really big day, and then it does nothing. And, the day where you don't think it's going to be a big day, it is.
Here's the thing. What do we mean that it's done nothing? And so far, what we've seen is a major expansion to the north and a big fat collapse into 30-minute heavy congestion. And so you might, if you're looking for things to run, then you could go, wow, this really isn't running. But a big day for me is pricing opportunity in terms of moving into motion. And so this is another great example of managing your risk and then setting up according to what the price action is saying. So first, I get up here and I go, oh, it's a buy the dip event because my technical indicators were all saying buy the dip. So it collapsed. The buy the dip is gone for that moment. Now we're looking for the next buy the dip if we're moving with trend, or if you saw that failed auction, you said, you know what, I'm taking the risk that this is going to be a failed auction. And so I'm going to short it right here off of my X, Y, or Z. And so you take that trade there. But for me, I had a losing trade, but my decisions about what to do have not been invalidated. I just got in early. My expectation is always that I might get in early. And so my risk is managed from that perspective. If I fail that first 5-minute congestion, I look to my 30-minute congestion for the opportunity to take the trade again. And so in the meantime, what my stochastic is telling me is, hey, listen, we have selling pressure up there. So your buying regions might be sitting at that lower level VWAP or whatever it is. And so my thought about what's happening in this part of the day hasn't changed. The wrong entry was, oh, this is still a pullback. I just came in too early, managed my risk. Now I'm going to 30-minute congestion to wait for that trade. And while everybody was talking, I did have the bounce off of heavy congestion here and then covered it in the top of here because now this is going down. So if this is going down, every long I buy, I go, well, I got to cover it at congestion. And now I'm just waiting for this 30-minute range to do what it's supposed to do so I can get back long.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt here. We've got our crude EIA coming on in about a minute. 1 minute. I will get that out when it hits the wire.
Thank you.
I've got the chart up for everybody if you want.
Thank you.
Can I go back to that rant real quick? And I'm not going to rant again, but
sure.
There's phony baloney out there. There's phony baloney.
There's phony baloney out there, and the point is that I'm not ripping other people. I'm getting us all to help get the industry in the right. It's going to take a freight train to stop it, slow down, stop it, turn it around, because people are like, well, I like the flash and the glitz and the spinners and the bobbers and all that stuff that makes me want to bite on it. But then you look at all the partners. Do any of our partners, and I don't know, like list like 90% off on a huge banner on there, and then switch companies because of like they're
Who did that?
getting paid? Or are they really real traders? They'll come on here and be transparent, put their brass on the line and say, hey, I can do this, and I can do it right in front of you, and I'm going to show my account. And you know what? TopStep's going to also validate that I am saying what I'm doing. Because when you think about it, like these 90%. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, we got right now inventories coming in at 3.51. They were looking at 3.75 million. Gasoline inventories coming in at 293,000. They were looking at 2.6. So once again here, 3.514, 3,514,000 EIA crude stock inventories. Back to you.
As yet, I'm not complaining, and I'm not looking to do my own way. I'm looking to change the industry. Period. I'm looking to change the industry. I've been in it since I was 18. I'm 44. There's been smoke and mirrors, snake oil salesmen, all that kind of stuff. All we have to do is hold these people accountable. And these are good. A lot of them are good people. They're marketers and all. Nothing about them personally. It's like, just show me the real stuff, because I know trading's a struggle. Everybody should know trading's a struggle, because you're struggling. I've struggled. I'm struggling. Like there's days and weeks and all that kind of. So like, be real. Let's make it as real as possible. Let's flush out, snuff out, smoke out, whatever.
The other,
smoke out. Yeah, the other ones. And when you see all these flashy 90% sales, they're still like $20, $19, and Topstep X is $4.50. So it's like, we just don't do that on a thing. But hey, I'm not complaining. I want things to be transparent. And if I go off the rails, and you guys can let me know. But you too should want things to be transparent and real. Derek for Real. Great movie.
Absolutely. Oh, yo, where'd that come from? Nice. Who did that? That's well done. We got some imagery for that. Yeah, well done. No, but you're right, Michael. We are very.
I'm not complaining, Rob. I'm not complaining.
Michael, when you talk about the industry, I mean, you created the SIMDA funding industry.
The funding side of it, but the educational and the influencers popped up in like 2018, like big time. Asian,
I've been here
who hurt me? I don't know.
I've been here the whole time, and you created this industry. I created the futures industry back in 1848, but you created this in the funding.
Yeah,
me and the Duke brothers.
And we just come. Oh, crude just popped. Crude's rallying. Here we go.
Crude's rallying. Let's start
new highs, 78.66. Well, we see $79 today in crude. How about a new price? We haven't seen that price in a minute. I like that.
I hope Dolby caught that. That was a nice breakout from a 5-minute consolidation. Hope he saw it. I hope he saw that and took it.
Dolby time, yes. Dolby time will be on with us later at Power Hour. I'll go over the schedule for the rest of the day here in a little bit, but we see oil on the move to the upside. I'm assuming it has something to do with the numbers that came out about 3 minutes ago. They adjusted it, and now we're shooting up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, was it? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Jabu, I think you can center. Well, I know you can. In the top right corner of your dome, there's a automatic center.
Auto center, baby. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't auto center, but because I like to see the dome move up and then move down, and then when it moves off the screen, double click center. Up, down, and I like that.
Mm-hmm. You read the flow that way, don't you?
Yeah, it feels like
it's how do you explain it? I've seen you do it. I don't. How do you explain it? I know what you're talking about.
I don't know, but Ann, right now,
tug of war.
Yeah, it's kind of a tug of war, but it's also what Ann talks about, where the buyers get exhausted, sellers get exhausted. all that kind of stuff. But it's now showing a little firmness. So what are you thinking right now? The 70s have sold off. There's a lot of longs on the tilt side up in the 60s and 70s. We're 15s right now. 17,915 guys is the Nasdaq. 17,915. What are you thinking about the Nasdaq right now?
Well, we're inside the opening range, which is, if you want to feel strength, probably didn't want to head back there. So it appears to be a sell the bounce event, which would likely confirm the failed auction. So then we've got two things saying, hey, listen, we've got this bounce event that is likely going to sell. And what we can also see are two things: this diminishing volume that we talked about a little bit ago, and a stochastic that is simply saying, I don't have a ton of energy to move. So my thought is the next bounce that gets into the 1 standard deviation or the top of this range, this congested range here, that's going to give us the next really sweet short, potentially.
Okay.
This is my thought, anyway.
Beginning
I like it. I like it.
Like the beginning of a head and shoulders formation there, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah, potentially, for sure. Yeah. For sure.
You know what I don't like about that, John? Because I do that sometimes, is think it's starting to form something, and then it doesn't.
And you play
I've done this before. Yeah.
For sure. So that's why I always have 2 time frames that I'm looking at. I'm looking at the one, in hindsight, if I write down on my trading notes this afternoon, it's going to be, you should wait for the 30-minute formation to tell you what's going on in your chart. And so I use the 5-minute to initiate instead of the 30-minute that says, wait for heavy congestion. And then as long as your VWAP is up, as long as you've got upward slope on your momentum charts, you're going to find buyers down there. I just, again, getting in too early, but knowing, hey, listen, this is going to be a buy the dip.
Yep.
Because everything is telling me, listen, this is a buy the dip. Where the dip is becomes that skill event, and that's how we have to manage risk, right? So if we're looking at this and we go, maybe this is another topping space, the ideal short really from a price perspective would be here at this 60 with the stop at the highs. But at the end of the day, we might only get this 5-minute heavy congestion at the 1 volatility band.
And Marie, just so you know, the high of TPO value for the session today is 17,951.
5-1.
Aha! All right.
If that helps at all.
Yeah, I think that's a line definitely to watch, for sure. Yeah, but the tide is actually shifting here. And so what we're seeing are these failed toppings, right? Now we watch for the VWAP to flatten.
Yes.
And that confirms the motion. So if we were just trading volatility bands, which I love, it would have come right into the 1, and we could go, you know what? I'm going to short there. It's also the top of the value range. And I'm going to short there and see if I can come into the heavy congestion of the top of the range. Because literally it is, if you were to say, hey, I bought today or I sold today, we'd literally have a nothing burger because it's just sitting here. But the intraday motion is giving us huge opportunities to buy and sell if we're just staring them down in that very mechanical way, which, for me would be through the volatility bands. And so that 50 still holds out. It's also a low volume node, interestingly. that you called out there. So, but it's clearly topping, and somebody is obviously playing the volatility bands and the
There it is.
top of range, because there it goes. But what it's doing now, again, notice the crisscross, higher lows on these 5 minutes.
Higher
And
lows,
if
okay.
you've got high lows,
Yep.
buyers are trying to defend the top of the opening range. It's right here. So that's
Yes, it
where
is.
I would cover. I would go from the top of 1 to the top of my opening range. And then I'm going to, again, sit tight. I'm only going to take the quick strikes in the spaces, because now I've got a cross current. I have momentum that is shifting lower. I have lower volume as it heads up, and I have a flattening VWAP. And so all of that tells me we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a range event for the time being. And listen, it could still go up and hit 18,000 today, because we remain in a buy the dip formation. We remain in this buy the dip. And until we break down our 4 a.m. lows, everything's buy the dip, in my mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Chart.
How can you? I mean, there's no other way to look at it. Look at the chart. As John's been saying, they've been buying the dip for 40 years now. And the last couple of weeks, it's just been a lot more aggressive. That's for certain.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I want to get short now. Which is,
what's the tilt? What's the tilt?
No, it's not. And it's not about the tilt. It's because I want. It's because I want to trade.
Oh,
yeah, he does.
You know what? I love that.
I'm not gonna do anything. But like, yeah,
I love
I'm not
that
perceiving.
honesty.
Yeah, I'm not trying to perceive. Well, I mean, it is getting up to 70% long. Back up here at the 50s. And we do recall the 55, 60s up to the 70s. Traders here at Topstep like to open positions with the bias to the long side. Keep an eye on it. If you have Topstep X, you get it real time. If you don't have Topstep X, you're going to get it scrolling on your screen. You look at ES, and you look at the NQ at the very, very top. You see what percentage it is. It's going to be delayed. We're going to eventually take that off. And you have to get all that information in Topstep X. But it lets you know where certain folks come in. Like John said back in the trading pits, where the pit got long. It got long around this price. Yeah.
It's very interesting. Very interesting. That's kind of where we got the idea for tilt, and as well as looking at delta. Speaking of delta, John, what are we looking at? Has it grown in? Has it grown in the ES? It was
right
plus
now. It's
6,700.
6,700 in the S&Ps.
All right, so they shaved about 2,000 off in the last hour.
And it's really strong in the NASDAQ. It's 6,300 in the NASDAQ. Rarely do I see a bigger number, either negative or positive, in the NASDAQ than in the S&Ps.
That is heavy. Okay, something to keep an eye on.
So we're back up here in the S&Ps here, right back up to the failed auction, right? So we got value high here at 50, 76, 75. But if this failed auction doesn't get taken out, this would be good trade location for shorts. It's an if, but it also lets you limit risk. We take out the failed auction, then we're out.
Exactly.
That was the pullback in the NASDAQ there, Michael. Would you buy 70s? I want to say you got stopped out or whatever. That's no, about 20 minutes ago.
I just said I was looking to get short. So
my first trade of the day was selling. That was dumb. That was dumb.
And I think I'm just gonna wear this on my hat today.
Michael's.
What does it say?
Michael's feeling it today.
Patience.
Hell yeah.
Going back on my monitor. Going back on my monitor.
Patient, humble, graceful, grateful, creative, and centered.
Yep. If that doesn't make you want to pop up out of bed each morning and love life, I don't.
Here we go. Another running start to the upside here in the S&Ps. Can we make new all-time highs today on a random February?
We already did.
Yeah, well, we're trying to do it again here. We got another running start.
Yeah, we did.
After NVIDIA earnings, maybe that's what this all was. Never closed the gap on that.
How is NVIDIA doing today?
Hopefully it's above 700. Yeah, let's take a look. Johnny or Anne-Marie, if you don't mind, can we look at some of those Magnificent Seven, just see what
Here, I've got
internals
them
are looking
here.
like?
If we're there, we go. I can bring them over. So
Cool.
here's 4 of them.
Jeez.
Here's Microsoft.
Wow.
Here's NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I'm hanging at the highs here. These are 30-minute charts.
Okay. Okay. Up and away. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just getting a little consolidation here.
Hey guys,
Not
we've been
as,
talking about holding everybody accountable and transparent. What criteria do you think is considered transparent? Like you should tell me how many accounts you've been ripped through in a month or the year, how many you have open right now. I need you to show me your last 40. All because we need to put a criteria, because I come on here and I say transparent and I do all this kind of stuff. But like, what do you like? What's transparent? Everybody may have a different definition of what they deem transparent is. So this would help us, because we're going to get together as a team here at Topstep and have this criteria of which we hold people accountable to. Anybody that comes on here, we want to make sure they're being as transparent as possible. So then if somebody's not being transparent and then we don't catch it on the show and then you guys cut it and then you go, look, TopstepTV says they're transparent, but I got 3 people saying this and that. We want to make sure that anybody we have on here is being transparent, whether they're on our stream or their stream. If they're not being transparent on their stream, they're not on our stream. And we invite people over here. So Topstep production team, grab all these thoughts on here on how people can be, or what people are looking for on what they deem transparent. This will help us as we ideate on how to hold people accountable or transparent. Accountable with being transparent.
Show me your tax returns. Sorry.
That
that's all right, because that was pretty good. But I know what you're saying, Michael. Yes, full transparency here at Topstep for sure. Oh, Frank, that was a good one. While we got a second here, there's CEO of Rivian and CNBC there, Michael, down 52% year to date. My goodness. Let's throw it to JD here. JD, what do you got? Yeah, that's Rivian chart. JD, what do we got for our live funded top 10 leaderboard for live funded?
Yeah, show me your P&Ls. We already did the live funded, but I do have, as promised, the XFAs coming your way right now. Here we go. Our yesterday's best P&L leaders for the XFA account. Scotty K putting up 21.6K. That's a big day. Big days all around. 5 traders, over 60 grand between them. These numbers get juicier and juicier every day, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
It's amazing.
All right. Yeah. Let's move over to everybody's
we're back
favorite.
Here. We're back here. Hold on, JD. We're back here at 70%. We're in the 60s again. So your longs are starting to build up again at a higher, but S&P longs are only 60%. So I mean, like, they're not hand in hand up above 70. Up above 70 is when you have 1,000 people, 700 of them are getting one direction. So Frederick, thanks for the heads up. On the tilt, it's now 67%. So
Michael, it's that time of day. It's that time of day, Michael.
We're trying to take out that failed auction here in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Haven't gotten to it yet here in the NASDAQ, but not looking good.
Back up to the levels. Yep.
And, again, it's really, for me, I always have a better time trading if I can see long time frame what the charts are telling me should unfold. So this really keeps me in the space of, all right, I know I got to buy the dip. I got to buy the dip. I got to buy the dip. And I'm not thinking about anything other than where is my support zone. Now I'm going to cover here. I think it's
I'm a
place
little
to
bit
cover.
like Michael, and I'm always kind of contrarian.
No, I am too. I am too. It just ends up costing me money if I'm trading.
That's the problem. That's the problem. It's not just debate. It's not just rhetoric and just nice conversation. When you're contrarian, you're wrong. It costs you money. That's there's no mulligans in this game, and there's yes. Anytime you're wrong, it's money out of your pocket. That's the I guess the beauty of this whole thing. We got a 300 lot sitting on the bid here, 50, 77, 75 and 3/4 here in the S&Ps. Got 500 lot sitting at 77 half. I mean, we're 2 handles off the highs, and we got a 500 lot that just got filled. Just got filled on the bids 500 times. I can't imagine that they're short. I'm got to be thinking they're setting their longs, and that's pretty aggressive. Right, John? We got a 500 lot sitting on the bid, 2 handles off the all-time highs. And there ain't no way they're short. Ain't no way they're short 500 times, right? They got to be setting their longs.
Well, they might be.
They might be. Okay, all right. Maybe, of course, there's a possibility.
Yeah, that's why I think the shorts are pushing the market higher. The shorts are pushing the market higher.
Maybe
that's what's happening. Yeah. They're just saying, okay, now this is it. Come on, this is it. This is it. This is it. Right. And they're staying afloat because we do have those savage vacuums that go all the way down. And so they're staying with enough green to go, okay, I'm trying it again. This is it. This has got to be it. This has got to be it. And so far, the last 4 30-minute candlesticks, if we'd sold 17,965, we'd still be green. Even with everything saying buy the dip, it's just saying, listen, buy the dip, but make sure you're clipping it on the top of the resistance zones because there's a cross current here, and my VWAP is starting to flatten.
Here's where you can kind of see it in the profiles that this is probably more short covering than new buying coming in. Is the P shape of the profile? We got the P shape. That's usually an indication of short covering. So that would support Anne Marie's theory that this rally is being supported by shorts getting squeezed, and that's typically what happens all the time anyway, right? But there is evidence in profile to support that.
Well, as we continue to zombie rally up to the upside here a little bit, I think everyone would like to see the top 10 list. Everyone's favorite top 10 list. JD, can you show us Topstep's top 10 list, please?
Here we go. Drum rolls, please. Eddie, if you're there.
This is the big one.
All right, knock it off, you drummer.
Go ahead. Should have held that for the top 5, actually. I jumped the gun. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, here's 6 through 10. Karis D held on to the 6th place for another day. Victor N held on to 8th place. We have 3 familiar names who made their way back into the top 10 yesterday. Nicholas T is no stranger to the list, back in 7th place today. Also, Farouz and Wayne. A couple of familiar names again. We saw him in yesterday's best P&Ls just a little while ago. Fought their way back into the top 10 after some nice days yesterday. Well done, traders. All right, here we go now. The big 5.
Oh, this is the big one.
This is the big one. Oh, wait, wrong one. There we go. There we are. Michael R. Took a little hit yesterday, but it wasn't enough. Not enough to knock Michael out. Ronald S. holding strong at 2nd. Isaac moved up from 3rd to 3rd from 6th yesterday. Isaac making some moves. Love to see it. Our guy Isaac. Dakota.
Yeah, love Isaac.
Oh,
Dakota's still in the top 5. Yeah. Hope you all got a chance to check out Slow Markets with Dakota last night. I was there.
It was awesome.
He did put on a great show. Awesome. It was good stuff.
That was awesome.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people, a lot of familiar names in the chat. Great
that was awesome.
Yeah,
we had
the family showed up.
Like 1,000. Yeah, we had like 1,000 people just on the very first. It was awesome. It was awesome.
That's awesome.
Yes, I think there's another Slow Markets on this evening too. So things went really well yesterday, and we saw a lot of the TopstepTV family in there supporting our brother Dakota. Number 4, top 10 funded trader, Topstep here. That is a fluid list. He was once in first place about a week ago. So as you see, we're fully transparent. What up?
Dre? What happened to Anonymous?
Gone.
What
out
did
of the
happen
list.
to Anonymous? Oh, great question. What happened to Anonymous?
Dropped out of the top 10 after yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, why, JD?
Let me pull up an account real quick. Give me just a second.
Yeah, anybody who busts out, we want to know when they move down too, not just up. We want to know all that.
It's a tough business.
He had gone through quite a few days of drawdowns, but let me see what happened yesterday that knocked him out. Give me just a second.
If he wants to go by Anonymous, we can talk about a good back. So yeah, let's.
Good question. I didn't even think about that.
And remember, guys, yes, you do. Kung Fu says slump. Yes, you'll get in a slump in trading.
100%.
The question is, don't. Andre, you always said that to me. He's like, don't let it get ugly. Just don't let it get ugly. You can have bad days. Just don't let it get ugly. You can have bad weeks. Just don't let it get ugly. You can have bad months. Just don't let it get ugly. That's how you take yourself out of the game, put yourself back in a combine, put yourself on like emotional tilt mode, all that kind of stuff. But everybody will have it. You'll see this leaderboard. You see this leaderboard change so much that it'll let you understand more and more that this business is ever flowing.
Yeah, and it's not easy. It can be simple, but it's not easy.
Looking at our friend's account, looks like a bit of a rough patch. 9 out of the last 10 trading days taken max drawdowns across 3 XFA accounts. That's
I'll do it.
That'll do it.
Yep, so well.
That's how you. Yeah, I mean that's a lot. Max hitting max every time. Maybe Mick will talk about it. Hitting max every day, 10 days in a row. You're fighting something, or you're getting, you're trying to get back to where you were, or something. John, we talked about it, you and I, when I was struggling in January, and I still don't think I'm trading very well right now. I had a good day this week, but I mean, like, that's a confidence booster. But like, you get in a slump, and then you got to go patient, super trading 101, which means just go back to size down. Don't get to your loss limits.
Simple.
And if simple, exactly.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, I'd like to say we're coming to the end of fast markets right now. Real quick, let's go over the schedule for the day ahead. First of all, Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us today. I know we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Yep.
We'll be seeing you tomorrow during the Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Well, in the meantime, we have Shoulder Tap after this with Hoag and Mick. All right. Power Players, Eddie, Robert, Coach Jay. Then we have Top Quiz, James and Vanessa. Followed by group coaching with Robert and JD. Ooh, JD getting in there. I like it. Then we have recapping with Rips this afternoon. Hoag, myself, and Rips. Followed by everyone's favorite power hour, myself, Dolby Time, and Rips. I did see Rips in the chat yesterday. Oh, then we also have Slow Markets this evening, but we'll continue to plug that throughout the day. Also, we'd like to make sure we've pinned the group coaching form to the top of the chat here. Please get those questions in for Robert. That would be very much appreciated. Michael, as always, thank you so much for joining us. The CEO, the founder of the space, direct access to him for 2 hours a day. Doesn't get any better than that. Thanks, Michael, for jumping on. Keep us posted on your trading. I know you got the issue trade today, so if you can be profitable, or let us know either way. Let us know either way, man.
No, Dre, we got 6 inches and still snowing. I got my powder skis that I need to get better at powder. Yeah. I'm going to go do that. I got Andrew over here, my attorney and good friend. So we're going to go skiing here shortly in Snowmass. And, I lost. Oh, yeah. Transparency. Yesterday, I lost about $600. Today, I'm down $600.
How about Tuesday?
6,300 or something. Second place on the leaderboard. That's a confidence booster. But I need to get my trading better. You could not have. Well, I mean, I've keeping my downside smaller, which is nice. Right. Just this week, I have not been trading well.
10-1 reward to risk. I think that'll work. Anyways, well, thank you very much. Hoag will be seeing you shortly. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow at Strategy Labs. Thank you, everyone. Shoulder Tap coming up.
Anne-Marie, Michael, Andre, love you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome to Shoulder Tap. We've got our good friend and risk manager Mick here with us. Thanks for sticking around. This is one of everybody's favorite segments on TopstepTV. What's going on, Mick? How are things going today? Any standouts?
We got a couple standouts today, but overall, it's been kind of a rough week for our funded traders. We've called up 4 people this week so far. That's, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 3 days, only 4 call-ups is certainly on the low side. And then we've offboarded 7 live accounts, so accounts that close for hitting their max loss limit. I think the biggest P&L this week was Isaac Rivera put up 8,500 yesterday. He's down a little bit today in his live account, but I mean, there's not too much good stuff going on. I do have some traders that I want to talk about. I was looking at some of the streaks and whatnot, and I'm proud of the people we'll be going over because there's really good stuff there and areas for improvement. I do have a shout out for George T up 3,300 today, and then a shout out for David T up 4,400 in their live accounts. But it's like I said, it's been somewhat of a quiet week out of the funded traders, and we do have a lot of red on the boards behind me in the background here. So it's just one of those weeks, we kind of see this with the ebbs and flows, and a lot of people I've noticed and observed that, with these people, everybody trading the equity indices, it ebbs and flows. You'll have days and weeks where most people are making money and very few people losing money. And then, it seems like the group will either struggle or thrive together at times. It's not always the case because we know that we've got, a lot of people that are trading different strategies on different time frames. But usually when it's a tricky week, it's a tricky week. And that's what we're seeing. But
Mick, you said they're down a little bit today overall. Can you give us a little bit more about how much?
You're talking about P&Ls for the group or individually? I've got a lot of traders that hit their daily loss limit today, big daily loss limits on the 150K accounts. Okay. So there's a lot of minus 3,000s on the board. Shout out to Isaac, who made that 8,500 yesterday. I saw him down 4,000 at one point. He's someone, because he's been trading well, we've expanded his daily loss limit. It's at 5,000. I saw him battling a little bit in the markets this morning. He was down 4,000, brought it back to 3,000. Not sure where he's at the moment, but, obviously happy to see him, battling it out.
I'm seeing now he hit his daily loss limit, but hey, that's swinging big. That happens, right?
Yeah, that happens. Isaac can afford hitting a $5,000 daily loss limit. He's a little bit off his equity highs in the account, though. So that's something that we'll want to keep a close eye on. And I think Isaac watches. I'm not sure if he's listening in right now, but Isaac, we may want to think about, trimming that $5,000 daily loss limit back to a lower value. As we start thinking about, what percentage of your account you might be risking in a single day. But it's still a relatively small percentage at 5,000. So he's in good shape. Right. No, nothing to worry about there. He's a big boy and can handle himself. He's done a lot of damage in the markets, which is a good thing. He's been taking a lot of money out of the markets. So shout out to him. 8,500 out of you yesterday. It was nice to see. I think he's always putting up big winning days, but that's one of his larger winning days recently that I could think of off the top of my head.
Right.
John, I think we dive into the trading cards here.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, really quickly, as I see myself on camera with this cardigan on, you guys like the cardigan? Can we get some likes for the cardigan? Last time I wore this to work, I got made fun of. Someone told me that I looked like Mr. Rogers. maybe next time I wear it, we can start the segment. I'll be tying my shoes or something like that. Let's pull up a card for Richard. Richard is one of our traders that got called up from XFA to live this week. Trading out of York, Pennsylvania. And the interesting stuff here is that he's new to our program. He's only been with us for a month now. He got called up. Guess how many combines he signed up for, John?
1.
Don't cheat. Yeah, 1. Good call. Yeah,
I didn't. That was a guess.
I know you're a man of your word. The theme for the Chicago Board of Trade was "My word is my bond," and
absolutely.
I know you were a Merc guy, but I'm sure it carried over, and I know you're an honest fellow. So, yeah, Richard earned a live account on 1 trading combine purchase. So he passed the trading combine, no resets, traded really well in the XFA, which these metrics up here are the XFA metrics. And he'll be, getting his golden live trader certificate in the mail. He already has, but he's getting called up to the prop account. So really good stuff here. And
awesome.
Averaging $1,500 a day. I like just rounding up instead of rattling off the exact numbers here,
sure.
But everybody can see what the average daily P&L is. Interestingly enough, 44% winning trades and 58% winning days. Richard is wildly profitable despite being wrong half the time or more than half the time on a per trade basis. I like that he's only taken 3 trades per day. That's really, really good. But what's helping him in regards to these metrics of only being right less than half of the time is that risk reward of 4 to 1. I don't think I've ever mentioned risk reward from any of these traders. It's better than 4 to 1. So on a per contract basis, he's taken down $1,440 per winning contract and only risking $350. This is awesome. When you're framing out your risk reward like that, heck, you don't have to be right half the time. You can afford to be, wrong more than half the time and still be wildly profitable. At $1,500 a day, he got called up after 12 short days in the account, during which time he amassed over $17,000, almost $18,000 in those 12 days. So that's really good stuff.
These are Dakota numbers as far as the reward over risk ratio. I think Dakota's like 4 or 5 to 1 reward over risk. This guy's pretty close to that.
Yeah, Dakota puts up some big days, and we haven't seen the big days out of Richard. There's been some of them. Actually, heck, best day here, $7,900. Average winning day is $3,200. So yeah, he puts up some big stuff, but I like that he's not all over the board. Trading, as far as the trading goes, this is a 50K account, and I think it's a very good account size for him because he's got that $1,000 daily loss limit as a speed bump, like we talked about yesterday. So that's protecting the downside risk. He's selective with his trades. He's averaging just over 3 trades per day, right at 3 trades per day. I love the hold times. They're excellent hold times. He's staying in his winners for 19 minutes, and he's cutting the losers at 3.5 minutes.
Great stuff.
So we look at these things, and, I don't need to see high winning trade percentages because, consistently the risk reward is not changing. As far as calling someone up to live, I mean, he's averaging $1,500 a day. So you could look at that and say, let's get him to live. But the risk reward, the hold times, the selective trading, these are all recipes that we like to see, and they're recipes for success. And we, believe that this trader can carry it over to a live account. I also love the 50K size with the $1,000 daily loss limit. There's a lot of traders that we have that really should be in 50K accounts, but they go for the bigger accounts. And for all those traders, we talk about starting slow, start slow in general, kind of catch your stride, start slow when you get to a live account. You don't want to, have a very fast wake up call. If you lose, if you hit your daily loss limit 3 days in a row at $3,000 daily loss limit, that a $9,000 haircut on any of these accounts is a big one. Hell, even if you have a $90,000 starting balance in your live account, that's 10% of your account. And, for mature traders that have been around the industry for a while and even newer traders, I mean, a 10% haircut on your account is really bad. So We see that all too often. I see that all too often. So I like this stuff. Tells me he's risk averse. He's got that protection with the $1,000 daily loss limit. And hell, if you're limiting your losses to $7,000 a day, and you can, have a $7,900 winning day, or on your average winning day, you're making $3,200. Like, that's just good stuff. And I think
this is really good.
Yeah, I think it's going to carry over. Again, traders, if you're struggling, focus on the risk reward, because the risk reward is really doing it for Richard here in this account.
And his winning trade percentage with this reward over risk is really impressive. To be right, 44% of the time on all these trades is fantastic.
Yeah, it is good stuff. So I don't have much else to share here. This is just overall good trading, and it's a good example, to educate our viewers on. You don't have to be right more than half the time to actually be profitable. You could see he's not wildly, but he's nicely and healthily profitable.
Pretty good.
Pretty good stuff. So let's move on to talk about Elvis. There's some similarities between Elvis and Richard. Elvis is coming off a 4-day win. Elvis live account again, coming off that's a good picture we got up there. He's coming off a 4-day win streak of $4,300, and he's up $1,500 today. So make it a 5-day win streak for $5,800. We love it. Elvis has been trading in his live account for 27 days now. So that's some nice longevity. The average daily P&L isn't huge. It's, panned out to being a little over $200, but that's $200 over 27 days. He, like Richard, is only taking 3 trades per day. And, he's only having half of his days being winning days, and even lower winning trades. He's right a quarter of the time. He's only right 28% of the time per trade. But again, he's almost at 4-to-1 risk reward. He's at 3.8 to get specific. He's taken down $1,100 a contract on his winning trades. He's trading one lots too, which is something I really like. And he's only risking 300. So, this is more good work, and these are the similarities. They are 2 people that one got called up to live, going to be trading in live, another one live. There's a commonality where, they're taking small trades, they're taking really good risk reward, and, they're profitable. So they don't have to be right a lot of the time with these risk rewards.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Excellent hold times for him too. He's holding his winners for an hour and 16 minutes on average, and that's over 27 days. So this is a guy, I talk about it a lot. For day traders, I think the bulk of the money is made catching a piece of the trend for the day. If you're holding a trade for an hour and 16 minutes on your winners, you're catching a piece of the trend for the day. It goes to show. And then he's only holding his losing trades for 27 minutes, less than a half hour. So patient with the winners, impatient with the losers. I'm going to keep talking about that because I want to burn that into everybody's minds. I truly believe that one of the biggest pieces for finding success or not finding success in this industry is being patient with the winners and impatient with the losers. I mentioned up here also that he's never hit his daily loss limit. He's in 150K account size, so he's got a $3,000 daily loss limit. Yeah, he's never hit it. His average losing day is less than $700. So he's using a very small percentage of that cushion, and I really like that. We called him up for a reason, and he's proving us right. He's doing a good job. Some other things that I like here, Hoag, is he trades smaller than he can. That's something as a risk manager I really like. Just because you can trade big doesn't mean you should. And I think it's a good thing that he's not trading bigger because, his winning trades are, as percentage-wise, they're kind of scarce at a quarter of his trades being winners. So stick with the one lots. But if he can keep this up with that risk reward ratio, there's opportunity to scale. Going from the 1 to 2 contracts, we would start to see an average daily P&L of not 200, but now 400 because you're doubling your contract size. That's how it all translates. Speaking of scaling and stuff like that, Elvis is another good example of 27 trading days. It's a rather large sample size to look at. So, for you traders out there, the more trading days you have under your belt, the more you can start to make projections and predictions about what your, future take out of the market could be. And another thing I like here, John, I know you got his trade report up. You'll see that profit and loss, on a daily basis. It varies. I mentioned he's not hitting the daily loss limit. A lot of times we see, people make 3,000, lose 3,000, make 3,000, lose 3,000. His P&Ls are all over the place. He's had big winning days. He's had small losing days. He keeps most of his losing days small, under 700, like I said. But I like that because it tells me Elvis isn't looking to make X amount in a single day. He's taking what the market gives him. If he doesn't see any future opportunities, he stops trading. So I really like that. And then some other cool metrics here. His biggest losing day is half of his biggest winning day. We talk about it a lot. No trader has any business losing in a single day any more than they make on an average winning day. Well, his biggest losing day is half. And I'm also even more proud to say his average losing day is only half of what his average winning day is.
Right.
So
very disciplined here. One
Yeah.
of the things that I was noticing about both of these two traders, the first one we did and Elvis, both of them started out in this account with a down day, but they managed the down day. They kept it small. They came back the next day and put up a really nice winning day. That is good discipline. That is walking away saying, you know what, I don't want to just start this account in the hole, so I'm going to stop it here and then come back tomorrow and see what the market looks like.
I'm glad you brought that up, John, because, we talk about keeping the losses small early on. It is so important to not get, knocked down on your first day or your second day. If you can keep, there's a psychological aspect to that. There's a big difference between losing $500 on your first day. $500 is really easy to make back the following day or in the following couple days. A $3,000 hit, that screws with you a little bit. And it changes your psychology. We talk about confidence. That would be a hit to my confidence. If I had a $30,000 account that I was trading and I lost $3,000, aka 10% of it, my confidence is going to be shot. Number one, I wouldn't do that. But there's a big difference. You don't want to start out on the hole. And if you start out in a hole, make sure it's a tiny hole. I think we could move on to Charlie, unless you have anything else to add here. Yeah, let's move on to Charlie.
No, you guys are doing well.
Yeah, Charlie out of Woodstock, Maryland. He's been with us for a while, September of 2021. He's in a live account. He's also put up a large sample size of trading days in his live account. So these metrics that we're looking at here are spread across 25 trading days for Charlie. So another, similarity with Charlie and Elvis is that average daily P&L is not huge, $230 a day, but 230 times 25, that's what they've, taken down in this account since they started. Average daily P&L, like I said, it's good, it's small, doesn't matter. On the flip side, he does not have the big risk reward ratio like our other traders. It's I don't have it written down. It's more of like a 1-to-1, I believe. Charlie, what's
just about? I mean, his average win about 300, average loss 330.
Yeah, so it's a little worse than 1-to-1. But what's keeping him afloat and profitable is he's right 3/4 of the time. Unlike Elvis, who was right 1/4 of the time with a great risk reward. He doesn't have a good risk reward, but he's right more than, he's right 3/4 of the time. So that's panning out for him and working well. It's also, got him, with more than half of his days being winning days. Another one lot trader. He's a little bit more active than Elvis and Richard, who were both at about 3 trades per day. He's doing 10 trades a day, but he's also got nice hold times. So he's letting these one lots ride. Average hold time on winners is 50 minutes. Average hold time losers is 49 minutes. So he's not being more or less patient with either one, but he's catching a piece of the trend for the day. And, being that he's trading one lots, I've said it a lot in the past. It's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 a day trading one lots, Hoag. And as we can see here, trading one lots, his best winning day was 2,300. Average winning day is 1,000. So, you don't need to trade big if you're consistently profitable and trading one lots. But, Charlie, I think he's got some opportunity to scale the business here too. Go from one lots to 2 lots if you're comfortable doing so, Charlie. It doesn't seem like a big jump, but going from 1 to 2s is a big jump because you're literally increasing your position size by 100%. So, he's got an opportunity to do that because he's right about 3/4 of the time. So, if I could, share any advice with him, there's a lot of stuff I like here. Trading the one lots, keeping it under 10 contracts per day, the hold times I mentioned. Some areas that I think he can improve would be containing his biggest losing day and not letting it be bigger than his biggest winning day. His best day here was 2,900 in this live account. His worst day, $3,000 daily loss limit.
Right.
Which was kind of an anomaly there. He's only got 1 daily loss limit hit, if I recall correctly, in this account. Yes, confirming that's accurate. He's only hit his daily loss limit once. But, I think with some of these people that are right 72% of the time on their trades, John, when they're not right, they might let it go a little bit further because they're so accustomed to being on the right side of the market. So there might be a little bit of an ego thing there. It's like, well, I'm always right, so it should turn around or something, go back in my favor. So I'm kind of picking at something there for an area to improve. But, if you just look at metrics without, anything else, that there's an area to consider and maybe work on there. His average losing day, also another area to improve. Average losing day is almost double the average winning day. So on those losing days, probably because he's not used to being right, he's taken, 1 step forward and then 2 steps back. You have to maintain high winning trade percentages if you're going to allow yourself to do that. But if you can maintain high winning trade percentages and not take 1 step forward and 2 steps back, we're looking at a very, very different average daily P&L on a trading card for Charlie. So that's something to think about. And, there's room to grow on the risk reward with it being a little worse than 1-to-1. So, maybe for those trades that he's risking $300 on, maybe don't make a big adjustment here, Charlie, but, go from risking 300 to make 300 to, think about making small incremental adjustments, risk 300 to make 400. One of the things that, I like that he's only taking 10 trades per day, but if you try and adjust the risk reward, it's certainly going to have you passing up some potentially, profitable trades. So if you do that, your trade quantity per day might go down a little bit. I don't always think that's a bad thing, but try and frame out the risk reward. Otherwise, Charlie's profitable, and I don't have too much else to share as far as areas for improvement or things I'd like to see differently. I want to just mention to everybody, when I mention these areas for improvement, I'm analyzing their trading. I'm trying to give information for the trader as well as the viewers, things to educate themselves and adjustments to make. But, bottom line is he's profitable. Could he be a little bit more profitable? Yeah, maybe. Is he trading his strategy well overall? Yeah. So, I'm just sharing some stuff here for people to consider. But I really like what Charlie's doing, as do I like Elvis and Richard's trading. Everybody we talked about today, they're all on win streaks. They're all trading well. And they're all live traders now. So, we got a good
great
group.
stuff, mate. Yeah, one thing about Charlie that impresses me is he's trading the E-mini, S&P, and the NASDAQ. And most days he's trading both, and he's trading them both well. That's it's like trying to juggle, right? Trading two different markets. Granted, they're similar markets, but very impressed by Charlie with the fact that he's able to do that, and almost every day he's trading both of those products. Nice job, Charlie. Nice job, everyone. Mick, nice job for you as well. Anything else you want to add?
No, I know you're still a little under the weather, John, so thanks for powering through with me today, and I hope you continue to
My
get
pleasure.
better.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. All right, folks. Thank you, Mick, and thank you all for joining us for the shoulder tap segment this morning. I guess it's still morning. Stick around for the Power Player segment. We got Eddie, Robert, and Coach Jay coming up. Coming at you in just a couple of minutes, so make sure you stick around. Don't forget, we've got Top Quiz with Vanessa. We've got group coaching with Robert and JD coming up this afternoon with the recapping with RIPS. It's going to be Andre, RIPS, and myself, and then Andre, RIPS, and Dolby for the Power Hour. So stick around. Be right back with the Power Players segment, and we'll see you in a little bit. Stick around.
time for power players.
Yes, it is. And look at who we've got here today. One of the great minds here that are coaches here at Topstep. I'd like to say a good day to Coach Jay. How are you, Coach Jay?
I'm doing all right, Eddie. Doing all right. How are you?
I am fine, sir. And let's see that swag. Let's see there it is, man. Topstep, baby.
I'm waiting for a little bit more in the mail. I got a rain jacket, a Hoag shirt on the way. Should get delivered tomorrow.
Hoag shirt.
All yeah, right. I had to get the Hoag shirt.
Awesome. Coach Robert, how are you today? You've been working behind the scenes here, helping everybody out.
Yeah. Another day, another dollar, another thing under the belt, and another show to put on. So,
right, really, you make $1, $1 a day. That's pretty good.
No, not today.
I'm up to 38 cents. Yeah, 38 cents here. But I'd like to have you guys here. Welcome to Power Players, and of course, we are looking at some of the markets. Hope you enjoyed the fast market here. With some great education. Anne-Marie hitting a call here to the exact tick. Lots of good stuff. And I just want to compliment our community here. Lots of great sharing ideas and definitely the communication here is fantastic. But let's get in to see what we've got here. If there's any opportunity to trade. And let's start with Coach Robert. Coach Robert, obviously you were a little busy today, but what market are you looking at? And you see anything that looks appetizing?
Well, yeah, thank you, Eddie, and hello to Coach Jay. Excuse me. I have Topstep X up. That's what I'm going to just continue to trade on as we go here. As we got on these segments. So on the left-hand side, we see it's a micro NASDAQ MNQ, and on the right-hand side, we have the micro ES MES. And I'm brought these two up because I just wanted to demonstrate a little thing about just going long on one and short on another. It doesn't mean you have to go the same way. Just in case you're out of a trade, if you're losing something, and instead of closing that trade, first of all, let me be clear. If I'm a big proponent, if it's not going your way, just get the hell out, and you can always re-enter. But I wanted to demonstrate something different. Let's say I'm long on the NQ and it's not really going my way. I may want to short on the ES to help cover some of those losses. Now remember, they're different price points. MNQ is $2 a point, MES is $5 a point. So we need to just make sure we're doing we're kind of doubling up on that stuff. So we'll be demonstrating that just a little bit here in just a moment.
All right, keeping an eye on that for you. And Coach Jay, you pulled the trigger today.
I did, Eddie. Yeah, I did. On an XFA in Topstep X, I actually hit my personal daily loss limit today. So if I take any trades today, it will be on a on a practice account. I set my daily max loss at $500. Was looking for a breakout of the initial balance in the NASDAQ, which was at 17,970 and a quarter. We got some failed breakouts, right? It tried, failed a few times. I think I had the right idea. Trade location was wrong. And that happens, but looking for a continuation. If you can see this chart on the right over here, I have this purple box down here is our 3-minute opening range. And we talk a lot about VWAP on this call. The yellow line here is our anchored VWAP to the first 3 minutes of the day. We can see that anchored VWAP leaving the opening range. So I only want to take longs in this market. Really, it's about trade location and timing. But yeah, looking to take longs.
Yeah, timing is everything. I tell you, that's very important here. But you see a good setup here. Definitely, it's an opportunity here to pounce on it and put that trade in.
Sure.
We were both, all three of us are on Topstep TV, and you've put out some great information, helping a lot of traders. And some of the questions earlier today were, are we going to have a video tutorial? Coach Robert is working on those. We're going to get those out as soon as we possibly can. We know a lot of people are looking forward to those. And also me, I'd love to see that very soon. So another thing, Coach Robert, what is this background that you have? We're getting some comments here about the background that you have.
Oh, you caught me, huh? Maybe we can put it full screen for a moment. James will jump that up. I'll slide aside. I like to play around with the AI stuff. I like to just put in as limited information as possible as a single prompt and hit the generate image. I actually had to do this twice because it gave me 5 people the first time. I
Oh
wanted
my
3
goodness.
people, little description of me, little description of Eddie, little description of Jay. So I will scoot off to the side here. You can just take a quick look at for the power players right there. Yeah,
There it
that's
is.
what it came up with for us,
It's
right?
time for power players.
Yes, I
There
look
you
like
go.
Tommy Chong. Yeah,
Yeah, the
thank you very
interesting
much.
the interesting part there is it put a beard on all of us. So I don't know. I didn't tell it to do that, but
I'm trying to grow mine out.
Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson. Yeah. We know Willie. We know Willie very well here, all the time here, and Willie's always
Smoke weed every day.
right. Good old Willie Nelson or Chong. Yes, Chong. Either one. Yes, either one. But yes, let me tell you something about my day now.
please.
I had the 150K express funded account. And last week I bottomed out. I got so close to busting that account. It was very close. And what I did is I took my time. I took what the market gave me, anywhere from a $200 day to $1,000 day. And I chipped my way back. I mean, I was down over $3,000, very, 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 or very close to 3,000, I should say. And as of working my way and taking my time, not being in a rush. I see a lot of people here talking about, I'm so close to funding and I rushed it too much and I broke a rule. I broke a rule, hit the DLL, something to that extent. But right now, I've dug myself out of a hole, and I know that you can too. If you just sort of take your time, like I said, take what the market gives you. Small profits add up, and right now, from that big hole I had to fill in, I'm up $64 on the account, and I am very happy that I worked patience, I worked discipline, I worked management, and those are the boring 3. But you know what? I brought them with me each and every day, and you can probably see my numbers up there right now. But up on the day, up 532, that brought me. My head's above water right now, so now I can sit back and say, you know what? I did a good job, even though it's only $64 positive. I overcame getting held down. I overcame the loss. I overcame just almost losing the account. And I know that if you try it, remember, patience, discipline, management, bring those with you each and every day. So
That's a
cool
great
stuff. And
that's
I'm happy to
It's a
share
great
that.
recovery, Eddie. Eddie, do you make any adjustments to your trading when you're in that drawdown? Right. Sometimes traders are just like, "Hey, I'm $100 away from losing the account," but they still want to trade minis. Do you scale down, trade micros? Are you more patient with your entries and exits? How do you make that adjustment? Because
you're walking on eggshells. When you get to that point, it's baby steps. Was not looking for the home run, not at all. Taking, like I said, take what the market gives me. If I did see a $50 profit, if I did see a $200 profit, if I did say, I was taking what I had, just to get out of that. Now, the thing is too, you got to remember, the mindset. I mean, you might want to just throw the towel in and say, F it, done. But, just being somebody here that tries to help traders, I put myself in the seat, buckled up, and I said, okay, this is something that if you can get back to zero, you definitely got to share this with the community. And, a lot of us are at that point. Don't give up. All right. Don't surrender. It's possible to get out of that. And what you did say, Coach Jay, yes, I did use micros when I was getting very close here. It sort of tipped me out, just sort of real baby steps, real small profits. And I was very happy with that.
Nice. Awesome. Good to hear. Yeah, it's possible to make that recovery, right? You don't want to go into effort mode. You don't want to, just say, hey, I'll just get another reset. I'll get another account. You want to try to fight for it because that's what you'll have to do in a personal account.
I challenge myself. And I think we should all challenge ourselves and not necessarily busting the account. I mean, if you're down a day, if you have a losing day, come back the next day, pumped up, saying, you know what, today is my day. You know what, today is for me. All right, market, you got me yesterday. New game today, and let's go. Let's go. And you got to have that mentality, and not overzealous, but to a point where you're thinking professional. And as I was moving towards this, I was thinking, what's good for the company? As I always tell my traders, your account is a company, right? Treat it as such. Don't say what's good for me, what's going to make me happy. It's like I said, I had a $200 winning day. I could have had more, but the greed is what dug the hole for me. And I was not having any of that anymore. So hopefully that works. But otherwise, moving on, you guys got some opportunity, got some trades there. Otherwise, let's take a look at where some of these markets are. We've got the S&P right now. We're getting close to the top here. Looking at the high of 50.8150. Right now, we're at the 78 quarter. Gold has been, if you saw that channel I had a parallel channel sort of helping me watch the market. We're sort of sitting around the lows in the gold here. Low 2029.30 low. We're trading right now around the 2030s. And over in crude just tagged a new high, 78.84. That's been looking very healthy today as far as the buyers go, all the way from early this morning here around 8 a.m. We just saw the buyers sort of take control. Last trade there, 78.74. And of course, the Speedster NASDAQ high here at 17 was at 981 here, and we're looking to knock on that door here with a 972 right now.
So this is exactly what I was looking for in the NASDAQ. And I was talking about, trade location being, having the right idea. You can actually see on my screen in this practice account, this is what's been happening to me all day. And then I got into, hey, the market missed my entry and then chasing a bit. And that's what led to the drawdown, right? So you want to try and stick to your plan as much as possible. But I had an order down here, 17,931, looking for, and we have this blue horizontal line here at 17,970, which is our initial balance high. Looking for a trade at least to the initial balance and then a breakout if we can get one, right? If we can extend that initial balance. But we didn't get it, right? You can see my entry out here was 17,931. It's been sitting there for almost an hour. The market came down to within 3 points of that entry, didn't hit it. What got me earlier today was this happening and then chasing it. But looking for this breakout. But as we can see, when we test above this level, buyers slow down. The market's just not getting this push. I think in the ES, we're doing a bit of a better job trading above the initial balance right now.
It's good. Keep your eyes open for that entry there. Now, let me ask you, Coach Jay. You have a lot of people, fellow traders, and so forth. And let me ask you this week so far. What has been one of the top questions that has come from traders asking for advice?
Yeah, I think focusing on one account, and it's funny that I think we're getting that question a lot with access to multiple combines with TopstepX, right? Traders were given access to 5 accounts at one time, and it's, hey, do I trade these all together? Do I trade these separately? And I think Dakota talked about it yesterday. That's going to depend, right? If you're at a place where you're consistently profitable with your strategy and you want to multiply those results, then you can copy trade. But I think if you're a trader where you're kind of struggling right now, or what it is, if you copy trade that, you're multiplying the negative results, right? And you don't want to do that. So I think that's been a big question for people. Hey, I got 5 accounts. Do I just copy trade them all at one time? I think where that question comes from is a monetary focus, right? People are thinking, hey, I can make a ton of money if I 5x or 3x those results. Anytime we're trading with a monetary focus, I think it's really dangerous because you're not focusing on the process. You're focusing on how much money you can make.
That's a very good question. That we offered those accounts, and that was brought up to me also. Is why don't you trade both? Why don't you have them connected? Why don't you do that? I didn't feel comfortable like that. Some traders might, if you're going to do that, and you can do that here on TopStep, on TopStep X, if you click the gear all the way to the left, click the gear, it's going to ask you trade copier settings. I don't know if you got that. If you got that, the gear all the way to the left. You got that? You can put up my screen. I got my screen up here, just to give you an idea of where it is, and it's going to give you that option if you want to do that. So, I mean, some of us feel comfortable doing it. I know that Coach Dakota does that a lot, and he'll call it out, which is really cool. He'll call it out. Right here is where you're going to find it. You got to click on this right here, from your charts all the way to the left. Click on settings, and there you're going to have your trade copier settings. But that's something that I'm hands off right now. I'm just not feeling it. Maybe later on down the road, I might give that a trade. So hope that answers some of the questions here in chat. But that's something that you want to watch also. Coming off the bottom here, gold. Buyers seem to be back in business. We're back up to 2031 here. And of course, crude's still hovering around that high, very close to knocking on the door as we speak. Coach Robert, how's it going with you? Any opportunities that you're looking at?
Yeah, we're going to throw something on here momentarily so we can get the show on the road. And there's the charts. Thank you very much, James. Boy, that guy is on top of things, isn't he? First thing I'm going to do is I want to show up, like I said at the beginning, we have the left is MNQ, the right is MES. I put 2 order panels up because these are modules, right? We can add and subtract as we need them and expand and do everything else we need, right? So what I'm looking at is the MNQ on top and MES on the bottom, so I can just easily click and control my trades over there. First thing I'm going to do is set my risk parameters. I will go right in my settings area. We'll pull it up. I'm trading micros, and in here, I'm not necessarily going to use a straight up like 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 ratio. I'm just going to put them technically 1-to-1, but far enough away to get them on the chart, and then I can manage them from there. So with micros, I'll just put $100. We're going to put $100 risking, and we're going to put $100 to make $100 automatically applied, of course. So I'm going to save that, and we'll go back over to our chart right where we left off. Now, somebody the other day said, I don't like the fact that we use dollars in there, and I would rather have it in points and points and ticks. I do like the dollars because if I'm looking at multiple instruments, I don't have to do that quick calculation in my head. Oh, I'm switching to gold. It's 0.01. It's 0.02. And it's $10 on YM. Yeah, I don't have to do all that in my head. I can go, I know where I'm at in my account. I know what my limits are. I know where I am at the day. I can adjust my risk parameters based on the dollar amount. And it takes one more step out of the picture. You know me, I like simplicity. So I'm going to look at MES on this side. I'm going to say, you know what? I am simply going to go long one contract on, I'm sorry, not MES, MNQ, because I think it's going to break out. And there it goes. I don't think the ES is going to break out, so I'm going to go short on that side. Okay. Now we can look at these, and when they're both up in profits, we can take them out. We can wait for them to turn around. And I want to address the hedging questions that our traders put in the chat. This is not hedging as a prohibited conduct. This is 2 different instruments on the same account. You can go long on NQ and short on ES, or vice versa, or any of 2. What you can't do is have 2 accounts, 2 combines, go long NQ on one combine and short NQ on the other combine. That is what's not allowed in prohibited conduct. So hopefully that makes sense and kind of clears up some of this. It's not really a hedge. I'm just buying one instrument and selling on another, totally different instruments, same account. Hopefully that clears that up. So here we are. We are looking at it. We'll hang on to these for a while. I put a micro on here because it's just so much easier to manage. I don't have to like jump in and out so close. And for transparency, I did reset my account. James did it for me yesterday. I'm not trying to pass a funded account, to be clear. I do a lot of stuff after hours in Discord, and I'll be like, hey, look at this. This is how you do it. Check this out. I'll make a tutorial, and I have to use this account. And I just blow them up. It doesn't make any difference. It's literally my second one I've ever had on TopStep X. But I want to make sure if somebody looks up in the top and sees my account number, it is different. We reset it yesterday. We are all about transparency in this company here. So that's where we're at. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully the NQ will go up enough. I'm going to pull some profit out. and we'll have the ES move down a little bit, and we'll take that profit also. But you can lose on both of them too. So this is not a showstopper. It is not a golden thing. What do they call that? The golden what's the thing you say? It's the strategy ticket? The strategy.
Holy Grail.
Holy Grail. It's not the. This is not a Holy Grail thing. It's not a Holy Grail thing.
I love that movie.
Nothing is.
Yeah, of course not. I'm going to move my target down because I literally just think the NQ is going to pop up over the top. I'm at around $5, so we'll take the $5 out, and then I'm going to see if the ES doesn't go. It takes a lot more to move the ES, right? 500 stocks in it, and
I like
if that
the way you could adjust
break,
that.
Yeah,
I really like that.
That's why I like putting those bracket orders on there ahead of time, just keeping them out of the way. You don't have to pick a specific ratio when you're setting them up. So my hope here, right, we're hoping, speculating, that the ES not going to have enough energy to push up through those all-time highs again, so it's going to retrace back down some, and I'm going to pull out a few dollars on that too. Hopefully. We'll see. If it doesn't, we get stopped out, and we do it again. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Eddie.
All right, Your Honor. We rest our case. Coach Robert, you mentioned about the dollar value. Okay, some people, some traders don't like to see that. The thing is, we can't change it to ticks as of now. Maybe down the road, that might be something that we can do. But I remember one time in the office when we were all working in the office downtown here, I walked past Michael Patak, and he was trading. And didn't want to bother him, but I saw a Post-it note on his monitor. And I'm like, well, okay, I got to ask him about that. What's going on. And his answer was, I don't want to see the money. I'm only looking for wins, okay, winning trades. Sometimes the money can be an evil an evil image that might make you get a little reckless, maybe revenge trading, maybe emotional. But if you got a Post-it note and you don't want to watch the dollar value, put it on your monitor. Get that Post-it note, clip it up a little bit so it's not covering everything, and just put it right above that that monetary number. And make sure you don't put a Post-it note over your DLL. That's something that you want to watch. So that might help. And I thought that was, I like that idea. And I have did that a few times.
With Topstep X, you can actually just turn them off, right? So your daily P&L is just not up there on the screen, which is really nice.
Show us on that. That would be something. Yeah, that would be something.
So, if you look at my screen right now, over here on the right side, you have streamer mode. So you have realized P&L, you can turn it off. Unrealized P&L, you can turn off your DLL. Like you said, Eddie, probably not a good idea to turn those off. But then if I hit save over here, it just X's these out so you don't see the number. So you can just trade your process and not focus so much on the money.
See, I tell you, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, some good stuff. This is the breakout that I was looking for. I did move my entry up. And again, this is a practice account. I did move my entry up to 17,981 just so I could get triggered into a trade. And this will probably be a loser, but I'm going to set the stop under the initial balance high. And really, I want to just the reason I put a position on and I chased it in this practice account is because I want to see how the market responds to these levels, and I think it helps being in a position and reading how I would monitor the position this way. Like I said, that 17,970, we needed a breakout of that level, the initial balance. We are getting it, and 18K is right above. We see some orders sitting out there at 18K. There's 146 on the ask right now in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can go take that out.
All right. Yeah, Coach Jay, you're very right now here. NASDAQ made a new high here, 17,990.75. It's still pushing here, but very slow. What I was going to say is, Coach Jay, you're very eagle-eyed on our dome, our ladder, our DOM, our depth of market. And you're usually in chat calling those out when you do see a big number. So I'm going to tell you, don't stop doing that. It sort of opens the eyes of everybody else. But what are you looking to make, or what are you looking to trade off of seeing a big number in the dome?
Well, we'll see the market, and you see it a lot more in the ES, right? Where I think this morning we had 1,000 lot that was sitting out there. One, you'll see the market magnet to those levels, and then a lot of time, right, that order was filled on the ask, right, which means we had to have initiative buyers come in and take that out. What I want to see is the reaction after an order like that gets filled, right? So the one this morning, I don't remember exactly what the price was in the ES. But it filled, and then the immediate reaction to that afterwards was buying, which tells me that market participants are following the market buyers in. So you want to join from there. Doesn't always happen that way, right? Sometimes we see a big order get filled, and the reaction is selling, right? I might see a big order on the ask get filled, and then the immediate reaction is selling, where we get a pullback, and then I look for an entry long there. And what I've been telling traders in the chat is I don't want to swim in front of the shark, right? Where if you see
What's that mean?
if you see a big order get filled, right? That 1,000 lot, right? Someone had to come in and buy that position, right? But they may have different risk parameters than I do, so I don't want to. I want to try to get in a better position than them if I can, right? So if an order gets filled at 18K in the Nasdaq, right? I know that buyers came in and took that out, but I don't want to buy at 18K because I might have different risk parameters in them, right? So I'll look for a pullback, maybe to 17,980. That way I'm getting a better position than the buyer that took out 18K. And then worst case scenario, I can trade to their position, right? If they're ready to make money, then we can keep going with them. But if I take an entry at 17,980 after I know a buyer came in at 18K, there's 20 points available for me to trade back to their position. And if they're ready to make money on that position, then I can make money with them.
See, that's a smart way to look at things. Let the other trader make the move, and it's sort of like walking. When you're in a group and you go to a haunted house. It's like, Robert, you go in first. No, Coach Jay, you go in first. I'll be right behind you.
Right.
Because you're trying to be safe. You don't want to get that hit right away. And same thing here is I'm watching that dome. Not necessarily size wise, but momentum. Sometimes the bids will be way smaller than the offers, but the buyers are in control. And I always question that. It just seems like buyers are moving up in the market to get a position, and they're not sitting back. But it seems like buyers obviously today a little bit more aggressive on some of these markets, especially here right now. Once again, here we topping out in Nasdaq, and take a look at some of these other markets here right now. Nasdaq S&P new high here 50.8250, and crude sort of tailing off a little bit off its high 78.84. And as mentioned earlier, the gold buyers are back here. Buyers are awake, and we are seeing some progress right now. We've sort of pulled all the way up to 2033.80. Still looking here as far as that goes for my VWAP at 2036.78. I might have some action up there, but until we get there, I am hands off, and I am working on my patience, discipline, and management. Coach Robert, how's your trade going? Anything good?
It's good. Well, it's the trade wasn't good, but the showing what it is did its job. It as I said at the beginning, you can lose both of them. I ended up winning one, losing one, and then losing the opposing sides of things. The reason is this, and I'm trying to demonstrate this. Both of these markets are indices. They both have a lot of the same stocks. They're both generally going the same direction. We don't generally have micro gold here yet, so I want to. I don't. If we do, I should not speak before. Yeah, micro gold is not over there yet. Because what I wanted to do, honestly, was use like the indices going one way and gold going the other way, because a lot of times it's correlation. But I more importantly wanted to demonstrate how to put these different trades on and work with the brackets. So we won the NQ trade, and the ES trade was starting to go in our favor. So I added a contract to the ES trade, and then it went against me and stopped out. So it wasn't on the screen, but that is what happened in this particular scenario, because these markets are continuously going up like this. It's just been crazy. And the other thing I want to mention is I'm only using 2 contracts because I'm pretending that I have a 2-contract plan. This is to prepare me for the funded, because we have that scaling plan in there, right? So I can't, if I'm on a larger account trading 15 contracts on 150K, I can't do that when I get to the funded. So I want to train, prepare myself, and learn and experience as if I'm getting to my funded account, so I'm ready to see that. Doesn't make sense to me to be slinging all this stuff around here and going, hey, I'm really good, and now you get limited at what you can do. So your strategy might not work anymore, right? So I wanted to make sure that I cleared that up too. I'm only using 2 contracts. If I'm getting out of one on NQ, I will put another one on ES, and vice versa. I won't go over 2 for that purpose.
Well, Coach Robert, you know, you are well educated. You are well at keeping, discipline, patience, management, and I mean that's something that we all want to do. And one of the things is too, we're going to be on here trading and having a losing trade. I mean that's part of the business here. But I appreciate you putting that on for the sacrificial lamb to just show us how that worked out, and it's good stuff. So I
didn't try to lose it. Yeah, I didn't try to lose it.
I know you didn't.
The purpose was to show nobody tries to lose. It's part of the game, right?
It's part of the game. You gave us you put your head on the block and you pull it out just in the nick of time. So you're still here with us. But hey, just want to remind everybody here in about a half an hour, in about 15 minutes, we're going to have Top Quiz. But in a half an hour, just remind you, maybe we all set our times on our clocks and so forth. We'll try to remind everybody. But we will be having Fed Bowman speaking. And he's been putting out a lot of ballyhoo recently. So we'll see what Bowman's got to talk about. Also, we're going to have a 30-year tips yield, 30-year tips bid to cover. And then a little later on this afternoon, Harker will be speaking. So just cash carry later on this evening. Fed's cook later this evening. No, not our cook, but another Fed cook. But anyway, and then Waller speaking. So we got a lot of night time. So if you're going to be hanging around with Dakota, let's keep an eye on the wire, see what kicks. But anyway, so Coach Jay, you had some compliments on your trade here. What was the break it down?
It's working out. It's working out. We were looking first for an actual breakout of this initial balance, right? We wanted to see some price action to say we can get away from this price 17,970. We got a bit of a breakout of it, and then what the trade I took again. I never want to buy a breakout. Or I want to try not to buy a breakout. So looking for a bit of a pullback, I got the pullback to an area where it looked like the market had to make a decision prior, which was 17,980. So we got this pullback to 17,980, bought it there, and then looking for the breakout for 18K. And Eddie, like I was saying, I don't like buying breakouts. I'm going to see if I can get this automated. Maybe we can get this as a feature on TopstepX. I talked about not swimming in front of the shark. We got this little shark. We got this shark icon here. This happened earlier this morning. We actually had 17,950. There was 150 lot on the NASDAQ sitting at the ask, right? And we talked about it before. Somebody has to come in and buy that order, right? So if I bought that breakout, I have a trade that's 20 points in my profit initially, but look at which way this shark is facing, right? So imagine all the fish that are buying up here. They come right back down. The shark eats all those fish, right? So if I want to swim safely, right, I wait for a pullback, and now I can trade back up to that shark without him seeing me, right? I don't want to be that fish, right? So you either got to swim next to him if you can, or try to swim behind him, because all these people that swim in front of the shark here, their positions are done. So I'm going to try to get that shark indicator automated. So every time we see a big order get filled, I want a shark to pop out on my chart.
I tell you, you've used that analogy before. Yeah. And I mean, that's a very good analogy. And, as you were speaking, I should have been going.
Yep. For the team that's building TopstepX, if we could get that added in there, anytime a big order gets filled and your position is is in front of the shark. I just want Jaws music playing the whole time because you should be aware that danger is around the corner, and maybe you want to take some profits on your position.
My goodness, you got me scared now. I didn't want to take a bath.
Oh man,
All
you guys
right.
talked about the thing earlier, Eddie, about saying you want to get in front of these and the other traders, or not get in front of it, and Jay, you don't want to be in front of the shark. There's that old
Right.
saying, right? When you're in the woods and you're walking with some people, you don't have to run faster than the bear. You just have to run faster than the person in front of you. That's kind of
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Right.
That's exactly it. Just don't be the slowest. Don't be the slowest out there. You'll be okay.
Right.
Exactly.
Stefan is asking about what you were doing before, Coach Jay. How to get the dollar value. You want to click that gear all the way to the left of the platform, right? This is something. The reason I didn't see it is because this is something new that we've added. Something cool. So click on that gear, and then you're going to see the options. The box is checked, and that's how you can get the dollar value. So hopefully that will direct you to where you want to be. So good stuff. Okay. All right.
Anyone in chat? Is anyone long Nasdaq right now? As we test through to this 18K, we got 180 lots sitting there at 18K. It's not a huge position in the Nasdaq. It should get taken out pretty easily, I think. We got a few people long.
Now, let me ask
Nice
you,
trade.
Coach Jay, you mentioned something about that before when I said, hey, there's 100 lot. Hey, they keep moving it. Another 100 lot, they keep moving it. And you
Right.
explained it to me. What is that and why is that?
So I've been trying to figure out exactly why that is, but what Eddie's talking about is we call out these orders on the DOM, and sometimes you see sitting orders, right? So at 18K right now, we have 183 lots. That order is sitting there. But what you also see in the NASDAQ is 10 points away from the market, above and below the market, there's always about 100 lot trailing the market. Eddie, what I think it is like it's just like a stop measure where
Right.
the market, it's not going to, maybe market makers just adding liquidity to the markets just to make sure, because it's, the NASDAQ is a pretty thin market compared to the ES, just to make sure, someone's not going to come in, fill a 500 lot and move the market 25 points.
Right.
But you'll see them, they're always 10 points away from the market.
So unless the White House blows up, God forbid, then he's not going to get filled. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. You know what? I think we've hit a nerve here. There's a lot of people here in chat once again talking about that P&L streamer mode. Coach Jay, can you just go over that one more time here real quick here? I know we got about 5 minutes, but I want to make sure that we get these answered.
Sure. So streamer mode, if you're on TopstepX, the settings gear on the left side, you have other settings right here. And you can turn on streamer mode for your balance, your max loss limit, your daily loss limit, unrealized P&L, and realized P&L. If I check all of those, you'll see up at the top here, if I click save, all of these orders are now, all of these numbers are now X'd out. Where if you want to hide your P&L for the day, that's how you would do it.
All right, Sujan, I hope that helps. And then others that were asking about it, appreciate that also. Well, Coach Robert, you've got another segment coming up here pretty soon. Am I correct?
You are. You are. Stepping in for group coaching.
All right. And anything on the menu for group coaching today?
We have a significant amount of questions that come through. It was our fault early. We posted a form for group coaching, and when we were querying for questions, the traders were sending them in, and we were like, "Oh, we're not getting any," but we actually the form was pointing somewhere else, so we do have those questions, and we did get more in. We have enough on here. And the JD is going to be kind enough to read through them. I'm going to take a look at them and see if I can get anything prepared for that ahead of time.
All right, cool. Remember too, also, if you're on real quick at TopstepX, refresh that platform, and there you go.
One more thing, because
Go ahead.
I did see a comment. Sorry, saying your P&L is still right in front of your face on the charts. If you do want to take that off, you do have the option as well in the settings. You can hide chart plots where your orders won't show up. I personally don't like doing that because then you don't get to see where your position is. But you can also hide the P&L on the DOM if you use that as well. There's a hide P&L column option there as well.
All right, appreciate that. Gosh, I tell you, I'm glad I showed up today. I'm learning a lot here from you too, and of course from the community, and that's what it's all about. I tell you, Top Step team. We say, yeah, we're the Top Step team. Well, you know what? We've got a community that is also part of the team, and one of the things here before we go here, I just want to give props and a shout out to our community. Some new people came in yesterday. I saw one of the comments was, "Wow, this is an adult chat." Another comment was, "Wow, this is the positive chat here," and that's what it's all about. The thing is, if you're here to troll, pull me aside. We'll have a little contest. But otherwise, before we go here, Coach Robert, any closing comments? Any hugs and kisses? What do you got?
Yeah, I would thank the community also. They've been great. I keep a lot of us back here in production keep tabs on the chat and messages going back and forth. So we really appreciate it. The show wouldn't be a show without our viewers. So we super appreciate that. And little tidbit, I am putting to, not just me, a couple of us are putting together Topstep X tutorials. We're going to rapid fire them. They'll be 5 minutes or less, and they're going to go through each piece of it. One will be on charting, one layout, one order placement, that type of stuff. It's probably going to be my face on there talking about these things, and I will talk a little bit slower, but should be fun. We'll be working on that next week, so stay tuned on it.
Nothing wrong with that face. And Coach Jay, my brother from another mother, any closing comments here?
Just manage your trades, manage your accounts, manage yourselves, your own emotions, your decision making. I think analyzing markets and executing in the markets, execution is what we get paid for, and we need to make sure that we're in the right place and right mindset to do so. And if you're not, be aware, be conscious of that, and maybe step away from the desk. But everyone, have a good rest of your trading day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. All right. And remember, as I mentioned, if you're in a hole, challenge yourself. All right. You're better than this than to just give up. Once you can overcome a big defeat, it is much better than having an easy way for a winning account. I tell you, it's night and day. It's like fighting the dragon, fighting the beast, and the market is the beast. And I consider myself here getting back on my feet, on the horse, and saying giddy up. So otherwise, have yourself a good one. We're going to be having Top Quiz, so stick around, of course. Top Quiz coming up next, and thanks for sticking around.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, James, here hosting TopQuiz today with my guest, Vanessa. Vanessa, how are you doing?
I was like, and your girl. And your girl
And your
on
girl, yes. Your
Thursdays.
boy, James, your girl, Vanessa. They're rebooting The Cat in the Hat, so Jack had to go to his audition. Very important. We wish him all the best. He's no scary Mike Myers, but I believe in him. I think he does good work. Anyways, welcome to Top Quiz. Today is Thursday, February 22nd. If you've played with us before, you know the rules, but if not, here they are. We're going to be asking 4 questions. You will have 20 seconds to answer the question on your device, keeping in mind that on YouTube, we are on a 6-second delay. So when you see the questions, read them, answer them on your device. Do not rely on the YouTube stream. You will be behind. If you get 3 or more questions right, so 3 or 4, you will be entered into a raffle to win a free reset. We're going to give out 30 today. So yeah, am I forgetting anything? Vanessa, you're on this a lot.
Oh, I wasn't. I was in and out on that. I was like, oh, resets.
Yay! Cool. Well, awesome. Yeah. Oh, and also, okay, that's right. The top 3 will win. So if you get the top 3, you get a reset. Everybody else, 3 or more, raffle. And keep in mind, it's a raffle. All right. You're not guaranteed the win. We hope you do. And it's trivia. Some questions you may know, some questions you may not. Vanessa, last week at my bar trivia, they asked me, one of the questions was, what is Taylor Swift's middle name?
Did you know?
No. Rigged. Scam. Anyway, we almost got 1,000 people in here, so let's go ahead and get started. Vanessa, are you ready?
I'm ready as ever.
Let's do it then. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go! I wish Jack did that more. I missed that. All right, question 1. In 2, 1. Here we go. The letters for each CME contract are F, G, H, J, K, M, N, Q, U, V, X, Z. Which of these products uses them all? Is it cattle, corn, the AUD/USD pairing, or crude oil?
I don't know. Crude oil. Square. just gonna rush it. That's my luck with that.
Well, I think your luck has paid off because yes, it is crude oil.
Hey.
Uses all of those CME contract month. I don't know what the other ones use, but it's a lot of Sesame Street, know your letters. All right, who knew that? Big Tick Swingers, a fan of one of our other trading leagues here. Amir, NVIDIA sucks hype. Okay. Blizzah and Jack, rest me, please. I know that means reset, but rest me, please. I love it. All right, moving on. What special hat was MP wearing on Fast Markets this morning? Eagle-eyed viewers will see, was he wearing an Aspen Ski Club beanie, a Topstep Payout Club hat, a Cattle Wrasslin' Stetson, or was it a super slick fedora milady?
Oh, shoot. I'm gonna go with the beanie. I don't know.
You got the beanie? Oh, it was a Topstep Payout Club hat.
It's always that. It's always that.
Always the Payout Club hat. And if you don't know what that is, if you've taken $5,000 in payouts here at Topstep, you are eligible to join Topstep Payout Club. I'm sure someone on production is going to drop a link in our chat. Fill it out. If you've taken 5K in payouts, you too can get that very cool hat. I've not had 5K in payouts. I do not have that hat. So
get
cool
better,
stuff.
James.
Tell me about it. Show me the money. Show me who knew it. Blizzah up on top. Gahanem, Demfo, Vupus, and Jack, rest me, please.
Staying on the leaderboard.
Please. All right, let's move on. Futures trading in the U.S. is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commissions, the Federal Reserve, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or the U.S. Trade and Tariff Board. I have absolutely no idea.
For me, it's between circle and triangle. I'm going to go with circle.
Circle. You got it right. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission. It's got futures in the name. Look at that. All right.
I
Who
just
knew
need
it?
one more to be eligible for that reset.
You might get it. All right, get a name. Demfoa, Gerard, Jesias, and Peril9. Good names. Good names. Relax, that's mine. And all right. So I do want to preface with this next question. It's going to be a image question. So we're going to show you an image. And we're going to ask you what or who it is. So be sure to look at the image, answer on your device. Here we go. Question 4. Who is the Academy Award nominee for Best Actress pictured here? Is this Lily Gladstone, Carey Mulligan, Annette Bening, or Emma Stone?
Oh, I know it's not Emma. I love Emma. Since the last one was circle, I'll go with triangle.
Triangle. All right, let's find out in 3, 2, and it is Lily Gladstone, lead actress in Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. Phenomenal movie if you haven't seen it. It's 3 hours long, but God, what a great 3 hours. I have heavy bets that it might win Best Picture this year. But who knew that? Who's that actress? All right, in third, we have What About Bob? In second, Dick Nolby. And in first, my best friend, Demfoa. All right, Demfoa. Well, Vanessa, thank you for playing, and all 1,000 of you, thank you for playing. We will be sure to get the winners up during Power Hour. If you won, keep an eye on your email for that reset. And if not, we'll be playing Top Quiz again every day, so join us tomorrow. Vanessa, any parting words before we move on to group coaching?
I love you guys. I don't know.
God, I needed to hear that today. All right, group coaching next. I'll see you guys.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is Thursday, the 22nd of February. You made it. It's past the noon hour here in Chicago. It's 12:03 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching it is. Thank you to everyone who submitted a question for Coach Robert today. We had that link pinned in the chat. It's still pinned in the chat. If anybody comes up with a question while we're talking, feel free to throw it in the form there, and we'll try and get to it. I am JD, joined here by Coach Robert today. Robert, how are you? You're putting in some hours on screen today, huh?
Yeah, we all got to do what we got to do here. So I love this stuff though. Behind the scene, in front of the scene, overnight, daytime, it doesn't matter to me. I love this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. We all do. That's why we do it, right?
That is why we do it.
There's Robert's bio up there. I'm sure you've seen it before if you've been following us for a bit. But yeah, Robert's been trading, investing since 2002. I'm not going to read the whole thing off for you. I'm sure he could explain himself better than I can anyway. But again, thanks for the questions, and I think we're just going to jump right into it. Anything else you want to add, Robert?
No, I appreciate it. We're good crew going here, and thanks for the chat and the great feedback we've been getting on Trustpilot. That's always out there. We love those. We love seeing them. We like to hear the feedback also. We'll make the adjustments as needed. We are all about here. We're all about the transparency, and just appreciate everything in here and every day. And personally, am fortunate to have the opportunity to be here and share what I've learned and some of my experiences. They might not all be the right one for you, and that's totally fine. Just gonna share what I can and hopefully get something out of it. You saw my bio up there, so I'm not going to go through it a whole bunch. I just like to take the easy approach on things when I'm taking the trading. Just the simplest approach, in my opinion, is easier for me. Trading is hard enough as it is. It's not easy, so I just don't want to make it any harder than it has to be. That's pretty much the gist of it. So I'm just going to throw the Topstep X chart up in the background, JD, while you go through some of those questions. I'd be happy to answer them the best that I can.
Sounds good. Let me just throw those up. Here we are. All right, let's jump right into the questions. First one comes from Gene. Gene wants to know how many 50K Topstep accounts can I have on NinjaTrader? Coming from Robert has a long history of support here at Topstep. He's been with us for a couple of years now, and he spent a lot of time with the support team. This is a great question for him. What do you have to say to Gene, Robert?
Well, if you have combines, you can have as many combines as you want to subscribe to. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know the exact answer as to what the limitation is for the throughput. Maybe somebody in the chat knows that, but a lot of traders, what they like to do is get a bunch of accounts and trade them using a copy trading software. So I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I know that you can have 3 XFAs and 1 live funded at any given time. Have as many combines as you want. Yeah, see the chat's 3 XFAs? Yes, that's true. 3 XFAs and 1 live account at the same time. As many combines, the limitation is going to be on the software side. Buy 100 combines. We don't advise you to do that. We don't like seeing all that stuff. But you can do that. I just do not know the limitation of you can only have 10 on the account, so to speak. That I do not know, but I will put a note star right here, and I'll get the answer for you.
Thank you, Robert. And yeah, when you get to the funded level, you are allowed a total of 4 funded accounts. As Robert said, 1 live account and 3 express funded accounts. Those are your limits on funding. But if you pass trading combines while you have 3 XFAs, those just got added to the queue. So if the situation arises where you lose an XFA, but you have a previously passed combine waiting, it'll just roll right into your next XFA. So you can keep all those in your back pocket. It's a pretty great policy, in my opinion. All right. Thanks for the question, Gene. Thank you for the question, Robert. Next up comes from EC7. Do many people stagger out of positions once it is going your way? Well, we can't speak for everybody, but Robert, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. I'm a 1 in, 1 out, 2 in, 2 out type of person, type of trader. But it is a common strategy, a common approach is to scale in and scale out of trades. I know RIPS does that wonderfully. I see him do it all the time. Dakota does that as well. He'll throw things on. Once he gets that, pull it into position, take a couple off, and let a runner go for I don't know, 12 hours or so. That guy's amazing. But yeah, that's a very, very common approach. And it's really a matter, like you said, JD, it's can't answer for everybody. It is a matter of trader preference, but it is a common way.
Excellent.
Lock in
Thank
those
you.
profits.
I do see some questions coming in the chat about the last question about XFAs, wanting to know if they expire. So when you pass a trading combine, you have, I believe, 30 days to sign your activation, pay your activation fee, and then that account will not expire until you use it. But if the 30-day runs out, then it will expire before you pay the activation fee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robert.
Sounds right.
There we go. All right. Glad we cleared that up. Next question comes from David. David wants to know, how do you know if you're lucky or just not trading a profitable strategy?
Sounds like unlucky or not trading a profitable
I was
strategy,
just gonna,
right?
yeah, I was just gonna correct it myself. I took a second look at it. How do you know if you're unlucky or just not trading a profitable strategy? Or how do you know if you're lucky and trading a profitable strategy? We could go both ways with this, huh?
Yeah, we can go both ways with this. It's time. It's really all it is time. Luck is going to run out. You will get lucky. I get lucky. Everybody gets lucky. I've made great trades clicking the wrong button. I literally have like, wow, this is going to take off. Buy, and I was like, damn it, I clicked short and it dumped $200, whatever. Super. It happens. That's called getting lucky, right? It's those happy accidents. How do you know? Longevity, document, journal, look back at your trades, and you will know. You'll know sooner that your strategy isn't working than if you're just getting lucky, because you're going to get a couple of trades. Wow, the strategy is great. You don't know that that's luck just yet. It's going to take over time. Journal it, write it down, follow it over and over and over again. As we say, repeat. That's the only way you're going to have something to look back to and actually get that answer for yourself. Luck does have a part in it, though. It does play a role.
Yeah, fortunes, long-term wealth are not made in the futures markets by being lucky. It's good to be lucky once in a while, but sometimes it's better to be good, right?
Correct. That's what we try to do.
All right. Next question comes from Landry. Landry says, "Hi, Robert. Is it possible to do a deep tutorial on TopstepX? Because I really can't get many things done. For example, when I create a layout and apply it to charts, as soon as I refresh my browser, everything keeps changing, the time frame and indicators. And why are my indicators duplicating on the other chart? Thanks." Well, it just so happens Coach Robert did a nice tutorial on Monday, correct? Yeah, on Monday. We spent almost the entire hour of group coaching going over TopstepX, and we clipped it and recorded it. It should be up on our YouTube channel in a couple days. But just for the sake of Landry's question, maybe we can get Robert to walk through a few things real quick. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this since we already did it, but maybe we could just do a quick refresher.
Yeah, that's great, JD. And we did that internal one also. That was like 45 minutes long, going through all that stuff too. So we're just really getting everybody on the same page, make sure we're all experts in this. We're all going to be using this going forward and doing the best. And we were doing one-on-ones as well internally, just for our traders. We want to make sure we're here. So let me just hit those ones for saving the layout, because I know that can be a pain in the butt. If you do things, a bunch of things on your chart, and then you just switch to something else, and all of a sudden everything is gone. The important things on my screen is up here. There are two places to save. They do different things. This section right here, you can see where I have it on my screen. It says 2 up. It means I'm looking at this 2 up point of view. It goes with the chart backgrounds, the colors, the candle colors, the layout over here. This is the chart layout itself. I know we use the word layout in 2 different areas, but one of them is the whole TopstepX layout, and the other is a chart layout. So you have to click this one here. Saves all the charts for all the symbols, all the intervals on this layout. Click. Now that is saved. Now if I take this and I move it and I change these around, see, I moved this over. Now I have to save it again. If I don't and come back, the only thing I do is move this. It'll just be right back over where it was before I left it. And there you go. This on the top right is the layout of TopstepX. So I have 2 order panels on the right-hand side. I have some panels down the bottom here, so I can see what's going on with my trades and positions. And I have a 2-chart layout. If I see this, it says, I don't know if you can see it, but it says layout in big letters. It has my name. I just named it Cooney, and it has draft next to it. That means I made adjustments to my whole TopStep X layout. And I did this by adding a second order panel. And I didn't save it yet. So I'm going to click a save button. It's right next to it. And the draft goes away. Now if I close my browser, it will come up. The final thing that I'll say quickly is your indicators. This thing right here, it says select layout. Down the bottom, you can see that they're syncing. Okay, whether you want to sync your time, your intervals, your crosshairs like I have across here. Okay, that if they are not synced and you add things to two charts and leave, you may lose them on one and not the other because they're not synced together. What you can do if you get in trouble for your indicators by losing them, I'm going to put some on the left-hand side over here. I have 3 of them up here. If I right-click on the chart, I can, right in the middle, it says, let me move it out of the way of my picture over here. It has an option that says apply these indicators to the entire layout. So the layout are the 2 charts I have. If I switch to another screen, I have a 4. I'm going to choose this drop down, load a layout that I have. It's a 4-up layout. And lo and behold, I have 4 of them. So if I add indicators on one, I can right click the chart, apply indicators to the entire layout, and it puts them across all the layout, and I go up here and save it. So that's the that's the side version. That's the down and dirty version of making that work for you. But we are doing it as a, I think I mentioned it on the last Power Plays. We'll be doing the modules, recording these little videos. They'll be like 5 minutes or less, little snippets of like, this is how you do order management. Here's a chart layout. Here's a module layout. Here's some features that you can do. Here's how you manage your positions. So there'll be little pieces. We'll have them in a library that you can go to. You don't have to sit through hours and hours of talking, and you'll get right to the point that you want.
Awesome. Yeah, and if you're not, if you don't have access to TopStep X just yet, sit tight. It is coming. We'll be rolling out more people from our waitlist in the coming weeks. And yeah, we just want everybody to be proficient on it by the time they get it. So we're going to keep making these updates, doing these little short tutorials for you. So when it is time, you can hit the ground running. And Robert's doing a great job of putting content together for that right now. Well done. All right, moving on. Ryan wants to know, Robert, any news on range candles in TopStep X? Can't trade without them now. Has there been an update on that?
The update, it's in the pipeline. They'll be there. When you're working with ranges, you have to read all these things from the tick level. And we do have that because we have the other bars that are here, the other candles, like we have Renko candles and Heikinashi, and those are they need the tick data coming through. And we have tick charts. So we have the information. It's just a matter of getting those built in there. But they are in the pipeline, I'm told, and I will be absolutely ecstatic when they show up finally, because that's what I trade. That's what I want. Casey knows.
Yeah, you're gathering quite the following in the chat too. People, ever since you started talking about range bars, people are asking more and more questions about them.
They're the bomb. Curious. They're the bomb, JD. I'll throw out there, like, if I talk to 100 traders and we show them that and go through that process, 90 stay with them. Don't go back to time. That's a true story.
Interesting. I might have to jump on that bandwagon myself. I've personally never used the range bars, but I see their significance, their popularity is growing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Cool.
All right, Maya wants to know, Coach Robert, do you have any tips on how to effectively backtest your strategy? Maya might be a first-time viewer. I believe you've expressed your opinion on backtesting in the past, but what do you have to say for Maya about backtesting?
Sure, Maya. Thank you about that. My opinion aside, there are avenues you can test it. TradingView has it. You can go back and do a replay on there. It's called a bar replay. The reason that's not extremely accurate is because it stamps the bar. So if you have a strategy that is looking at a 5-minute candle, for example, and something happens within that 5-minute candle, it's going to close and go, hey, you won that trade, but you actually were stopped out on that trade, because it's going to read it by time, like that. So the back testing in Strategy Analyzer and TradingView, it's an overview. It's going to give you some idea. It's just not accurate. NinjaTrader has back testing in there. Quant Tower has back testing and optimization in there. And the 2-line version about backtesting is just understand that the markets change. So you can have something incredibly well, working wonderful for you, and backtested for 6 months, and guess what happened this next month? An election came up. There's NVIDIA comes up and does their thing. Like, what the heck is going on? All-time highs. Did your strategy, if you tested it for 4 months, we didn't hit an all-time high. We are now. Is it still working? So you just have to be careful with that. I always say they're good for like a probability and functionality to test for backtesting your strategy, but not for profitability. There's a big difference between them. I've learned the hard way too many times. I will never do it again. I do it all the time, though. I'm going to code something. I'm going to go back. Hey, is this viable? Is this a possibility? But don't be like, well, this is the winning strategy. I'm looking, it's just not going to work for you. So yes, do it. You have multiple platforms that you can choose, you can use. Probability of working, not profitability. Good question, though.
And good answer. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for the question, Maya. All right, Elias wants to know, I am a green trader with no experience. I find myself rather overwhelmed with all the technical jargon and analysis. How does one start trading?
Which one is that, JD?
Line 61. Sounds like Elias is having trouble cutting out some of the noise getting started trading. Maybe looking for a few tips on how to block out some of the bad news, keep the good news, and stay on the right track when you're getting started.
Yeah, Elias, my splash screen there, my bio, Occam's razor. It's just a concept. It's a philosophy. Keep things simple. The more complexity you add, especially if you're new at this, you start throwing all these things on. I don't mean indicators, not talking about indicators. Even your charts. Do we need, let's say you're looking at an instrument. Do we need a 1, 5, 15, 20, and then an hourly, and then try this? To start with, pick something that works for you, that works for your psyche, your character, your I don't use say intelligence, but your mindset. If you're a creative person, you might like to look at patterns. If you're a technical person and like the numbers and stuff, you may want to look at levels. I'm a big proponent of that, of keeping things extremely simple. And the stuff that I like to look at that you can is the things that are not subjective. They are not variable, so to speak. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday's closing price or settlement price. You know what that is? That is the same for every trader in the world. Look it up. It's the same thing. Every trader has it. What is yesterday's high? It's the same for everyone. Yesterday's low. It's the same for everyone. How about a 20 moving average? That's different. Are you calculating on the close of the candle, the high, the low, the open high low close divided by 4, the OLC divided by 3? Okay. Is it a weighted moving average, Hull moving average, exponential moving average, simple moving average? They're all 20. Do you have a buffer on there? Do you have a smoothing component to it? And now that you have the identical ones, are you a person that buys off of the moving average or waits for it to turn and go the other direction? There's so many different ways, and that's called subjective trading, right? At the start, I would suggest using something that is static that you can use. Maybe a breakout of the opening range. Plot the high and the low of that 1 minute candle like Hoag does. Take it long or take it short if the risk is there. Did it this morning. Does it every morning. It's a really good way to start off. Something you can do over and over and over again to get used to the market and get used to the trading, get that screen time in, and more importantly saying, well, this isn't working for me. Why don't I look at something else? And then you can jump into Discord and talk to, get a trading buddy in there, talk with the coaches or just in the general chat area. What is it? How many thousand people in there now? Was it 60,000 or something like that? It's incredible.
Yeah, we recently hit 40,000. I'm sure it's
40,000.
Well beyond that by now. 40,000 was over a month ago, so I bet we're close to 50 or possibly over 50.
In a nutshell, take it easy, take it slow, and just keep it simple. Don't try to overcomplicate things. Trading is hard enough. It's not easy. Just don't make it harder than it has to be.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Going off script a little bit, a new question just came in. It's a follow-up from yesterday, but I think it's right up your alley, Coach Robert. I just threw it in the form that we're looking at down at the bottom. It comes from Evan. Evan says, yesterday Hoag was asked what people think about AI strategies potentially making it impossible for the manual day trader. I want to know what Coach Robert thinks about that. Personally, I think the markets are always going to entice people to become market participants, which means I don't think manual trading will ever be unachievable. What's your opinion on AI taking over the future space?
it's here, it's there, it's in the works. It's a little different than what it used to be, like the high frequency trading, getting in and out at like tick levels. That still happens, not to the extent that it used to. And when you're looking at technology and how to read and using AI, a lot of it started off. AI isn't this year, by the way. I look back and when AI stuff started. I saw a video 15 or 16 years ago where a person was on a whiteboard talking about how AI is going to do something. Well, not even a computer. It was pretty crazy. So it's been around a while. But what it was started doing was technical stuff, was using math and looking at patterns and structure. You know what it's doing now? Looking at emotion on the net. There is such an abundant, a ridiculous amount of data on the net. When I'm just talking Chat GPT stuff, that's us stuff. That's the stuff that they let out for us retails to use and to kind of toy around with. I use it every day. It's amazing. I love geeking out on those things. But it's looking at human emotion now, and it's going to start applying. Not going to start. It's applying that to the way the markets are. So what if the pattern says, "Oh, we're going to push higher. Oh, this came out. Here's a number that came out. Here's a deviation that we used to look at." It's going to take that. It's also going to bring in the emotional side of it, saying, "Well, hold on a second. I know that NVIDIA just moved the market like this, but what does the internet think about this?" And all of a sudden, a whole bunch of tweets come in. Best company in the world, blah, blah, blah. This is horrible. We don't like this. And it's going to adjust on that sentiment and see what the emotion. Put the feelish in there. Make a quick hit into the market. And then monitor the reaction of the populace. And then make the adjustment. And yes, you will have AIs fighting against each other. And the thing about, someone just commented about confusing AI and machine learning. They're both. You need to have that both concept. The machine learning, yeah, you're going to do this process along the way. The AI, it's, for lack of a better word, has a memory. So when I code, when I make something in automated trading, it's not AI. It's not even machine learning. It's a repetitive process. If the market goes 10 points, buy 2 points and take 2 points. If it goes down to 10 points, take it. And it's a repeatable process. What I don't have and working with yet is the AI component that says, well, wait a minute. The last time we did that on this date with this process going and this tweet was going on, the market didn't go that extra 2 points. So don't take this trade because it has that history behind it and it's learning. And that's all the chat stuff is. It's LLM, right? It's a large language model. It's guessing the next word based on this massive amount of data that it has. I'm hungry. I would like A. And it's going to try to figure it out. If it knows me, everybody in the chat knows what I'm going to have. But it's going to, those models try to predict and look at what the most populous thing is. And that is what I believe, I'm not an expert on this whatsoever, but what the market is doing and the AIs are doing for the market is taking that side of it in, saying, I know the math does this. I know the machines are telling me this. I know the ticks are doing this. I know the prices are doing this. But what do the people think about this? Because that's actually one that matters. And the last line I'll put on this is I do not believe it is ever going to completely 100% take over retail trading or human trading at what we call the market participants with us. I don't think so. I don't see it anyway. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but I mean, you know what? I'm going to keep trading until it does.
Fair enough. Small follow-up question coming from Chris. Chris wants to know, he's curious about your AI-generated backgrounds, wants to know which apps you're using to generate those images.
Oh, the funny ones. I mean, this is just on, this one here is just online, but the one I had earlier was ChatGPT. It's the version 4 with the plugin over to DALL-E.
There you go.
Somebody comment, I don't even code. Yeah, okay.
Oh, it was deleted too. Yeah, I saw that.
I just saw that. Yeah, you don't even code. Okay.
Sorry, Captain Price. Keep it clean, huh? All right. Trend Friend has come in the chat a couple of times with the same question, asking Coach Robert, is there any option to switch between regular trading hours and extended trading hours on Topstep X?
Ooh, they must be a TradingView user. It's not there now. I'm going to double check because I did not refresh my stuff today. I'm going to right click on my screen if we want to pull it up just in case to see if I get this right or wrong. I'm looking in real time here. We would go to settings and then we can go to, there's the area right there, the scales area. I see the date format. Let me look at the symbol, because this is where it is. It's the time zone. I'm doing this in real time with everybody here. Yeah, I don't see the option to change at this point. It is on TradingView. You can go into the area and just at the bottom change your hours, and I believe it has it down here on TradingView as well. This is just showing the time zone. So I'm going to answer not yet, but I do think that it would be something, and I don't know if it's on the list, but it certainly would be on the list. We're taking a lot of stuff, a lot of feedback from the traders. That is something that we would like to see, especially if you are previously using TradingView with like stocks and stuff. You just kind of cut out that end thing, but put a line on the chart for your trading hours. Just put a line on it. And if you want to use only trading hours information like VWAP, you can anchor VWAP right at the start of the US session. So there are ways around it. It's not there yet, confirming here, but I will check also. Note it on the list to see if it's there. Thanks for the question. I'm really looking forward to these. This stuff is happening every day. We're constantly doing these developments. Things are getting released all the time. I mean, yesterday I refreshed twice. Come in the morning, hey, look at what we have here. Later on in the afternoon, hey, take a look at this. Refresh it again. It had a new feature in there. So it's constantly evolving. Jump in now. When we get it, we'll push out to the public. Those that have it now, get used to it. Watch what we're doing here and stay along with us. Stay with TopstepTV. Go through the tutorials. Watch the videos of usage videos that we'll be putting out there. I'm going to be recording a lot of those probably this weekend and next week to get them out to you guys.
Yeah, and keep your feedback coming too. The more ideas we get from you, the better this platform is going to be. We're taking all this feedback that you get. We're always asking for feedback, and we take your feedback very seriously. When you send us ideas and thoughts about what changes we can make, what improvements we can make, we're looking into these things, and they're all on a list somewhere, and they're getting checked off one by one.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, we're getting it done. No doubt about it. So, yeah, keep your ideas coming in. We're here to listen, and we're here to get the job done for you. All right, next question comes from Jake. I think Jake maybe was watching Coach Dakota trade for a couple days, but he wants to know, how do these people with a $1,000 daily loss limit hold on to a 4-to-1 risk-reward ratio for hours in the kind of markets we've had? It's been pure chop. What are they seeing? What are they seeing that he's not seeing?
Well, wonderful question. It sounds like Jake has been watching Coach Dakota, who had his preliminary slow markets YouTube TopstepTV on YouTube last night. I unfortunately did not see it. I was incredibly wiped. I had to go to bed. But I hear it's good, and I will be watching it, and I'll be tuning in tonight. So I would say that Jake is or has watched Coach Dakota. I don't know how he does it. It's the way he trades. It's how he picks his levels. And he's not right a lot. And this isn't a dig. He knows it. And it's not that he's trying to be right a lot. He looks at a trade, gets into it based on his criteria. It doesn't go his way. He's out of the trade. I don't know if he's watching, but I can quote him that he'll lose 5 or 6 or 7 trades. But then when he gets that trade, I'm good. And we'll let it run overnight, and we'll walk away with a $12,000 day. Exactly how he does it, I don't know. I would suggest chatting and connecting with Coach Dakota. He's amazing. He is wonderful at doing those things. It's impressive on those 4-to-1 risk-reward ratios with $1,000. Get into your trade, not going your way, get the hell out. You got to try it again. Okay, my thesis didn't work. My hypothesis didn't work. Get out of it. My strategy didn't work again. Get out of it. Looks like it's working. I'm good. Shut it down for the night. Let it run. That is the high-level overview. This is about as intelligently as I can speak to what Coach Dakota does. He's amazing. I'm glad to be on his team. He threw me out there and pulled me onto his trading league there live yesterday on Power Players. So yeah, way to go!
You sure
there.
did.
I'm so excited to be on that team. We didn't know there. It came out of the blue. It's like, hey, I don't know if I can do that. Danielle gave the go ahead. No, you are a free agent, Robert. And we were like, boom, fist pump right in the camera. Excitement through the roof. I'm ecstatic.
Dakota cuffed Robert the first chance he got. And yeah,
didn't give everybody a chance. It was 30 seconds when the word came out that I could actually go onto a team. 30 seconds later, we were on one. I love it. It's great. We're having a great time, folks. But we love this.
Yep. You could catch Coach Robert again tonight. If you missed him last night, we debuted Slow Markets live on YouTube as a part of TopstepTV. Dakota's on for an hour between 8 and 9 o'clock Central Time. We had about 1,000 traders, viewers show up and watch it. And we got some great feedback. We're doing it again tonight from 8 and 9 o'clock also. This could become a regular thing. TopstepTV After Dark, possibly. Don't quote me on that title. I just kind of spit it out. Yeah, 8 o'clock Central Time. You'll learn more about Dakota's strategy. Ask him all the questions you want. He was answering rapid fire all night long. He's in his zone when he's doing that. So show up. All right. One more question. If you scroll up to line 37, this is a leftover question from yesterday, Robert. Tom P wants to know, for a beginner, do you recommend the micro ES, micro NASDAQ, micro crude oil, or even gold? Tom P is really trying to find a good entity to learn from. I've traded NQ and it's just too volatile for me at the moment to really learn and stay consistent. What are some tips for Tom P to slow it down and find the right market to trade, to get started trading, I should say?
Yeah, it's a common question. First of all, Tom, you made the right thing of switching to micros if you're starting out and NQ being too volatile. It does. It's insane sometimes. It's just too far, too fast, too soon. And if you're just starting out and you don't have something specific you're looking for, it can be a bear. So step one, you did the right thing, stopping, taking a step back, switching to the micros. And now to add to your question, you said, is it micro ES, micro NQ, micro gold, micro oil? If you're comfortable with NQ movement and that's what you think is working with your personality and the way you trade, and is that what speaks to you, the MNQ will get you in there because the movements are just, it is a different instrument, but they are relatively the same, very, 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 very close. And that will get you more comfortable. And you can go to 2 micros after that. And then 3 micros after that, right? We don't have to jump right into the minis. Remember, when you go from 1 to 2 micros, you're doubling everything, right? You double your wins, but you double your losses too. So be real careful of that. So if you want to get used to the NQ, the NASDAQ, so you can trade the NQ later, go to MNQ. If you're switching because you feel the NQ is too wild, then go to MES. It will be, quote, slower for you, and you will need to adjust your strategy some. But it may help you get comfortable with the market, get the screen time on there, maybe even get used to the platform that you're using, maybe even try and look at another platform or another strategy without losing an account all the time. You can get in, you can test things out and be like, oh, this is cool. I didn't see how this goes. And then take your time at it. So you did absolute right things there. Just recognizing it's not working, taking a step back, and then reaching out to say, hey, what else can I do about this? I love that. Thank you for sharing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Just a quick check-in on the markets. We have equities extending the range higher. The ES has traded above our weekly kickoff high at 50.90, put in a recent high at 50.93 quarter, trading just a couple ticks off the high right now. NASDAQ also extending the range higher. We're still a little bit below our weekly kickoff high at 18.063, putting in a high at 18.034. Not too much of a stretch, not too big of a stretch for the NQ to make in just a couple of seconds. 30 points, we could be right above that weekly kickoff high. Crude oil hovering around the highs right now. Gold trading on the lower end of the range. That's what we got in the markets at the moment. All right, now we've got a special little... Oh, actually, we got one more question for you.
Okay.
Let's go to line 56. Shokwa, please go over your automated platform settings. Thank you. Is that something you're interested in?
Yeah, we can go through high level. I'm not going to pull up the whole thing. I don't have all that prepped on here to look at all this automated stuff because it's. Let me clear up the automation also. These aren't things that you do to just set and forget, and I'm going to turn this thing on, and the longer I leave it on, the more money it's going to make me. That's not the case. Even the stuff that I work with that I actually do code, whoever said that earlier, it's not like that. They're an assistant. It's really just an assistant, meaning I can be doing something else, and I have a process. Let's just say I want to I want to buy when it crosses VWAP, just to throw something out there. I don't have to sit there and watch VWAP. Is it coming close? Is it over? Is it close? Or I need to run to the restroom. I need to get some food. Where is it? I can just turn it on. And when it goes over VWAP, it is going to take that trade. It doesn't care. There's no emotion. That's what I want it to do, and that's what it's going to do. Now there's going to be parameters on there. What if the VWAP is going up like a really steep slope like this, and the market just keeps pushing? Do I want to buy it then? So you have to figure that in. Now when I do go over VWAP, do I want to base it on what if VWAP is pushing right nearly the high of day on an all-time high? I have to write that in to say, no, don't take that. So there's, do this trade, except when this happens. But when the other thing happens, unless that doesn't happen, while this happens, so you got to put all that. It's just a structure. That's the automated side of things. A couple different platforms you can automate in. NinjaTrader is a big one. They have a strategy builder built right into it where you don't need to know any coding at all. You just go through your parameters. We actually did that there's a 2-hour segment in the coaches area in Discord under the coaches library. Just go around to my name. The whole thing is there. We built an automated trading system from scratch, beginning to end, a simple 3-bar reversal. It goes up 2 bars, drops down 1, goes short, put the stop above it, the other way for long. So that's not really coding, but it is automated. So now you can be watching TopstepTV, bell to bell, and have your system running on another monitor sitting next to you. And next thing you know, bing, it makes a noise. You look over, hey, good, it took that short. I would have missed it. But now look at that short that it took as an example and go like, ooh, I really don't like this. It's right at the point of control and I always get chopped up. Close the trade. So it's an assistant. That's the only thing we're doing these things for, is using that as an assistant. It takes that human emotion out of hesitation. And it's a little bit quicker than us. So if I want to jump up and I want to move a stop and you're using NQ like that other trader said there beforehand, how it's too volatile. If you want to jump up there, you want to take a few points out of it, 10 points out of it or so, and you want to move your stop and it gets to 8 points, sometimes it's a little tough. So as you're moving it, clicking the mouse, you miss the trade by clicking it, or it didn't, whatever, your mouse jumped for you, and then it goes against you. The computer's going to do that faster for you. It's not high frequency trading. We're not talking 100 trades in a few milliseconds. We're not going to do that. We're not going to beat that. This is retail trading and just automating our entries for us. Start with something simple. Try NinjaTrader as a platform. That's what I started with, doing the automation. I am a trading view person from day one for 6 years. It doesn't have automation to place orders. You can do it on the chart. It'll stamp a long and short on the chart through doing some testing. Then I moved over to NinjaTrader. But then I fell in love with Quant Tower about 1.5 years ago, and I have not looked back. So, but that's you do have to do coding in Quant Tower. It's C#. So you have to know some coding in there. NinjaTrader, you do not. So the platform settings, it's going to depend. It 100% depends. I can't even begin to say what the settings are. High level, manage your risk and always have an option to get out of that trade should you need to get out of it. And sorry, look at these markets. They're still just ridiculous. Going up and up and up and up and up. This is really something.
It does not pay to short this market today. If you're shorting, you're getting run over. Woof. And yeah, like Robert said, Quant Tower, I've also traded on Quant Tower. It is one of the most robust trading platforms out there. If you're just getting into trading, just starting out, I would recommend maybe not starting with Quant Tower. Find something to ease into before you get into. Quant Tower is a super professional tool that professional traders use on a daily basis. Not saying that we're not professional traders, but some things you do need to get familiar with before you just dive in and start using. Robert's been working in IT for over close to 20 years, right? He's familiar with coding languages. It's second nature for him to jump in and start coding his own trading programs in there. Anything else you want to add to that? I know how much you love Quant Tower, but
yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, it's start with Ninja if you don't know the languages, because you don't need to know it. You just need to think logically. All right, and you remember that you have to put everything in. Give you one example, a real quick one. Hey, I want to take a trade when this moving average crosses over that one. Just a very, very basic thing. Do you know what happens if it crosses over by a tick or two, then goes under, then crosses over again? It enters another trade. And what if it goes under and over again? It enters another trade. So now you have to put a parameter in there that says, if I am not in a trade and it crosses over, enter a trade. See, so those are the things you have to think of logically. There's no coding involved in that. You just have to think logically. Write it out on a board. I got 3 whiteboards I can see right around me right here that you brain dump on, and then you put these little diagrams. Well, what if this happens? And so many times I've added something, and we're like, why did that do that? And then I realized that, oh, look, it went. I was in a long trade, and my crossover switch. This is just an example. I don't do these, but my MA crossovers happen. I need to go short. But if I'm in a long, it's going to close that long. So I have to say, unless you're in a long, okay? So those are the things. That's a logic problem that you have to think of. Quantower is native C#, load Visual Studio, whatever program you want to code in. You have to compile them, put them in a zip file, put them in, settings, directories, and strategy areas. So if you're not familiar with that stuff, I wouldn't suggest trying it right now. And it's not the easiest thing in the world.
I see Jay Cook put your automation Discord class into the chat, and it's now pinned to the top of the chat. So go ahead and check that out. Robert builds a trading program from scratch. Was that the 3-bar reversal video?
Absolutely. Wow, good memory. Yeah, 3-bar reversal, just 3 bars up, 3 bars down, and go the other direction. You know what's interesting about that, and the last thing I'll say on that is the more we added to it, the worse the performance got.
As far as commands,
criteria, yeah. We just said, hey, look, if you have a bar, one up, a candle up, a second candle up, and then the third candle in a row is higher but closes lower, go short. That's literally what we started with. And then of course the opposite. You have a candle down, second candle down, and then the third candle went lower but closed higher, go long. That's all we did for that strategy. I think it did like $1,200 the day we ran it or something like that. It was pretty crazy. And then someone said, well, let's go long, only take longs over VWAP. Didn't do great. All right, forget that. Let's do long over certain moving average. Didn't do so well. Let's do 4 or 5 candles instead. Didn't do so well. So all we were taking was, no, hold on. It's going to go up, come down, short it. Put your stop right above it with a criteria, because what happens if you have one candle and the next one is really huge and the next one comes down here and you say go short and you told it to put the stop above that middle candle and it's 50 points away, you're done. So now you put the parameter in there. Yes, put a stop above that candle unless it's more than 20 points, for an example. So that's a logic stuff. It's all there. We built it from zero. We pulled up the platform, Ninja, pulled up the strategy builder, no typing, coding, and just said, let's do this. And we went from start to finish. The files are there. Go for it. Fully recorded. Have a ball.
Awesome. Here's a quick question. When you have your automated trading strategies activated and you are in the market on a trade, do you ever adjust your exits, or do you just let the trades play out? You either take the stop or the profit target. Do you ever adjust stops or profit targets while you're in the trade? An automated trade, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. You try to limit it because that's kind of the point of the automation. I generally do not touch the stops. I say generally 95% of the time will not touch the stops. So those are there for a reason. They're already calculated. If I'm looking for X amount of points or dollars, I'm risking this amount of points or dollars. So yeah, I'm not going to touch those. If it's getting closer to my target, I'll close it, because the last thing I want to do is look at a 20-point trade, have it go 18 points, and then get stopped out for a loss of 10. That's just silly, in my opinion. I don't even like moving to break even. It's like, well, I'm not going to give back 18 points of a 20-point trade because I move my stop to break even. I say it's silly. I don't mean to be condescending. It's just like, well, just take the 18 points. Take another trade. If it's there, if you have a thesis or an idea that says it needs to pull back this far and then go, and it pulls back that far and a little further, close the trade. I just don't see the need to give all that back. There's going to be another trade. If the market is there and you're getting close to your target, take it. We don't know what it is. We don't know. That's the one thing we don't know. We know our entry. We know our stop because we know what we're risking. We don't know the target. We're speculating. We're making an assumption. We're guessing. We're hypothesizing. We don't know. And that's the thing I think that gets everybody. Oh, it's just a couple ticks away and I stopped out. Like, don't do that, because you may be right. Here's what happens to me more often than not, by far. Because I'm a short-term trader, I take in little pieces. Here's my target, hits my target, goes another 200 points. I get a lot of times I'll hear like, well, dude, what, you left money on the table, or you got out to, or you didn't let you win a run. No. That's after the fact. Nobody knew it was going to run at that point in time. We didn't. My strategy was to take that point when it hit it. I did that. That is a win, in my opinion. There will be another trade. I'm not interested in taking those long ones. Someone like Dakota is awesome at taking those long runs. He's a person that just gets in, doesn't go his way, gets out of it. When he finally goes to where he was thinking it was going to go, he lets it go. People trade differently. So back to the bot thing, the asking, yes, I do control it. I'm not going to do every single one every single time because this kind of defeats the purpose, but it's more so of being able to manage the trade. You don't want to hesitate. How many times do you look and say, oh, I just needed to break this level, and then it breaks it and goes 15 points, and that would have been your target. But you missed it because the market jumped up, or you turned to cough or sneeze or something, and you look back and it made the move. That is where I use the automation side. So it's not really, I don't even want to really use the word bot because it's not really that. Or like algo just means a mathematical equation thing. But as far as a bot goes, I just like to have it be like it's an automated, it's a managed trade. It's assisted. It's entering these trades automatically, I guess, or mechanically, or computer software wise. So it takes the emotion out. With trading having emotions, having one of the largest killers of traders. It's a bad way to say it, but a lot of hesitation on traders and emotions taking over and putting those locks on us and not allowing us to get in, get out, or whatever. If I can remove that somehow, I'm removing a huge part of an equation that is detrimental to trading. Emotional trading is a huge, huge component of it. Why don't I fix the biggest thing first? For me, it makes sense. For everybody, nope, don't know. Everybody's different. But for me, it makes sense. Let the thing do its job. Put the criteria in. Gets in the trade and go, oh, that's looking pretty cool. Ooh, I don't like the looks of this. As a personal discretionary trader, close the trade. You have that option to close the trade. I love talking this stuff.
Awesome. We are getting a couple more Topstep X questions in. If you're up for fielding a couple.
Sure.
Sure,
let's go.
Sam says, on Topstep X, does not seem to have the high, low, and close when hovering over candles. I know that should be in there. Is there a setting where we can activate it? I know it's in
absolutely.
there too.
Look, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, my screens are up now. I'm going to use the right-hand side of the screen so we can all see it. I'm going to right-click on the chart, anywhere on the chart itself, and go to Settings. Now, in my Settings area, move this over here. There's a thing called the Status Line. Second one down, we have Symbol Status Line. In the Status Line area, here's OHLC values. Now, move this a little bit to the left because they will show up right here next to S&P 500. If I turn it on, here's my open, high, low, close values. And when I move my mouse over, I'll take this green candle. See how they turned green? You can see them up there, green. I move this red candle, and it's showing me which candle it's on. So hopefully that makes sense. You can also add the volume on here too. Okay, click it. There's my volume. Bar change values, it gives me the percentage of what's changed. So there are options in there. That one I don't believe is on by default, but that's where you find it.
Awesome. Thank you for showing that. We have another question about bracketing orders, if you're up for that one.
Sure.
Tess wants to know, can you explain how to set entry levels for risk and how to set multiple profit targets if you're trading more than one contract?
Sure. The answer is we can't do that right now. I can show where to go. If you already know where to get it, it's I'm going to go on the left-hand side of my screen where the gear is. We've showed this a little bit earlier. And this is where you set your parameters, how much you want to risk. It says position, risk, reward. So here it would be my risk. It specifies it right there. It's a little smaller on the screen, but that word right here says risk. Currently it's set to $400. The next one says to make, and I'm putting $400. Yeah, I know it's one-to-one, but what I like to do, it's a personal preference. I like to get them on the chart far enough away so I can enter that order in, they on the chart, and then I can move and adjust it from there. You may not want to do that. You may just want to set it 1 to 2 to 1, 3 to 1, whatever ratio is, and so it does it for you automatically. But this is where you put it. Now, if I put one contract on and make one trade, it's going to stamp that. If I add another contract, it's going to add to those. Okay. I don't think I need to demo that. That'll be on there, but that pretty much specifies how those work right now. So to tell you what it doesn't do right now, it doesn't have, I'm going to make an entry, and let's say I'm 400 above and 400 below. But now the market moved up 10, 15 points, and I enter again, it's not going to add positions, my risk, and to make associated with that. It's going to add to that position that's already there. Okay, so I think that's what they're asking.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
that's not. Yeah, that's it doesn't do that right now. Some Topstep X doesn't do that right now, and that's something that will. I don't know if it's on the list. I haven't seen that section there.
Right.
So I don't want to over talk because I know that it's available because you can do it on other platforms. Put it that way. It is a viable option because I do have things that do that, and there are platforms that do that. Currently, it's on a Topstep X.
My understanding of the question also was, if you were to enter the market with a 3-lot, could you bracket out 3 separate exit targets, which I don't believe is available yet either. But what you can do is whatever you want your farthest profit target to be, you could set that initially and then just enter 2 limit orders, for example. Each time one of those limit orders is filled, it will adjust your overall position.
Sure, let me do that right on the screen because we do have like 1 minute left. That's a great thing because you can do that to get around it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pretend down here so I don't ruin anything and enter these trades there to be in one. So I am going to put this on a multiple of 3 contracts. I'm going to go to the bottom down here. I'm going to say, well, if it breaks down this level, I want to sell it. So I'm going to do a sell stop of 3. So now when it comes down here, market comes to this level, whatever, 508,250. It's going to sell 3. But now I want to take my profits out in levels. I'm going to change this back to 1, and I'm going to do a limit buy of 1, a limit buy of 1, and a limit buy of 1. So that is a way to do that. I'm going to take 3 short, take 1 out here, 1 out here, and 1 out here. You can do that. 2 things you have to remember. If you have this set to automatically enter a bracket order, those OCO orders, like the risk this to make that, it's going to do that on this selling of 3 contracts. So you're going to have your brackets. You have to shut off that automatic placement. Make sure you do that. And the second thing is you don't have a stop in this scenario. Okay. Once the market gets in and you sell market, you do that sell stop for 3. You have your 3 individual profit targets. Change that thing over that number of contracts to 3 and put your buy stop above as your stop order. Now they're not brackets, so you will need to manage them. For example, let's say it goes down and hits one of your profit targets and then comes up and hits your stop. Well, your stop is going to be a set of 3. So you're actually going to enter position the other direction because it's counter. So you need some more trade management to actually manually do that. It's possible, and that's the exact way that you would do it. But this is a managing your trade. If we're traders, this is our craft. We need to do that. We need to learn this if that's something you want to do. It's on us as traders to say, ooh, how can I do this? And it's on us as coaches to help you, and us as Topstep to help you in that quest and try to assist you along and give you the coaching, give you support that you need. That's what all this is about. This is all great. The amount of knowledge behind what goes on, not just Topstep TV, but Topstep itself in the coaching and the support team is unparalleled, absolutely unparalleled. Okay, so yeah, we're here for you. That's a way to do it. As a trader, it's your responsibility to manage these trades and take complete responsibility of how the trade goes. And we are here to help in your quest of trading. And what a great session! This is awesome.
Yeah, this was great. Remember, for tomorrow, we're running out of time here, but if you have more questions about Topstep X that we can help you out with, we'll be back again for more group coaching at noon Central Time tomorrow. We'll pin that question form to the chat again tomorrow morning and give it some time to marinate. But yeah, come with your questions about Topstep X or anything trading related in general. We are here to help. Coming up next, we have recapping with RIPS. RIPS is going to be joined by Hoagland, Andre. That's coming up in just a few minutes. Then we are going to close out the day with Power Hour featuring Andre, Dolby, and RIPS. It's pulled pork hour. We're going to get some action. Stick around, everybody. We're going to take a short break. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Be right back. Thank you, Robert.
All right, it's time for recapping with RIPS. We've got RIPS. We've got Andre. I'm John Hoagland. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the recap. I always love when I get the chance to hang out a little bit with RIPS. How are you doing today, RIPS?
I'm doing well, John. It's good to see you here, and it sounds like you're doing a little bit better. So I'm happy to see you in good spirits here. Good to see you too, Andre. How you doing, folks?
Oh, amazing. Just like we're saying in the green room, the infinite bid. We got, speaking of infinite bid, 5100s in sight here. S&Ps, 5100s. As we touched them, I guess like we ticked them up. Yeah, just unbelievable. It's been hard to get into. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless at this point. John, what were you saying about the weekly kickoff high and what changed you from getting short into long?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was trying to fight it. I'm trading in a combine account right now, so
yeah,
below 50.90, which is weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. I was always looking for a pullback from levels close to that. Got chopped up a little bit. As soon as we kind of closed the 30-minute bar above that, I got right-sided, and now I'm making money. Just kind of recovering some of the losses from earlier. And speaking of weekly kickoff levels, we've got 18,063, which is the weekly kickoff level high in the NASDAQ. It's a measured move from a longer time frame chart. And if we barrel through that, then we just can continue to move up to 18,100. Here we come.
Yeah, I do have a level above. You have 63 as your level in the NASDAQ. I have a level of 71 up there, and above 71, we have 97 halves. So I would like to see that happen. And I do have a position on right now. My screen is being shared. I'm just trying to gather individual liquidity below this move if I can get it, because I am pretty confident that we can capture this move here to the top side. It is contingent upon the S&P breaking through 5,100. So if we do see that move through 5,100, we will see this rallying up to the top side. Although I am willing to take some heat on this position, I do think that we have a potential for a slight pullback before a larger pump. We do have room all the way up, all the way down to 41.75 in the NASDAQ for a slight pullback. My stop's all the way down at 38 right now. So if we did pull back, I would get fills here on 3 more contracts, bringing me up to 8 contracts, and then trying to rally this all the way up to 71 and beyond. To infinity and beyond, as they say.
To the moon, man. I mean, I am enthusiastic. I am happy to see this rally, obviously for the 401ks, everyone's pension funds, so on and so forth. Trading it has not been the easiest, even though it's just like buy it, close your eyes, walk away, come back. And yeah, you should be up money, but it's not that easy, is it, Rips?
It's not, I'll be honest with everybody out there because we're all about transparency. I had a lot of trouble this morning on my own channel trading this. It was very, very tricky. I was getting very, very aggressive and trading some combines there. But even on my live account, I ended up hitting max loss on my live account, unfortunately. Early this morning, I got ticked out near the bottom, almost the DAL, as John calls it, the dead blank low. And I did get stopped out there. And what's funny is that I had a really nice position on. It was a really nice position, but unfortunately, the volatility of the market got to me. And even though I had the right idea, but the wrong timing, that's what I'm paying the price for. If I was still in that trade, I would be up almost $19,000 right now. So definitely hurts, but it's not like I haven't been through that before. So unfortunately, in real money accounts, I am down $3,000 today. In combine accounts, I'm down in combines. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 that I hit max profit in, and 150K. So it's 4,500 across 4 accounts, but a lot of red on some other accounts. So this account that I'm trading right now, we have a position on. I'm up about $1,000 on 5 contracts, and I'm looking for this to swipe higher up at 71. So, just trying to make do with what I can, just rolling with the punches. As tough as it is to, have a day where you have the exact right idea of what the market's going to do, it's a lesson for traders out there to definitely. I love being transparent about this stuff. I've been trading for a decade. It's just one of those things where you just have to come to grips with the market, and sometimes your timing can be off. You can have the exact perfect right idea, but if your timing is off and your entry's off, you're going to pay the price, and that's exactly what I'm paying the price for today.
Yeah, it is. So it is. It's a lot to swallow when you're right, and your position is right. You're right-sided, and you end up losing money. And it does happen. I mean, that's just one of the things that in trading. If your timing's off, if your trade location isn't quite right, and how do we know when it's right? Well, when it proves to be right. We never know where the best trade locations are going to be, because you don't know how the market is going to respond after that. So It's a bummer that happened. It happens. It's happened to me. A lot of times. A lot of
Yeah.
If
Not
you've
the
had
first
enough
nor the last.
exposure in the market, it's one of these things that you just learn to roll with. It's a question I get often, how do you deal with losses? It's just time and experience in the market. You're going to have losses. It's part of the game. You don't expect that you're going to win every trade, but it definitely hurts a little bit when you have the right idea, but the wrong time. And just to give some color, I mean, I was long down there at, golly, what was I long
Don't
at?
even look
I
at
think
it,
my
Rips.
average
Don't
was
even look at it.
I think my average was like just under 905, and I got stopped out like 878 or something like that. And now we're trading up here at 18,057. So, it is what it is, and it's going to happen. But we live to trade another day. And, I am actually very grateful that we have the maximum daily loss limit in the account because it limits you from going on tilt. And to be honest with you, the moment that trade got pulled off, I just let it slide, and it is what it is. It's one of those things that you just shake it off after time, and you become a better loser the more that you're trading. You want to try to be the most gracious loser as possible. And I know it sounds counterintuitive, but you're not going to have winning days all the time. And in fact, you can have losing days that come in bunches. I was on a 2-day win streak, which is not much a win streak at all. That would have been day number 3. And unfortunately, didn't get the connection I was looking for.
And if you guys what Rips is talking about is being a good loser, and there's a book by Tom Hoagland called "Best Loser Wins." I suggest everybody get that and read that book. It is a fantastic book that just discusses exactly what Rips was just talking about, and just wanted to put that out there. Boy, we've got a little bit of resistance up here at that 63 weekly kickoff high.
Yes, that level that you have, John, is brilliant.
You guys, we got a couple people in the chat asking for a delta reading. If you guys can update us with a delta reading real quick. Naz and EOS.
John, you first.
Johnny?
6,400 positive in the S&Ps, and in the NASDAQ, 13,000 positive in the NASDAQ. I don't usually see the NASDAQ with a bigger or smaller, if you will, delta. That is huge in the NASDAQ.
All right.
Yeah, I'm seeing in NASDAQ on my end 12.2K, and in the S&Ps I'm seeing 5,500. So we're pretty much about the same there. So we are seeing what is indicative of quite a strong rally here. And, we did see a lot of squeezing going on this morning. We did see a lot of squeezing in NVIDIA, but that has kind of subsided just a touch here. We are seeing now over in NVIDIA a pullback towards the EMAs here. We're looking at a touch on the 50 as we're speaking. The VWAP in NVIDIA is all the way down at 770, so we could potentially break this 50 EMA and end up skittering down to the downside there. But it's not without some persistent resistance. We've had a lot of folks who are looking to cover on the bid during this rally, and you can see that if you're watching the order flow. We've seen a lot of that over the last couple hours where people are getting a little antsy trying to cover, and if they're not covering on the bid, they're sending it into a market order or swiping at the offer because there's just not a lot of liquidity. Are you seeing the same thing, John? Because I've seen pretty much all day very thin liquidity.
Yes, the domes have been quite thin today. It seems like they're thickening up a little bit more. In the S&Ps earlier today, we were kind of looking at some double-digit bids and offers. We're back up into the hundreds mostly, so seeing some of that liquidity come back in. But it was a little bit thin earlier today. I would agree with that.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I noticed that, anytime I was looking to take a trade after I got done streaming, I took some trades across 3 other combines here. And I was just looking specifically for whether or not the trade was thin and persistently thin to the top side. And that's what we kept on seeing. But it also makes for a very tricky trade because if you're trying to define an entry in your trade here and you're too quick to add in too much size, it can rip against you very quick because the thin market can go both ways because you have folks that are panicking into this to cover. Then you have longs that are also trying to pull out for a profit. And if it's thin both ways, if they're sitting in market orders, it can flush down very quickly. So we saw a lot of whips and snaps in the price. And anytime that you look at the chart today, even on a lower time frame, if you're looking at the 1 minute to 3 minute chart here in the bars, you can see that in the NQ, pretty rapid price movement up and down, a lot of very topping wicks and bottoming wicks in the trade here. It's just been a very difficult session. So if you're not making money today and you're having a difficult time, do understand that you're not alone. This is not an easy session to trade. Just because the price is moving to the north side here, it doesn't mean that it's a very easy session to trade. You want to be a little bit more passive, I would say, in your entries. And that's kind of the approach that I have on the current trade that you see on your screen.
And if you've ever been in a position that got ticked out at the bottom or the top, sometimes that lack of liquidity is the cause of that.
Exactly right. Yeah, in a thin market like this, it's one of the warning signs that you really want to look for. We are pushing up here. We are above John's level of 63. We are caressing towards that level of 71 flat. That is my next level that I have. And above 71, I have 97 halves. So I might take off 2 contracts here as we approach this 71. I'm just trying to keep an eye out of the corner of my eye here for this liquidity to the top side. This is all new highs of day here on the NQ. We are pushing up as we are now comfortably above 5,100 in the S&Ps as well.
Jesus, unbelievable. Look at this. 01s.
Yeah, we are.
They're stacking bids along the way.
Here.
Yeah, they're stacking bids in the S&Ps here. We got 300 sitting on 50.99. Another almost 400 sitting at 51. Yeah, they're stacking bids. They're going to push this higher. Maybe it gets filled, but
we are pushing up towards my 71 target here. I'm actually going to try to pull off there at 70 quarters. I'm going to try to take off 2 contracts at 70 quarters there and get paid.
There's another 276 sitting at 51.
Got pulled out 2 lots there, getting paid on that. So realizing $816 worth of profit so far and leaving 3 as a runner here. Curious as if anybody else is long here in chat. I see we have over 2,000 people that are watching here. Is anybody long here in chat, long and strong? Adam asks in chat here, was that a caressing? It was a soft and gentle caressing of that 71 level. I don't know if you were paying attention to the order flow there, but a nice gentle caressing of that 71 there.
Just a little bumping, little bumping of that level.
Unbelievable.
Hey, it's infinite bids, right, Andre? This is what we've seen.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's just amazing. No matter what, just buy. I mean, when you're getting out of this trade, let's take a look at the Mag 7. But I did see Apple shooting up here. I'm sure NVIDIA, obviously, after earnings yesterday, really was the catalyst for this rally. But who saw? I mean, what are we at?
It's interesting that you bring that up, Andre, 2%. Because Apple is actually one of the beaten down names. It is the number one weight of both the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. It is reaching up towards 185 here. But, statistically speaking, in the last few sessions, Apple's been pretty beaten down, and it's been kind of in this gully of these low 180s here, and it hasn't really found a bid. Apple should be comfortably auctioning above 191 or so when the rest of the market is rallying. So I would call Apple quite the laggard here when we're looking at the Magnificent 7.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it is. Good stuff, Rips. I do see NASDAQ's up 3%, and that's huge for one day in NASDAQ. To me, I think over 2% is a big deal. 3% is just eye-popping. So I wouldn't call this a historic day, but this is a day that we'll remember, I think, for a while. Just the infinite bid. NASDAQ up 3%, S&P's up over 2%, 5,100s, 18,000s traded. It's up and away. Here we go. Another bid. Another push to the upside here. We got liquidity at 51.02 half, 02 half in S&Ps.
Yeah, we are screaming.
Yeah, we are.
This is.
I mean, S&Ps are obviously well above their all-time high. NASDAQ hasn't reached that yet. 121.50 is that all-time high that we're still looking to get to. Yeah,
121.50. 80 points away. Yeah, why, let's do it today. Why not? We still have almost 2 hours left. Let's just do it today. Get it out of the way.
So I put another order up here at 71. There we go. 71 3/4 just got filled there. I have 2 more as a runner. I'm going to move my stop up to the low of this candle here. So we have been now paid $1,200 on this position. We opened up this position just before the segment started here. And, that's a great trade right there. We shouldn't be looking for home runs, but when we have a squeeze like this, it's really nice on a low risk trade like this. I probably would have taken about $800 worth of heat on this position before I got stopped out. So this trade is, it's already paid for itself well over the risk reward parameters that we're looking for. The next target that we have now that we've been filled most of our orders here at that 71 level is that 97 halves. So that is my next target there. I will not move my stop until we get up to those 97 halves now. Was that you, Andre? Did I heard order fill here?
Oh my goodness!
Talk to me. What do you got on the table here?
I sold 02 quarters. I sold 02 quarters in the S&Ps.
Short, right?
Calling the top. Yeah, calling the tops here. That's gonna be a quick scalp if anything. I'm just looking. We're up over 2%, and there's some liquidity to the downside. And so, I think we'll try to find a top here. And we got to dip below 5,100s and retest it, don't we? right?
Well,
I know, man. I know.
Hold on one second.
I
Let
know.
me get Pelosi on the line here.
Yeah, man. I'm just dipping a toe in the water here. Tilt's looking a little heavier in NASDAQ, but I guess just a hunch play this one. But yeah, you guys heard that come through? I thought I had that muted.
Yeah.
No, we heard.
Yes, I'm in. Where's Robert? Oh, he got it. Good job, Robert.
So Rips, I was looking at your book map there, and when we started taking out that level, and we started seeing all those green bubbles on the tops there, we added a whole bunch more of positive delta in that.
That's right.
We're at 13,000 now.
Yep. We've been definitely increasing the delta there. It is very interesting that, again, we're not seeing any thick liquidity showing up. This rally is supported by the fact that we just have thin liquidity, lower inventory here to the top side. So until somebody steps in and starts either covering longs here, but I just don't see it. You know, what happens usually if we're looking at historics here, if we're looking at what we usually see in this type of rally, right? This is a blowout rally here. This is not a blow off top yet. I haven't seen that type of action in the price. This is still kind of a little bit grindy here. But usually what we see, if we have a rally like this on a Thursday, depending on what happens with the options chain going into tomorrow, it's not weekly expirations, but it's not monthly expirations, but it's going to be weekly expirations. There is a chance that we could have continuation into tomorrow into an extreme blow off top. You have to remember how many shorts are still trapped in these areas, and there's still not too much heat that they're taking here. If you're looking from a large fund perspective, they might be taking heat in the tens of millions of dollars, but we're not talking about hundreds of millions of dollars worth of heat just yet. So if we start to see that pressure to the upside starting to form overnight in the Globex session, we could see a tremendous blow off top where we have back-to-back 2-3% days in the NASDAQ here. It's not something that's out of the question, especially given that tomorrow is Friday and a no news Friday at that.
It's kind of funny. Anne Marie was talking about a nice blow off top this morning.
She was.
There is a question in chat talking about what are the red and blue lines. This is the hourly high. This is the hourly low. It's just a great way for me to track on my screen at a bird's eye view exactly what we're auctioning at if we're pushing up and we're making new highs on the hour there. So that is the hourly high, hourly low.
So there was a 700 lot sitting on the offer at 51.02 even, and that just got filled, no problem.
Yeah, I think that the big resistance that you're going to be wanting to look for, Andre, is up at 51.10. I don't know if they'll be able to hold it back here at 51.04 and 51.05. There's a little bit of liquidity there, but with the way that things have been auctioning, the fact that we're not returning back below these key levels, the S&P level that I have that I'm tracking here was 50.98 halves, and above that we have room to run up to 51.22 and a quarter. So I mean, this can get pretty speedy here, and that's why I say there's probably a chance that, if the stars align and we do have a lot of folks that are barreling into NVIDIA calls for tomorrow, the weekly calls, we could have that invited gamma squeeze. We have Apple on deck now auctioning towards 185. These are a lot of key components that can create a blow off top and a big squeeze in the market that we do just have to look out for. We're in pure mania mode here. It doesn't make sense to have the prices of NVIDIA being this high. I gave a statistic on my stream yesterday talking about that NVIDIA would basically have to stop paying all salaries and give away the next 20 years of revenue to shareholders for it to make sense for them to be investing at this price. But that doesn't also account in potentially what could be on the horizon here. But, we are in pure mania, and I do enjoy this type of market.
For sure.
You're right. It is. It is mania.
It does remind me a little bit of.
Yep. Bad trade. Who am I calling the tops here? But yeah, that's incredible. These bids are just stacking. Bids are stacking. Just get long. Look at this. 05s.
Like I said on the NQ, our next target here is 97 halves. So I'm still holding the final two lots of this trade until we get that target out. I've already paid myself on that trade $1,220. So just want to keep that rolling here.
Nice. As Andre, as our good friend Jim Dalton says, don't fight a directional market.
No, do not.
And this is directional.
Yes, it is. There was just another 300 lot there on the 04 and 3 orders, and they're just stacking bids at the all-time highs.
Yeah, I do think that we're going to get a straight shot here up to 51.10 up in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
And
we are
walked pretty
halfway
much
now
right-
to my target of 97 halves. I could peel off one lot here if I do see any kind of resistance coming in either the NQ or the S&Ps. But every single time we see a pullback here in the S&Ps, which is mainly the big hedging market for these big funds and institutional traders, we're seeing a lot of bids coming in the moment that we start to wick down. So that to me is keeping me long and strong in this trade here.
And we did pretty much just walk right through that 18.063 weekly kickoff level. One little bounce back off of it and right back through it.
Right, exactly. So our level here that I'm looking at is 97 halves. I want to try to intercept some of this liquidity at 93 halves if we can get up there. So I have an order now to sell one contract up at 93 halves. If it hits it, great. We'll add some more to our total here. I do think that we're going to get a big jump up in price. If we come back down and we tap 5105 in the S&Ps, I do think that we're going to find an iceberg order there. Right now, we're showing about 200 on the bid. If we do come down and we tap that, I do want to see if we explore liquidity past 200. We might be testing this level now, but this is what I use Bookmap for, generally speaking, is that I want to see how they're adding liquidity as we're interacting to these areas. So if, like right now, we almost pulled back to 5105 here, and now we are stacking orders. There's about 600 lots, 700 lots that have just come in, and this is now we're seeing that panic coming back in here, folks.
This is madness. This is amazing.
And it's, I mean, you can see that in the dome, but it's so much clearer and cleaner on Bookmap.
Yeah, you can see that right, where is it? Right, nope, right there. You see that right there, that orange
Right
box,
there.
instead of orange boxes right there. That is all the resting liquidity. And you can see that it's starting to form very heavily here. And like I said, it's likely we're going to come up to 5110 here because nobody's getting filled on these bids, and we're starting to see a little bit of panic. So if we come back down, we start to exercise some of this liquidity, get into these contracts here that are resting on the bid. Is it real liquidity? Is it fake liquidity being scared? We're going to see that live and direct, whether or not we come down to 5105 or if we get held back as we are careening up towards that level.
I am going to have to get that.
Bookmap there, John?
Yeah.
It's, you know, I've been watching Bookmap now. I've had it for a very long time. I've probably been watching Bookmap for well over 10,000 hours. I know that I have well over 10,000 hours. It was, you know, years and years and years that I've been using it. It's definitely one of the cornerstones to how I read the market. And I would feel pretty naked without it. Although, you know, I come from trading on a dome and reading time and sales. But it just is able to keep all that information kind of in one place. And it allows you to read it and free up your mind. And it's for that reason I like it a lot.
Yeah, I do like it. I've been thinking about getting it for a while, but I haven't pulled the trigger. But you're talking me into it.
There you go.
You know what happened to all that liquidity?
And they came down and they got it, right?
Yeah.
It's 140 clipped, 74 clipped, another 150 clipped.
So I did move my
nice
stop up there to 56 halves, just in case we have a dramatic pullback, and I would capture more of this alpha here. I kind of do want to bring down my next order a little bit to 86 even here, just to see if we can get a fill, because we have a little bit of resistance running into these 90s here. But I do, like I said, I do like how this trade kind of developed.
Yeah. This is I mean, there's nothing. There's no numbers this afternoon, right? Nothing. No earnings after the bell. Correct, Rips? Anything of note?
Let me check my calendar. I think that we had a couple. Yes, Intuit is one of them. We have Square, which is now called Block. We have Carvana. We have Melly and Booking.com. So those are the ones that I'm going to be watching. Yesterday was the star of the show, of course, and today's PMI read was, of course, very important alongside the jobless claims. Outside of that, like I said, we really don't have any other news coming out this week. Tomorrow's session is actually void of any important news. We do have the biannual Fed monetary policy report. I'm not sure when they're going to be releasing that. And so we'll have to see.
No number
There's
Friday.
a 2-year flexible rate note, but that's just a settlement. It's not even an auction. So there's nothing
right.
Some more rallying. You're telling me there's going to be more rallying tomorrow.
That's usually what we see if we're looking historically. You know, that's usually what we'll see. And we have to, the fact is that NVIDIA had really strong earnings, really strong forward-looking guidance. And we have to factor in that there are a lot of people who are buying options that are out of the money. And there was a lot of frantic buying into that chain today. We're looking at people buying the $1,000 strikes. And even though I think that there's absolutely no way that NVIDIA will hit the $1,000 mark by tomorrow, absolutely no chance. It doesn't mean that we won't see folks that are hedging into that. By the way, just got filled on that last lot there, second to last lot. We do have one running here. So I have now realized $1,800 on this trade here, live for everybody right here on TopstepTV.
Nice.
Well done.
And we are pushing up. There is some liquidity now on the S&Ps at 5108 and 5108 quarters. I don't think that it's enough to hold the price back, but we are still seeing a little bit of a pause here for the first time in, quite some time, actually, here in about 2 hours. This is the first. Yeah. Just a little bit of a pause.
Oh, dude. Hey, Rips, Elvis here has a question. Elvis here has a question. Ask Rips if he looks at CVD on Bookmap. I'm not sure what that means.
That's the cumulative volume delta, and that's what John and I always talk about is the delta read. So CVD is cumulative volume delta. We do look at that, of course.
Yes. Big yes.
100%. Any trades for you, John? Do you still have that runner on? Do you still have a long?
Yeah, it's still on. I'm sitting here just watching it 50, 90, 275. Full transparency. This is a combine account. I'm not really trading too much live these days. Been a little under the weather and a couple of things going on, but it feels good to just get into something here in a combine account and have it kind of go my way. So I started off with a 2-lot. Once we kind of accepted above that 50-90 weekly kickoff high, took one off, and I'm still sitting with one. I was looking to see if we could get up to that 5110 that RIPS was also mentioning, and starting to see a little bit of a pullback off of this now. Thinking about just taking this. I beat myself up in this trading combine. I was down about $1,800. I'm down $600 in it now.
Nice.
So maybe
that's a great recovery.
Maybe just take this and then look for something maybe later on. We'll see what happens here. I'm just gonna hang with it for a minute here.
That's a great recovery there, Hoag. We did have a lot of liquidity being contracted there from 5105 quarters all the way up to 5107. I mean, just from a quick check on this, I'm looking at almost 20,000 contracts were exchanged above 5105 quarters here. So a lot of exchange happened here. We are coming back down to my 71 level in the NQ here. So a little bit of rejection. That's why we leave a stop in place. I'm completely hands-free in this trade. If I do get stopped out, I will be done trading pretty much for the entire afternoon here. And it is coming down here after that rejection. Very prescient exit there from you, John. Nice work.
Yes. Oh, prescient. Good word. Good word. Is this the pullback or is this the sell-off?
Oh, that's the question.
If we only knew, John.
Yeah, this is one of the questions for the ages here. We are pulling back below that 71 level that we have in the NQ. We might get stopped out here on the trade. Hands free here. Let's see if we get stopped out. My stop is, we were one tick away from getting stopped. That would be pretty funny if we actually bounce from here, but I do expect to get stopped out here. Yeah, Ash says pull back. What is a sell-off? LOL.
What is a sell-off? Right.
The DAL.
Stopped out there. Yeah. So that brings us, we made $2,000 on that trade right there. All done.
Wow, a lot of volume trading right here in the S&Ps. A lot of volume trading around 99s.
This is starting to get a little bit ugly, huh?
I wouldn't go there yet. I'm not sold on it yet. I don't think that this is I think that this is actually, like Ash said up there, just a pullback.
Mm-hmm.
This is your entry right here.
So how did chat do out there? Did anybody else catch anything similar to what we were trading there? I think that was a nice, calm, cool, collected, smooth trade there. A lot of fun. And that was a great one, in my opinion. That was a lot of fun.
Yes, it was. It was smooth.
Yeah, there seems to be almost a little momentum to this pullback off the high here, and it's getting late.
Let's see.
Well, in my opinion, I think that if we had too many people starting to short this year, it could produce more fuel for a rally to the upside for power out here. It might create an opportunity for some pulled pork with Mr. Nick Dolby Time Dolby.
Dolby time.
Yeah.
Dolby time.
Yeah, I'm sure he's excited.
99 quarters, 99s trade.
He's
on
firing up the
99s.
smoker right now, getting that
Bid on
pulled
the
pork
99s.
ready.
Here we go. And they're just stacking bids. This 340 lot came in on 50.99. The S&Ps.
99.
The second they went offered, the 300 lot took them bid and said, "No, I don't think so."
Good eyes, Andre. Good eyes.
Oh, that's old school. Oh, yeah. I learned from you, John. Read market flow. Why can't I take advantage of it? That's the thing. Yeah, 99s went offered.
Well,
300 lot took them bid.
It's cyclical. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't.
It's true. It's true. We had a good first half of February.
The trick is, don't lose money. It's all right to idle. You just don't lose money. When you make money, you got to keep it. One of the hardest things.
That's the way to do it right here. During our power hour, that was. It looks like that was the pullback. A little touch below 5,100 there, and off we go. Yeah, Ash nailed it, right?
That's where I was.
Hopefully, Ash was trading that one.
That's where I was thinking about putting my stop, and I didn't because I figured that's where everybody was going to put their stop.
And so you're still long in this then?
Yeah, I'm still long it right now.
Nice. There we go. Nice work there.
Trading twos straight, two bid.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of liquidity here at the twos again. And we do have for Power Hour, we are going to have Mr. Patrick Harker, who is not a voter. He's going to be speaking on the economic outlook before an event hosted at the University of Delaware Center for Economic Education. There is going to be a live stream for that, I believe, and there should be audience Q&A, so that can definitely stir up some volatility.
Okay. What do you say, Harker?
Yep, Patrick Harker. He's not a voter this year.
Not a voter. Okay, you got the scouting report on all these guys and girls. It's so good, man. Harker, you know
all
the
my
first
best
names
friends.
and all that. I love it, man. I love it.
He's got their addresses.
Who else are you chatting? Hey, Rips and John, it was really good to see you guys in slow markets yesterday for Dakota's debut of slow markets there late night. I saw you guys.
Amazing.
That was really
check
cool.
It out.
Hell yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
All right, 5100s. Here we go. Has liquidity in NASDAQ been thin, or has there been plenty of liquidity today? I mean, everything looks like it's two up. Very thin. Okay.
Extremely thin.
So you're doing market orders then, right, Rips? To get into this, how you can't.
I was doing limit orders actually. I was buying. I was scooting up limit orders, and every single pullback I'd get filled on the limit there.
Nice job. Okay. And it just runs through 6. Okay, yeah. It's a hell of a market you trade there, Rips. Hell of a market.
I want to take this off, but I feel like I'm going to sell the DAL.
The DAL. I love that term.
If you look at the 5 minute, it looks like it's the trend, right? This is the time to get in. This is the pullback.
Yeah.
I would want to see if you're going to trade this. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, somebody's asking why limit orders. Market orders get me in trouble.
Yeah, it depends. If you're trading momentum, and you're trying to get into the market and it's racing very quickly, market orders can help you out a lot. But when you're using a limit order, you're defining exactly what the price is that you're going to pay for that order. You don't leave it up to the market makers to define what price you're going to pay. So you have a lot more control using limit orders.
Mm-hmm. If you have a specific level that you're looking for, I mean, you just put that level there and wait, see if it gets there. I find it makes me much more patient to get in using limit orders.
Yes, indeed. And we are seeing a bid stack rear its head again up at above that 5,100 again. Yep. My goodness.
Amazing. It's amazing. Oh, pulled.
Yeah, they are. You see big orders coming in, then kind of pulling them. It's kind of like a game of chicken.
I take that. Yeah, maybe I take that back. Some maybe did trade, actually. Was it O2s? I don't know. Oh, they're spoofing. Yeah, we're just going to chop around here for a little bit. But yeah, Rips, as you said, if the shorts, obviously there's going to be some shorts, people setting their shorts here at these levels.
Mm-hmm.
The longer we chop around sideways, the more it's going to fuel the rally to the upside.
Yeah, if we don't have a clear move to the downside here, you're going to have, I mean, it can go both ways, right? My levels on the NQ are 71 down to 41 and 3/4. Let's just imagine that we get enough sell side here where we get from 71 down to 41 corners. So it's a 30-point move. Now imagine that folks are still trying to cover down there, and everybody who is newly short from these 71s is now trying to cover from the 41s, and it's a rush to cover, and all of a sudden you're seeing a lot of bids showing up. Now you have folks that are panic covering who may have been short from the beginning of this rally and are saying, you know, this might be the last time we can get out. Maybe there's going to be a short squeeze tomorrow. They might be looking for the exit door, and if you have that exit door being too crowded onto the bid side, that can create momentum and a push back up to the upside, and then all of a sudden we have people panic covering again. So it can kind of rinse and repeat and keep on going here.
Yep. Taking a quick look at Tilt. Tilt's 50-50, both S&Ps and NASDAQ. Nothing showing there. Gold is 67%.
No help from there.
No help, John. I'm looking for something. I'm looking left, right, up, down, center. I got nothing. Just buy it and close your eyes and walk away.
This is the first time I've seen any really kind of sag in the dome. Like I call it sag when, you know, it kind of goes up a little bit and then takes a little bit more of a bite to the downside, goes up a little bit less and takes a little bit more of the downside. And I think this is a done deal. So I'm going to get out of it and just take my recovery. Made about, I don't know, $650 on that trade, and we'll look for the next opportunity.
Nice work there, John.
Yeah, well, get a little bit of the losses back from earlier, and that always feels good.
Yeah, there's nothing that can beat that. There's really nothing that can beat that feeling. Where if you've had a string of losing trades, I don't care if you're down $5,000 on the day, you make $500 and you feel like a whole new person. And I think that, you know, veteran traders know that feeling better than anyone. You know, you can be having such a terrible trading session, loss after loss after loss, and you're sitting there and you finally get that one winning trade, and it's like, all right, finally, I can leave my desk here.
Right.
So good on you. That's got to feel great. And that is a very, very nice recovery on, you know, this is one of those things where, you know, if you have a significant other, you say, hey, I was long the NQ today. You show them the chart and they say, oh, well, you must be up so much money. And you go, no, I missed out on a $20,000 trade. And they go, what? How? You know, this is one of those days where you show it to somebody who doesn't know markets and they look at this and they go, well, that looks like an easy trade. And it's like, no, you have no idea. This is a difficult session, believe it or not.
It was kind of funny, you know, as a local in the pit, when people know that you're a trader and they would see, you know, the stock market break, and they would automatically think that you had lost a bunch of money that day. And when in honesty, some of those days were the biggest win days. So they'd be like, oh man, you had a rough day, huh? Yeah, I had a rough day.
Like Jay says in here, he says, you never show these days, Rips. It's true. Yeah, you just don't talk about these ones. You know, you don't show the chart to your significant other. You say, no, honey, I didn't trade today. Don't worry about it.
No.
Marcus, but yeah, this is coming down. We are rejecting off 71s here in the NQ. Rejection up there towards that 5100 level in the S&Ps. We are now auctioning below 5100 here, but we are kind of kissing the, I believe it's the 20 moving average, the EMA. And we're looking at the 50 EMA in the S&P down there at 5092. I don't know if we have the sell side strength to get there, but it might, you know, we're about 15 minutes from power hour. It might happen during power hour, but, you know, we'll have to see. We might see. I could go either way on this one. This is why I'm flat right now. If I'm ever indecisive about where the market's going to go, it's best for me to be flat and just kind of be a student for the markets here and just watch the order flow come out. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see this squeeze continue into tomorrow. That means I get another opportunity of potentially a blow off top tomorrow. So that's what I'd personally like to see. But in the same token, we can look at this having a potential huge unwind. We did auction above 18,000 here. That doesn't mean that we can't auction back down to 17,500 tomorrow. So anything is possible here.
What a run. Yeah, anything is possible. But the sell-off is... John calls it sag, and I see that. It's, I mean, sellers, you saw a lot of shorts coming in here. What delta, how many longs did we peel off there in ES, John? We were at 6,400.
We're 7,500 positive now.
It grew.
Yeah. 13,005 in the NASDAQ.
We did bounce up about
Yes.
20 handles there off of the 50s and the NAS here. We are revisiting that 70 level.
Shorts,
We
yeah, I
didn't
just
pull
got
back to 41 3/4. So, this could be the next boot scooting rally here to make the new high of day on the NQ and S&Ps here. We'll have to see.
It's just hanging around this 5,100 level.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty comfortable there for now. We did have a pretty harsh rejection last time we were visiting that level in the S&Ps. We'll have to see if that's the same story here. Again, a lot of liquidity has been contracted between 97 all the way up to 102 halves there in the S&Ps. We do have the volume shelf kind of ends at 103 and then it rejoins back above like 105 halves up to 107 halves, which is kind of the topping level of the day. So we'll have to see if we can get another squeeze up to the north side here. Although that was a decent sized pullback, it's kind of questionable whether or not the shorts are in control of the market here yet. For me, it doesn't look like it. We didn't even go below the hourly low in the NQ there.
We did not. If anything of those, maybe they're setting their shorts, but they certainly wanted more of a follow through than that.
Andre,
John,
have you,
would you
thought about reattacking the market at all here?
I'm in. I'm long from 5100 half, 5100.5.
I like
hey,
that.
John Dolby's. Thank you, John. Dolby's asking update on your P&L and trades there.
Overall in this trading combine, minus 900. And I just joined Andre, long 5101.
Yes.
One contract.
Hell yes. I got Hoag with me. Hell yes.
I haven't traded the S&P in so long. I definitely want to. I definitely want to join you folks here in the S&Ps.
Come on. Thank you, amateur genius. The more we go sideways here, yeah, you got to think we've seen this setup before. Shorts come in, we go sideways. Shorts come in, we get rejected. I mean, we got down to 98s maybe in the S&Ps. The bid came in, shorts come in. Buyers say no, defend it. Trust me, I've been on the wrong side of this trade many times to know how this works or how it's likely to play out. I've been on the wrong side of this, calling tops just to fuel the rally to the upside.
It always seems to happen that by the time you actually turn around and buy it, you pick the high.
It's usually how that works, isn't it?
No, yeah, we'll see how it plays out though.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the shorts being in control of anything yet until we encroach upon the hourly low here on the NQ, which is nestled at about 50. It's 49 1/4, but we'll call it 50. If we start to auction below 50 and we start to see some downside play there, my target will be looking at 41 3/4 for a bounce, and maybe we'll take a lot long there. But I don't, again, made $2,000 in the last, 30 minutes of trade there. So I don't want to take any trade until it comes back to my price. And that's going to be an auction above 71 and a retest, or an auction down to 41 3/4 and see what happens down there. I could potentially find a short if we are getting super speedy to the downside, but I'm going to be shying away from anything to the downside unless we have confirmation.
Living in the Jersey Shore.
What is the auction you keep saying and talking about? 300 contracts at certain prices. We're looking at the S&P futures here.
Yeah, we're starting to eat away at those single TPOs down there. There's a lot of them, though.
What does that tell? What does that mean? What does that mean to us, John?
Well,
what does that mean?
It's emotion. When we finally, we had a failed auction here, that got taken out, and shorts were out. We got a single TPO here, single TPOs here, single TPOs here, single TPOs here. That's emotion. That is a market that is fueled usually by emotion. When you just have, long bars with short price bar overlap, that's emotion. So, that's usually the last leg of any move, is when the emotion takes over, the FOMO takes over, the laggards get in, and then we turn.
Yeah, this is the most extreme pullback that we've seen in basically the last 2 hours here. So this is giving reprieve to anybody who is short, and this is kind of where they're coming up to the decision of, do they want to add to this short and start exploring potential more downside, or are they weighing the option of, maybe I should cover here at a loss because these are very thick bids to the downside. So I'm watching the tape of the S&P right now, and I'm just seeing it's a very troublesome tape for shorts right now. I'm not seeing any kind of bears in control here. In fact, I'm seeing a lot of liquidity here to the downside and bid support. When you see that bid support, you can judge and see whether or not it's shorts that are covering here at a loss, likely, or people who are looking to go long. And I'm just not seeing enough push down into these levels with enough sell side strength that we're breaking through anything meaningful just yet.
They're trying. We're gonna need more follow through though. Final hour of trading should be interesting.
Yeah, it should.
We'll see.
Yeah, especially with Dolby swinging 15 lots.
Dolby time. I don't know. But the one thing that's in the back of my head is this big delta reading, this big delta number we got in NQ at 13 plus 13.5.
That's huge.
That is huge. So that's going to be in the back of my mind. Certainly there's going to be some profit taking at some point in that power hour. Like, you think, whether it happens in the first 30 minutes or the final minute of power hour is yet to be determined, but it will be in the back of my mind in terms of getting long. They will need to exit at some point, recover at some point.
Yeah, I would want to see, like I said, the target that I'm looking for on the NQ here, 41 3/4. That's the price I want to wait for, which is, it's kind of this no man's land in the volume profile that we've been painting up here. But it would give me confirmation about whether or not the bears are in control yet. If we do have the auction failing at 41 3/4 and we do have a lot of sell side coming in, I would look down to 18,018 flat. I'm still not seeing anything that is talking to me as far as an entry here. I'm still happy to be flat myself. Are you flat, Andre? Are you still in your trade? What do you got?
Negative. Long. Permabull here. Okay. Infinite bid. Permabull.
We changed the mind here, huh?
Come on. Yeah. Never forgetting short again. You kidding me? First trade of the day today was getting short. Like, what kind of idiot does that? Who gets short in this market? That was me. Very bad. Bad idea. I am long.
Andre, mine was too, but I scratched it.
Good. Being short. Yeah. That's a win. Look who we are today. I mean, we're up 2%. Holy moly. Yes. First trade of the day was a short. That was a very bad idea. I am still long, just above 5100s. I'm okay. I feel okay. I mean, these shorts tried taking it. We hit the 96s here. Buyers came in. Tried to take 97s offers. Buyers came in. Took a bid. Now they're doing the 59 98s. Offered. Take them bid. I mean, you can see these shorts. You can't be feeling comfortable right now, shorts.
What would you be looking for, Andre, to add to your position here?
No, I can't. All right. Am I dollar cost averaging, or am I adding to a loser? What am I doing?
Well, I mean, if we're seeing something on the tape that's suggesting that we have very strong bid support down here, I don't think that we're adding into a loser. Instead, we're paying our future self.
Well, we're talking about one lots here.
We are talking about one lots, but I treat a one lot like I treat a 10 lot, like a 10 lot treat a 50 lot. I think you have to in that sense. It's more about the ticks, and maybe if we get a push, if we keep going through these 98s, maybe up to 99s, I'd maybe buy another one if we get some confirmation. If we kept 99s, the stops just above 5100 again. So maybe if we hit the 99s, maybe look to get some momentum to the upside.
What about if we were to take out the highs?
Buy the high. I mean, Patak bought the highs 50 times in the S&Ps and got paid like 10 G's on it. So,
yeah, he did.
Wait, did Patak trade the house account today? What happened?
A couple weeks ago when he bought 5,000s in the S&Ps.
Oh yeah. When he moved the market, I was there. That was the 50 lot king of Chicago stepping in.
He did move the market.
Michael
yes, it was, Oscar. That would have been the perfect time. Although much easier said than done.
Yeah, I did take a short as well. I was alongside you folks. I did take a short, but it was after we had that big pop in the NQ, and I ended up shorting that, and that was my one good trade I think I had this morning on stream.
Okay. Yeah, shorting's a tough prop. All right, see, now we're down to 97s here. S&Ps.
Yeah,
I hope so. People's champ. I hope so. Here they go. Buy them. Every time they go,
Wow,
here's
look
a
at
bid.
that look at those big bids coming in. Holy smokes.
All right, yeah. I'd be looking to buy another one here. If we can get up to 99s, I'll buy another one.
Let's add to it, Andre. Come on.
Hey, 250. All right, screw it. I'm in. Buy it. There's 250 lot. Buy you one. All right, so I'm long from 50.99 quarter average price. Average price.
There we go.
Good job, Rips.
No, don't blame me if it goes down.
I'm not blaming you for nothing. I like it. Dude, every time they come in short, look, they're selling it and everything goes bid.
I'm
Looks to me
I'm
like
pitching this dog right now.
All of it.
I kind of want to move over into the S&P here and just ride with you.
There's liquidity in there. It's a little bit slower for your taste, but you can see the prices trade, and we're trading. We're getting in there, Rips.
Let me see here. Go back.
He's drooling.
I just want to join the fun here. Oh wow, look at that! I haven't traded a 4-digit ticker in a long time here.
Widen out those columns. Here we go. It's 8 quarters trade. These sellers. Peer pressure? No, not so much peer pressure.
Go ahead.
No, not peer pressure. Just another set of really super trained eyes talking me through trades. Not peer pressure at all. It's just leading on trading buddies. Another set of eyes. Look at that 99's trade. So now, yeah, I mean, these shorts are.
I'm long here with you, Andre.
Yeah, I peer pressured him, Bull. How about that?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So we're in, but yeah, I think we all read. We read it. He's on the other team. Now we're on the same team. This Power Players Hour.
Yeah, we're on the same team because we're the 3 best friends.
There we go.
That anyone can have.
Yeah, you got to measure some stops above these 5100s. So these shorts will be pushing into higher. We'll see if the new longs come in. But the way they're stacking those bids and they take these 98s offered bid. Let's take a look at tilt 50-50 tilt 50-50 ES 50-50 NASDAQ. No help. Nothing. Thanks a lot.
No help. Right. All right, guys. Well, we've got to get on to the next segment here, Power Hour, with both of you and the Dolby Meister. Looking forward to seeing that. And Rips, I'll be with you tomorrow morning on Fast Markets. Andre,
see you guys. That's what I'm talking about. Excited for that.
Yeah, see you in the chat. And be ready, folks. It's almost time for Power Hour. Andre, Dolby, and Rips. Stick around for a minute.
You know what it is. Power Hour, the three amigos, the man in the middle, the man to the right of the screen. That's Dolby time. Man in the middle of Rips. You just saw us. We're currently in a position right now, Rips and myself. Dolby is stalking the market like Deanna would right now. Rips, tell us about your trade. I think we're similar position. We're both bulls here in the ES. That's right. Rips is trading the S&Ps, folks.
Can you believe it? Yeah, I'm looking for a fill here at 50.98 halves for, I have a 6 lot position here, looking for a nice little fill on a little perk up. If we can get that, just a little bit of a perk up here to the top side. So that's what I'm looking for. Dolby, do you have any position on? The pulled pork master, I want to see you trading this with us here, buddy.
Dolby time.
I don't have anything on yet. I did really well in my practice account. Not that anybody cares. But we put up 3,300 in the practice account. And we
Dolby,
really
I'll stop you right there.
trade.
Everybody cares. Don't you ever forget that. Everybody cares.
Cares about my practice account trades. Well, we did have one notable nice trade. We were long 17,887 at one point in time.
Wow.
So I just got filled 50.98. I'm looking to peel off 2 more lots here. 59.50. There we go. Got peeled again. We got 3 contracts moving and grooving. I'm going to move my stop just above break even. This is, wow, we're getting paid today. I'm up $2,200. Wow. How about that?
Yeah, welcome to the ES party.
Love the S&P. I don't know why you didn't tell me about this earlier. What is this thing? I'm kidding.
It's slow as hell, Rips. This shit don't move compared to NASDAQ. This is like this is like quicksand.
It's like it's like trading like while you're getting a massage. This is relaxing. I didn't know. This
Sure,
is
it is
amazing.
compared to NASDAQ. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. This is slow motion. It's like overnight markets compared to NASDAQ. Speaking of overnight markets, don't forget we do have slow markets later this evening, 8 p.m. Central, with our main man, Coach Dakota. We were all in the chat yesterday. Come say hi to your favorite TopstepTV personalities, production people, and the main man, Coach Dakota himself. Come say hi, give him support, give him a shout out. He's been doing great work there overnight in the slow markets.
Yeah, if you want to learn from a master, that's your guy right there. He has been on the top 10 leaderboard for weeks now. He's been killing it. So, hey, there we go. Got filled again. We got 2 lots as a runner. Andre, how you doing in your position over there? Did you do the ads like I was saying?
I did add. I got it from an average price of 50.99 quarter. So I'm long from there. I did get long above there, and then the sellers get rejected. I did buy another one, probably 97 for an average price of 50.99 quarter. 2 of them.
Nice. There we go.
Yep.
You averaging up there, Rips?
Well, I'm just selling now. I'm just getting out.
Oh,
I
you're getting out.
Yeah, I want to. There we go. One more lot out. There we go. Now we're all right. Now I'm good. I got 1 lot as a runner. I've realized $2,600 here on this trade in total. That's between my NASDAQ trade of the last hour and now this S&P trade. So we've realized an extra $670 here, and we are racing up to the top side. So congratulations to anybody who went long and strong here in the S&Ps. What a fun instrument to trade.
I trade 75% long NASDAQ, 62% long ES. What a fun product to trade. It's fun when it pays, isn't it? Just like, just like NASDAQ is tight when it pays. Crude is tight when it pays too.
Every market's good when you're making money.
That's right.
Dolby, any positions on for you yet?
No, I'm looking at a 15-minute consolidation. So see if that range is not really that close to a good entry there. If anything, it would be a short, but I don't really want to take one right now. And then we're waiting for a 5-minute or a 1-minute to get range bound before I do anything. I do think we could hit 18,121.
Oh, yeah.
That's not that
I have
far away.
18,118 halves for my target to the ultimate top side for the Squeezecito today.
Yeah, I think we could get there.
Squeezecito.
I was
that's a new one.